They return with applause, trophies, glory, and the title of four-time champions. The entire nation is watching, hoping to witness history again. But at the same time, pressure, solitude, blood, sweat, and tears, the ever stronger rivals who are more determined than ever have also been brought back to the battlefield at home. This is no longer just a battle for themselves. Now, they fight to raise the Indonesian pride on their home soil. To wear a crown, one must bear its way. Can they rise to the challenge? Or will this be the end of their reign?
Tim yang saya paling suka iaitu BOOK. Sebab saya pun rapat dengan dia pun selalu borak dengan dia. And diorang pun dah back-to-back champion PMSL. Today ni kita akan jadi kawan diorang lah. Nak macam tak?
Em thì em thích cả các đội Indonesia tại vì họ rất là vui tính và hoạt động.
Còn team đi bên sau có này là bên Erangel GEEK.
Sebab before ni masa ada PMPL, saya tengok gameplay Indonesia, diorang ubah-ubah, diorang tak sama. Macam maybe kalau Malaysia dia akan sama je, dia takkan ubah strategi.
Thì em nghĩ là Indo sẽ rất nhất là Việt Nam rất là cuối. Vì Indo họ rất là mạnh và môi trường phát triển rất là tốt. Còn Việt Nam thì chúng ta thì có một câu là thất bại thì luôn cố gắng, để em sẽ cố gắng từ dưới lên chứ không phải từ trên lên dưới.
ก็ด้วยPGแชมป์ของเขาด้วยเป็นทั้งพีน้องบูมีทั้งEEไงได้แชมป์ของ
พวกเราจะไม่มีวันหยุดจนกว่าพวกเราจะกลายเป็นแชมป์
Kita tidak akan putus asa.
Bất chấp mọi khó khăn, chúng tôi sẽ không bao giờ bỏ cuộc. Tiada apa yang boleh mengalahkan kami.
Chúng tôi sẽ không đầu hàng.
เราจะไม่ยอมถอย
Kami menjadikannya sebagai motivasi untuk membuktikan bahwa kami layak untuk mendapatkan trofi.
Kami selalu ingat apa yang dipertaruhkan dan bangga pada negara kami.
Kami fokus pada tujuan kami, belajar dari pengalaman masa lalu, dan memberikan yang terbaik untuk negara kami.
Kami sangat percaya diri karena kekuatan negara kami yang selalu mendominasi dapat mempertahankan gelar juara kami.
Let's give a warm welcome to the champions of the 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring and Summer New Hungry Beast, VOIN Esports!
Kita akan panggilkan tim dari Malaysia, langganan juara PMPL GEEK Fam. Nama legendaris dari Malaysia, Sanhok. Pemuncak klasemen Liga PMWC, Team Alliance.
Selanjutnya kita punya tim dari Thailand, posisi 2 di PMSL Fall season lalu, FAZE. Dan juga pemuncak klasemen Liga Vampire Esports.
Selanjutnya, tim dari Vietnam, debut pertama di Grand Final, VOIN Esports. Satu-satunya Grand Finalis yang datang dari PMNC, Tim Secret. Tidak mau ketinggalan, kita punya Tim Flash. Runner-up 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer, Team The Savior.
Dan pastinya tepuk tangan untuk Indo Brand. Kita comeback di Grand Final. MORPH Team. Satu WWCD membawa ke Grand Final untuk VOIN Donkey ID. Nama baru, harapan baru untuk BIGETRON.
Masih dari Indonesia, raja dari segala raja, apakah akan mendapatkan tahtanya? Tim RRQ Ryu. Konsisten adalah nama tengah mereka, Tim TALON Esports. Dan terakhir, raja pertama PMSL dan mengincar piala ketiga, Tim Alter Ego Arena. Yo
Selamat sore.
Surabaya, mana suaranya?
Selamat sore para pecinta PUBG Mobile dan sekali lagi selamat datang di Grand Final 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall.
Let's go!
Wah, luar biasa sekali ya Drew di sini. Halo teman-teman semuanya, perkenalkan nama saya Dona Rizka dan saya senang banget bisa berada di tengah-tengah di antara kalian di hari yang spesial ini.
Exactly, dan tentunya saya Darius Drew akan menemani Dona dan menemani kalian semua untuk 3 hari ke depan dimulai dari hari yang pertama yaitu hari ini. Dan tentunya ini akan menjadikan pertandingan yang tidak akan terlupakan, Don. Semua tim terbaik dari Southeast Asia saat ini tengah berjuang. Mereka sudah melewati babak grup dan saat ini mereka memperjuangkan hadiah utama dan juga kemenangan.
Yap, betul banget karena setelah minggu di babak liga kemarin kita bisa melihat adanya pertarungan yang intens banget, kompetisinya intens banget. Kita sudah melihat adanya ke-16 tim terbaik yang ada di atas panggung sekarang ini. Boleh tepuk tangannya sekali lagi teman-teman semuanya untuk ke-16 tim terbaik di Southeast Asia. Dan pastinya sekarang mereka siap banget untuk bisa mengeluarkan segalanya, semua kekuatannya. Dan pastinya untuk bisa menjadi juara di fall season kali ini. Apalagi mereka juga pengen banget spot menuju ke arah 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship dan juga mewakili negara mereka di panggung dunia.
Benar sekali Don, dan kalau kita lihat di musim kemarin di PMSL sebelumnya, tim Indonesia telah mendominasi seluruh kejuaraan ini.
Yep.
Bahkan mereka membawa pulang hampir setiap gelar sejauh ini. Secara tidak langsung mereka menempatkan standar yang begitu tinggi.
Betul.
Kini semua mata tertuju kepada tim Indonesia dan apakah dengan menjadi tuan rumah mereka atau tim Indonesia bisa mempertahankan tahta mereka.
Dan pastinya tim yang lain tidak akan loyo dong karena mereka udah menunjukkan skill mereka, tekad mereka yang besar banget sepanjang turnamen kemarin, sepanjang liga kemarin dan pastinya mereka di sini untuk menantang status quo dan juga untuk membuktikan diri mereka.
Bener banget, ini bukan lagi pertandingan biasa lagi Don. Ini tentang kebanggaan nasional, diakui secara global dan juga memantaskan diri mereka menjadi yang terbaik di dunia.
Jadi kalian di sini bisa enjoy untuk bisa menyaksikan keseruan selama 3 hari ke depan di babak Grand Final ini. Kita akan menyaksikan aksi PUBG Mobile yang paling intens dan juga kita akan melihat di mana yang terbaik di antara 16 tim ini.
Betul. Nah, sebelum kita masuk ke pertandingan yang udah pasti bakal seru banget Don. Kita pengen denger nih ya teman-teman di Surabaya. Kan kita sudah punya slogan tadi ya.
Betul.
Slogannya adalah 3, 2, 1. Nanti kita sama-sama ya, aku dan Dona akan ngitung 1, 2, 3. Kita teriak sama-sama 3, 2, 1. Bisa?
Bisa? Bisa yang di sini? Oke.
Yang sebelah sini bisa?
Ya.
Bisa ya?
Yang sebelah kanan bisa? Yang semangat ya?
Siap, oke. Kalau gitu langsung saja Don, kita akan hitung. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu Surabaya.
Terima kasih luar biasa sekali kalian semua di sini. Dan pastinya para caster kita juga udah siap banget untuk bisa menyaksikan pertandingan pertama di hari pertama babak Grand Final ini. Jadi tanpa basa-basi lagi langsung aja kita lontarkan menuju ke arah para caster kita. Silahkan.
Silakan.
We are finally here after a group 3 weeks of the group stages. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the PUBG Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2024 Grand Finals. Oh yeah, so we have been here after a long time. We're finally here after a long time. So it has been a grueling 3 weeks that we will crown the champion finally after 3 days. Of course, we're going to off with day number 1 and we'll be your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud together with the amazing Choo. And today will be a start of the journey for this best 16-team season.
Yeah, when it comes to the 16 teams, only one will take the trophy away. Speaking of which, the trophy being put back on top of the podium. Who will snatch it? Will still be the same region or be a different region entirely? Will be the same region but different teams this time. It's all up to the question. Theoretically speaking, we do know Indonesian teams pretty much are one of the stronger teams. That when you look at the video before, everybody been talking about them all this while.
Yes, but they're going to talk about Vampire Esports, big top the group, and they start off with 30 points, followed by FAZE 22 points. So the Indonesian teams are at number 1, number 2, followed Team Secret from Vietnam, Alliance from Malaysia with 18 and 16 points. Then we have Alter Ego, but of course, one of the that I was kind of looking forward to is VOIN Donkey, because they came in here last minute through a tiebreaker.
Yeah, this is going to be really a Cinderella spin story if VOIN Donkey can actually climb all the way, forcing their way up into number 1 in the very last minute as well. But when it comes to the schedule, ladies and gents, we're already done for all those stages before. We're down to the finals here, 3 days starting on September 6th down to September 8th. It's going to be 3 days of grinding. It's crunch time when it comes to the grand finals.
Yeah, so 3 days will determine who will be the champion, and of course who will take the PMGC slots as well. And this is going to be the format whereby if you just join us for this season, there will be hit start points depending on ended up their league stage, as was shown in the earlier graphic. And of course you'll be eyeing this beautiful moolah and as well as this amazing trophy.
200,000 lion share of prize pool down there when it comes to the number 1 winner takes the most, but when it comes to the points, it's going to be as per usual. Per elimination points, it's going to be 1 point each, but when it comes to placement points, every single chicken will play such a big part. Don't forget about the PMGC League points and the PMGC Grand Final points will be in play here.
Yes, and also speaking about play, they will be playing 6ers today, tomorrow, and the day after. The format is going to be the same. We're going to start off with half, followed by 2 Erangels before we head on to a break. When we come back, it's going to be 1 final Erangel for the day, and then we will be in the dusty map of Miramar to wrap up our matches. So 6 games will be played, and this time based on GMT +7. So wherever you are in the world, do adjust your timing.
Now, when it comes to our first day, everybody kind of, tiptoeing about grand finals. Everybody rewatch their VODs and review all the team's tactic and the strategy as well. Knowing the fact with everything in consensus, all the teams definitely have reviewed or revised every single team's rotation as well. Now, we want to see if there's any hot drops when it comes to the finals, grand finals day number 1 as well, because we saw it seems like sort of a same circle pattern when it comes to this season as well. When it comes to the circle, and we saw a lot of latecomers coming in, and they change it halfway through the league stage and coming in quite early and quickly getting in the center of the circle. It changes so much in terms of dynamic throughout the course of the league stage. Now, when it comes to the grand finals, how will they finalize their strategy to get into that, to just lift the trophy till the end?
Yeah, especially when they had a couple more days break just to revise themselves, right? So things might change in the grand finals, and it might be determined the first day. But of course, in the first day, we're going to start it off with Sanhok. And before we get on to our match, these are our teams. So our only difference here is VOIN and TALON. So what's up with your team to focus?
I mean, for Vampires, the only trophy they don't really lift right now is going to be Southeast Asia PMSL Grand Finals trophies. I do want to see them if they can actually score that here today. It comes to global, Vampires, definitely no question asked. They are one of the best and world-class teams out there. But for the other two, though, I do want to see a different when it comes to other teams of Indonesia region, if they will make it through, because we do know Alter Ego and Boom seems to be the unstoppable champions back-to-back so far. But also, speaking of another region, we don't mention enough when it comes to the Malaysian side, and the Lions will probably be one of the best potential teams to get it through.
Yeah, I mean, they only played 2 Super Sundays, and they plus up there, so gotta give them that attention as well. upcoming grand finals. Definitely going to be a top contender, as they are always a team that is consistent, haven't been crowned yet. Similar to like what the story of this band is like. And for my, I pick VOIN Donkey over TALON is just because I want to see how much of a fight they can get after being able to come through a tiebreaker, and it took the final game to find that tiebreaker to here today. And even like in the interview, the final day, Potato didn't expect to be here. They, to an extent, it was Team Pandem, and Team Pandem would have been like, hey, you know what, we've done enough, but surprise, looks like they have to work out a bit harder the next time.
Yeah, I have to agree. When it comes to this season, when it comes to qualifying to the grand finals as well, it's such a tight race between the teams. It definitely wasn't the most comfortable journey for the teams down there to get into this spot here. And speaking of VOIN Donkey, it will be such an incredible story by the end of the entirety of the grand finals if they scored those trophies and if they manage to lift it up by the end of the day. Because we do know when it comes to VOIN Donkey, they have the potential, yes, I agree. But it's just about confidence. And you have to have confidence against all the other 6T players. It's not just, you know, a 1v1 or 5v5. It's going to be across the entirety of the map to have that confidence. You have to know every single individual in the map, how they're thinking, how they actually will rotate, how they will actually play with a team and try to work as a unit.
Yeah, it's all about teamwork, right? I'm thinking teams that if they depend solely only on one player or heavily on one player, then it gets a bit difficult for the team. Even like for Alter Ego, some may say that Rosemary Esports and all that, yeah, he is doing very, very well, but he's backed up by a solid lineup as well. And it's the whole team that work out well so that it function too. So even players like Boychill, we did see him come up with a 1v1, 1v2 or 3 clutch against GEEK in one of the Miramar matches. Even like Octa has his moments as well. So they are a team that actually got together. But of course, there can only be one MVP, and the MVP is Rosemary for Alter Ego, that is. By the grand finals, last week, Tony K, he wants that as well.
Now, I love the fact that you actually mentioned about Alter Ego, and we do know they are the kings of Sanhok so far. And can they actually complete their reign, including the grand finals here as well? And speaking of which, we have to keep in check whether they actually will portray what they said during the interview between the rivalry of the MVPs during this grand finals. So keep track with Tony K and Alter Ego, who has scored most out of these two players. And not just that, you know what, maybe there's some third player coming in who nobody actually put any spotlight, and one of the players probably going to be Adik Luke.
Yeah, in fact, he was crowned one of the week MVPs as well in week number 2. So he's definitely putting himself up there alongside players like Rosemary and Tony K, who took back their own MVPs as well. So we got 3 different MVPs every week this time. No repeaters. That just shows that level of competition has heightened up.
Yeah, but when it comes to competition-wise, I agree. The bar being standard every single season is a bit more higher than before. Benchmark getting even elevated every single season. Now, speaking of this season, though, it's going to be completing the entire run of 2024 PUBG Mobile competitive scene. Now, speaking of which, don't forget about the Vietnam region as well. They are on the rise. Don't forget about them during the league stage. We saw how ferocious they can actually get during the league stage, but can they carry out those momentum they built up during the league stage towards these grand finals?
Yeah, they are in the podium spot as well. So definitely one of the top contenders based on what we saw during the league stages. Players like GEEK, players like Juke, who happen to be having the same name. They are putting in performance for their team. Even Xavier cannot write them off. Arguably the best in Vietnam can bounce back as well. And they do have experience being champions in the Southeast Asia stage back in the day. So they definitely warrant themselves to be one of the top contenders around. And now that the players are prepped themselves up, we're looking at sites of the players and players like Esports. This is their best chance. They have a very strong starting, 30 points. They have to make this work.
Speaking of starting, I love the fact that we have to touch regarding the rest of the players too. Don't forget, we have a lot of very multi-talented players down there, including when it comes to their versatility with their roles. And regarding of that, who will they put up as their starters lineup for each of? subs for this side of any teams, including BTR, FaZe Clan. Every single one of them do have a backup plan with their subs as well. But who are they putting as their front line to push the momentum and set the tone for their first day of the grand finals here?
As we navigate around the teams, we will be an eye on who's who, what's what, where's where, including D Xavier, who is still Chua in their lineup. He has been playing since week number 3 till now, letting go of his spot. And the moment he came in onto the lineup during week 3, it felt like he was never away from the team at all. He did put in a good performance by himself. So he'll be looking to continue on that performance here in the grand finals, where it all matters, because this trophy will be distributed. And without further ado, we'll get on to Sanhok on match number 1.
Finally flying into the Sanhok, the smallest map once in a day. It's going to be keeping your points away. That's going to be Sanhok here. And it's going to be the domain map for the side of Alter Ego so far. And the side of Alter Ego, we do know how they play this one. They're going to stay quiet, stay peaceful at first, and start to engage when it comes to third stage and so forth. And speaking of the drops here, we have a dot on the top of GEEK Fam, while Bantai will be taken over by Team Flash. Not much of a change compared to the league stage. A lot of the players will drop themselves around the comfort zone. So we're going to have to wait and see for the circle later on. The moment the circle pops, things will change dramatically. Not just that, it's very heavily dependent on the circle when it comes to the smallest map like Sanhok.
Well, one of the changes that I noticed is that 7-9 with a drop spot, because around the area of Painan, it will be taken by BTR instead. So we're going to see 7-9 in Sami, but they'll have an early fight with MORPH.
First contact made and first knockdown seems to be commencing as well. No execution just yet. As Sam9 easily take everything to the matter of their hands here, with Tuyo also leaving the scene quite instantly on the side of MORPH, leaving with only a 0 left. This is not great. They're springing their own trap here for the side of MORPH. And Firan will take a window shot, and it seems like Sam9, they might have some trade-off after all, but thankfully enough, UI seems around the corner, so I don't think any players of Sam9 being executed. And the side of MORPH, there was less than a minute we get into the game.
We hardly see them in action. 7-9 took them all out without losing any at all. So it's a great start here by 7-9 to secure Sami. And with win, tomorrow they might be able to hold on to Sami again, unless MORPH wants to finish them. But when it comes to the challenge of the circle, we're going to get a mostly centered circle. And FaZe Clan is definitely loving this one, since bootcamp is their home ground.
Speaking of this sort of circle, very centralized indeed, and giving us such a great start when it comes to the grand finals day number 1, map number 1 as well. Now, speaking of which, I agree, when it comes to FaZe Clan, they're going to love this circle, but at the same time, how long will they lurk around inside of bootcamp? Because last time we saw this sort of circle seems to be happening, FaZe Clan don't really like to stay indoors too long, but maybe in this case, they want to play a bit more safer, which they can. They have the privilege to do so. And speaking of that domain, bootcamp always been the one and the most hardest place for them. Also, don't forget about choke points. Choke point wise, we do know when it comes to those bridges, there'll be a lot of team fights later on.
Definitely can take their time, so no problem. They're not going to face those choke points since, well, they're in the middle of the circle, so that's fine. Now the choice will be like the bridges from Cap Alpha Island to Main Peninsula or past Ruins, depending on where the team wants to rotate, and then from Ruins to Peninsula, since majority of the circle is going to be there. But we're going to see what's going to happen here. FaZe Clan an encounter with BTR, with Gen Force, with his nade, but it's going to be Ventores with the blood for his team onto La Paz.
BTR, how do they respond with that one knockdown early on? This is not great for them, but for the side of FaZe Clan, that might be turning to good profit later, with them venturing out of bootcamp here right now, taking BTR by surprise. Gemforce have to take themselves covers. They have to reunite to rediscover what they can actually do here right now. They do have those elevations to put at work, but on the side of FaZe Clan, they're taking it indoors, having hard covers entirely cannot sighted by the side of BTR right now. So BTR, the only way for them to deal with this is to have those robles, but unfortunately they don't have enough.
Oh, from the side, it's going to be with Torres, and Ventures has to be extra careful because someone's high ground as well. Gen Force open knocked down by Mela. Onsens will make sure that point goes to FaZe Clan and Sata from the high ground is moving in. Tortoise gets knocked down. They'll definitely want to secure that point out of the captain of FaZe Clan, and at least they back one.
Being plucked out, the players of FaZe Clan one by one, despite they had a really good start here right now, quite adventurous on the side of their rotation as well. For BTR, on the other hand, knowing the fact it's a bit too early for them to get into early conflicts here, might as well just get themselves better looting, as they got themselves a quite decent amount of gears, but not enough to last them a long fight against FaZe Clan. For them to peer out just to find the rest of FaZe Clan might cost the entire team, like how MORPH actually just ended up. But speaking of Alter Ego and Vampire, seems like the top teams having to be a bit of a scrappy fight early in Sanhok as well.
Well, here we go. These are the two teams that have a little beef between the two of them. We saw that during the video, the opening stage, where Nuzi wants to take them down. And looks like they do have the advantage, putting down Rosemary. Rosemary, as he was saved by his teammate, Hansford gets knocked as well, and he will be eliminated by Scrubs. Vampire Esports says, Ruins in SoundCloud, we will defend it, we will take you out. One more Alva inside of that room, and it's going to be a 1v1 with Nuzi.
Oh, they'll have to make it count for the side of both teams. The Alter Ego, they lost so many members early on. That one single corner will make such a hard cover for the side of Alva right now. And Nuzi make it really count. Just giving it in action the last minute with those shots just now. But we're not done with our DBS fight and shotguns here. Next is going to be Alliance versus Boom.
Yeah, we got a glance of the management team in Boom, and they were devastated. But nevertheless, it's not over for them. And it's not over yet for Jimmy. He needs to win this 1v1 fight. He lost it through a DBS. Coming in by Pop. The other members of Alliance will need to come in on the bomb. Here's the last player of Boom Esports. And they will go all in onto him. And Pop it! Oh, I thought he came out with a clutch there. It almost looked like it was Pombit, but come on. It's 2v1 from Alliance.
I was surprised he actually stayed alive with that very slither amount of health remaining on the side of Pombit here just now. But on the side of Boom, unfortunately, well, they got shredded entirely by the teams they've been forcing the fight all along, which was Alliance here just now. Next, we do have BTR. Despite BTR were running away from FaZe Clan early on, still managed to find himself some hot covers indoors. Speaking of the circle, still waiting for the stage 2 to pop. What, we already lost 3 teams. How aggressive this first map in the grand finals can get.
And not that, out of 3 teams that we lost, 2 of them were double PMSL champions. This is going to be a really fun grand finals here. Nobody's safe, as everyone would want their hands on that trophy. 7-9, they normally in the Sanhok match inside Pioneer, they challenge, and they, for the most part, don't do really well, but a great start by them this time before eliminations. Circle-wise, it's going to be an okay circle. No hanky-panky, but we're going to see a main peninsula ending.
Now, speaking of choke points, it's going to be definitely a hard bridge on the side of Painan here right now. We saw Semna will have to cross over the other side. They have to go through Vampires, and not just that, there's also BTR last seen around on the outskirts of Painan as well. So we're going to have to wait and see. Will any skirmishes, a scrappy fights fighting on a bit early when it comes to stage number 2. It's going to be crunch time before even hitting stage number 3 here, because of how many teams love those high lands just around this corner. And we do have the elevations of the ground, give them at least a good view about what's happening around them. But aside of Roy, another team that we should not underestimate at all. But next, we do have some warehouse fight. It's FaZe Clan. They try to pick every fight they can.
Yeah. Up against VOIN Donkeys though, or it was more like VOIN Donkeys coming towards Boom. But Momo with the nade onto Razai from afar, knocks him down. VOIN, we need to find back their momentum. They need to reset as well. As Vexy will heal up himself with his one and only first aid, and he managed to evade that molly at the same time.
It's a bit too daring inside of FaZe Clan to actually put up so much labor into their rotations. They're quite early on. Here comes Mormon taking advantage when he's trying to revive, but that will be costly on the side of FaZe Clan, despite didn't get any placement points. But at least they score himself to elimination. We can hear the cheers from the crowd as VOIN Donkey managed to secure it, but they're not done yet. They're still trying to get some respite, but unfortunately, Vampires will not allow them to do so. Now, just keep showering with those nades. VOIN Donkey, I don't see how they can get out alive from here.
Yeah, plus with only one player on the side. Vampire circling around. Xavier on the other side of the hill as well. I mean, they are well surrounded. Vampire Esports, the first team to be dominating with 5 eliminations now, takes out the members of VOIN Donkeys, leaving only one, and that's going to be Zeta, the other building. He's on the vehicle. He makes a run for it. Lucky enough, it doesn't go to the house. He'll keep himself low for now.
I have to play very quietly on the side of VOIN Donkey. Last player here, Zeta. I don't know how he will try to survive since we're still in stage number 2. Way early. It's not even mid-game just yet. But coming up from Zeta, he can try to pick and try to get some teeth moment when it comes to hiding himself indoors here. It might be the case. But the moment he actually transitioned into this compound here right now, Xavier's definitely spot him out. So that's going to be giving a lot of information away to a side of Xavier's, who's fanning out, spreading so wide amongst themselves.
Yeah, they take that high ground, so that's going to be a good point for Xavier. Not too far away from the since they normally drop in Paradise Resort, so they just need to move to their left side of the map. And good spot for them to for now with this kind of circle. But of course, that might change because we're heading on to stage 3 real soon in 20-ish more seconds. And I'm also interested to see, okay, the starting lineup for Sem9. Kenny, Fearon, Yuhai, and also Bobohu. So Dep, that has played majority of the league stage, is on the break.
Yep, that's where we get to see some major changes when it comes to the players lineup as well. This grand finals, a lot of key players and their secret weapons seems to be, be their starters for the team here. But the circle also seems to be a bit decisive as well. It just shifts all the way towards the right side, which can be the southeast of the map here, where Alliance do have around the intersection area, but unfortunately they only have 2 members left. This is going to be difficult for them to just engage and swing around 360 degrees if Team Secret and Team Flash coming in later on the probably around the end of stage 3. But also question is, there's so many crowded place on top of the southern side, including Erangel spot out the last Zeta members. I mean, that's going to be difficult for that one player to stand alone against all the 11 teams still remaining.
Yeah, so he had to resort to just securing this round with only 3 players, 3 eliminations, and that's about it. And VOIN Donkey, at least is 3 points, first game, warm-up, that's better than none, right? Better than, some teams that were eliminated early without any elimination points. So let's see how far they can go from here, because VOIN is one of the teams that really needs to make a run for it, since we only start with 1 point in the grand finals.
And speaking of points, it's going to be a tough hike for the side of VOIN Donkey to just, redeem himself for the rest of the day. But at least we have 3 days of grand finals, so it's not all bad news for the side of VOIN Donkey. But speaking of the circle just now, there's such a congested area on the outskirts of Bootcamp. I want to see if there's any teams seem to be colliding or not. Keep our tabs on that, because right now Vampire is aggressively rotating with 7 eliminations already in their back pocket. I do want to see how much they will try to push themselves by end of this map.
Yeah, Vampire starting off really well, but like I always say, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So as long as they can keep their momentum, it'll be great for them. But Team Secret now needs to find their momentum against Team Flash and so down.
It's going to be only 1 rocket as their hard cover. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for the side of Team Secret. As Zeus coming up from Team Flash, they do have the Highlanders seems to be starting to take actions there. Goes to finish off in an instant. While I spotted out trunk quite wide in the open. Unfortunately for Team Secret, they didn't even score any elimination, so it ended up their run with a 0 for this map.
Yeah, so Team Secret, a team that goes out empty-handed this round, giving away the points to Team Flash at this point. Erangel got another knock, this time against Schweppes from Vampire Esports. Fnatic will end his life this round, giving them another point, and Vampire East, they lost another player down to 2. On screen, we do have a talent. As we saw, BTR was at the lower ground with another team. So that's going to be another problem solving that they need to go on.
Speaking of problem solving, here comes another problem seeping through the player's mind here. Where will the circle favors? It's going to be where are a very powerful spot indeed, where they actually have those high elevations. A talent will coming up from the south. There's going to be a couple of teams, more than a couple of teams, make it around 6 or 5 teams. Not so much coming up from the east side of the circle, just on the outside of Barn. Only Team Flash here right now. But you can see how Kwang try to open up the angles, try to scout any information he can actually gain before they get into the center. Because Team Flash, they are the one that have to force their way into just to get it by for the next stage. It's going to be crunch time now.
Yeah, and also for GEEK fam, crunch time for them to get into the circle. But since a lot of teams eliminated, they would have a bit more space to play with as they navigate through the Wari area. And even if we look at like on our mini-map, there's no ones in front of them. Maybe they move in further, then it's going to be Vampire or even like Roy, but it seems to be quite a distance away from GEEK fam for them. But on the other side, we check out on the inner side of the circle where Team Flash moved in and they'll be surrounded by other teams.
Alright, Q. On the prowl, trying to find the targets here. But don't forget Vampires, even though despite their dwindling numbers, they are on the hunt as well. While Roy, they're splitting themselves into 2 formation, into 2-2 inside of this compound. But unfortunately, they can't see what's happening outside as well. And Team Flash, there's not much of hot covers, only a couple of structures. It's going to be vegetation covering them for now. But at least they got themselves the slope of the hill that will try to play to hide themselves from the eye that's watching them from afar. But how do they get into the circle unharmed and untouched? Because there's so many eyes watching on this side as well. The moment they start their vehicles and try to get in, there's going to be a lot of teams straight focused, just aiming them down.
I know, right? That's like some slick move there by them. The one thing that really helped them is the vehicle. Made them able to navigate through these areas like very, very quick. So they may have it. So great work by them. DZ probably is hoping for the same thing to happen, but instead it's too high that Lamborghini found as he played the patience game behind.
And the Xavier's not really struggling to get into the circle, no, but 7-9 seems to be the one in the sticky spot. Quite in a pickle there. They start to just shower them in this hand grenade toss about on where 7-9 is actually standing inside of the circle. Will shrink even further. We're going it fast, we're going it quick this time. We are taking the center still got themselves some elevations. Team Flash just having rotation. They made a bit, but they made it through just in front of Vampires. They'll be the gatekeepers against Roy and Vampires. Now on the side of 7-9, they don't want to take this fight. They know it's unnecessary. There's an exit out. They're gonna opt that one out.
Yeah, and speaking about exits, GEEK fam and BTR, who will exit right now? GEEK fam the numbers, BTR they don't. So based on that sort of probably is maybe going to be BTR looking for that exit, but GEEK fam, they're itching to find their next target. So far they only managed to get 1 elimination. They're looking for more right now, and Damroot is going to creep up onto BTR, but it's still quite a distance. If it's not BTR, then maybe it's going to be Vampire E the other side. But we move forward to Roy now in action.
They were sitting pretty inside of the compound. Not anymore. They are on the run and try to just shut down Team Flash from taking those high elevations. And here comes the nades pouring down towards Team Flash and Roy as well. Exchange of hands where they have to suffer a bit much longer for the side of Roy just to get into the circle. Unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of gatekeepers on the other end as well. For Roy, they have to figure out how to get around the other side of the hill so they can actually visualize Team Flash. If not, this is going nowhere. But unfortunately, another team being ousted. That's going to be BTR.
No, BTR out. There's only 1 elimination point. Ooh, okay. The Indonesian teams right now suffering early blows. Only RRQ and TALON representing the region. But now Vampire Esports up against GEEK fam. 2 players versus 4. Ooh. Audrey knocked down by Nuzi. Nuzi surprised Audrey. Beautiful stand by Nuzi. Now he wraps around this building, trying to find the other members of GEEK fam, but nothing on it yet. Unless he opens this door, surprise, surprise, Nuzi is there.
Incredible, phenomenal run by Nuzi. He keeps everyone in check, knowing there's so many teams outside as well. The son of Tony K, this deadly duo is something else entirely. One exceptional run by Vampires. Despite only have 2 players, they got themselves 10 elimination in the first map already here. Aggressively waiting for more, despite they are dwindling down with their numbers. But next we have RQ still taking a bit of a fight against Flash. Unfortunately, Flash will be the one in the pickle, because last time we saw these Xaviers picking fight over them, and now it's going to be a different team entirely. Roy sandwich between so many teams, and it's going to be a big hurdle for them to just go through into that circle.
Yeah, now Roy, okay, time for them to come up with a problem solving. But problem as well for Vampire Esports. Tony K down, Nuzi fights back, Guru gets taken out. Tony K can still be saved though, but nope, Snape says, "I'll take away the point." So that's a steal by RRQ. Now only Nuzi left with the blue right in, gonna put a lot of pressure. Nuzi down to 2 first aids, but still needs to fight his way through against Tad. What a knock, but Roy just had to come in from the other side.
Valiant effort by Nuzi just now. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. They don't have enough set of eyes to see what's going on the outskirts as well. Couldn't keep tabs with every single corner down there. And he was leading like a champ, Nuzi, he was. But next we have Alliance trying to shut down entirety of a Team Flash, of course. If they're being decimated here, but at least they got themselves some placement points. RQ seems to be on the prowl as well here right now, taking all teams out, running down our team. So only 7 left with 20 players still remaining. Alliance have to battle their way into the safe zone because the blue seems to be arriving as well.
Yeah, say hello to the blue. Olio secures his elimination before he steps out. Away from it by Olio from the high ground. Takes out the entire team of Team Flash, eliminating them at number 6. Olio holding the banner for Alliance now on the outside of the circle.
Alliance is a tricky situation they're in. That last remaining player, how much he can put in his last labor before he's been taken down. Maybe he'll be surprising us when it comes to the last chicken dinner. Next, Axel shredded entirely, almost his helmet there. It's gonna be a broken helmet to work against Roy. Axel taking his courage up. It's gonna be RRQ from the back. Speaking of backstabbing, that's at its best. With Nepeko on the lineup, it's 8 eliminations out of Nepeko. RRQ, how will they control and dominate this circle for the next 2 more stages? Because 2 sides, it's gonna be swinging big for Nepeko, but it will not be enough. The save is coming up from the back as well.
Oh, here we go. Snape. Ooh. Nate right in front of him. Lucky enough, he has like a Olio take it up at his own. Looks like he would deny away his own point. Down to the top 3 teams. 2 from the Vietnamese region, 1 from Indonesia. As the fans will be hoping for RRQ to take this back home. Roy, time for into the circle. Here we go from the lower ground.
When it comes to control of circle, Roy probably will not able to do so with 2 players here. Outnumbered by the rest. But speaking of the Highlanders, the Xavier dropping a big one on top of RQ. Now Snape will be the biggest corner side of the Xaviers. He can actually creep from behind, but the Blues will not make it easy task for the side of RQ. The Xaviers, Porridge swinging it big against Roy. They're dealing with 2 teams at the same time, and the Xaviers, can they score this chicken? It seems like very close right now, but hopefully there's no blunders in the last minute. Well, can't try to revive them, Shunos. They are in respite, but Porridge will not give them any room at all.
Cock up now, but he needs time to heal up. Parajim will not give him that room like what just said. He will start to move now, which is okay. He shoots. Oh no, Shunos fights back, but Lamborghini from the back makes sure that the Xavier will not lose on the chicken dinner.
Despite we saw so many teams being eradicated by the hands of Vampires, even RQ, but the one that will live at the chicken and having that great dinner here is going to be the Xaviers. We talked about the Vietnam teams and Vietnam region before. Never underestimate them, because in silence, that's where they rise. And this is going to be the Xaviers taking officially our first chicken dinner for the grand finals day 1.
Yeah, and it was the Vietnam finale. So this is still the Vietnamese teams on the rise. What you say? Gotta keep an eye on them as we go through this stats. How many This is going to be 7 eliminations for the Xavier with the chicken dinner, so that's going to be 7 points. Great start by the Vietnamese squad.
Enough to actually push their numbers through, because last time we saw they are one of the top teams on the top 8 as well. So when it comes to the teams that have the most scores as their head start points, we do know it's going to be Vampires, but with their elimination numbers, definitely they stole the spotlight early on. But for the Xaviers, this will make such a huge change for the Grand Finals overall ranking, thanks to Bargin, our MVP here. Yeah, despite he got only 1 elimination, but hey, his damage did not tally up with the scores here right now.
Oh, not at all. It is about his work here. 110 damage, also to help his other teammates to secure those elimination points. So that was the work that he put on here in this round. And other than that, who needs but only 6%? Yeah, as long as you can put in the damage overall for your team, that is what matters, as he gets the MVP in this round. But other than that, we gotta give it to RQ Alliance and Vampire Esports.
RQ Alliance of Vampires, I mean, these are going to be the top teams to watch out probably the entire day. But how aggressive can they go? How ferocious they were trying to rotate and actively trying to gain those every single point that will really matter when it comes to the Grand Finals. But when it comes to full squad time, the least amount of it, you have to give it to Alliance. They lasted so long, huge respect for them. Despite not having enough members, they still managed to get themselves in the top 4. But let's rewatch the highlight how the Xavier scored their first Grand Finals chicken dinner.
From Paradise Resort, they got the circle, but when the circle shifted away, they managed the road very early, and that brought them the chicken dinner in game number 1. This is the Xavier with 17 points, but we have a lot of teams up to VOIN in place with a double digit, so we can see the competition on top is really tough.
It's quite harassing to see even the 5th spot fill in the double digit, which means a lot of teams ended up with maybe zeros or maybe a lot of ones down there. Who knows? We're gonna have to wait and see. But that was a full cerebral play in action on the side of these Xaviers, as calm as they can be and try to take it from around the outside when it comes to the last few circles. But for MORPH, unfortunately, they are forcing the fight too much against the Lions, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Alter Ego, it should be their bread and butter when it comes to Sanhok. Unfortunately, they scored none.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we've seen them done badly whenever the circle doesn't favor them in Camp Alpha Island. So it is an unusual sight for Alter Ego to be scoring 0 in Sanhok. But that of course gives an advantage to some of the top teams, especially Vampire Esports, who had a pretty decent round, I must say. And they are at front right now with 2 points collected, and they have a decent gap with the Xavier. These 29 points at second place, though they scored the chicken dinner, so there's still a lot more for these to catch up to Vampire Esports.
It's still a great jump from 8th place early on. The Xavier shoot all the way up to second place, just showing us what they're made of. But when it comes to the teams at 7 and 8 place, a lot of ties down there. Hopefully we don't actually down to a tie when it comes to the Grand Finals final day. But like you mentioned, it's always about how you finish, not how you start for the teams down there. So there's still a lot of games to go for VOIN Donkey. Unfortunately, despite they got some good games and, you know, fought against the FaZe clan or Vampires, it was Vampires if I'm not mistaken, they were trying to take them out inside of a warehouse. They lost heavily to a Z fight before and did not score as much. But for Boom, they are down there as well. There's a lot of single digit on the second page here. But when it comes to the top fraggers, you have to give it that Newsy and Tony K combo. That was a deadly one.
Oh man, Newsy, the boss in this round. 11 eliminations by Vampire Esports, followed by RRQ at Alliance with 8, and the Xavier got the chicken dinner at 7 eliminations. And Vampire Esports, they didn't get the circle, they had to move, but they took out most of the teams that were in front of them, and also defended their ground against Alter Ego. So it's a great start by Vampire as well.
Now we're done, we're wrapping up Sanhok. There's going to be only one Sanhok per day, but we do have triple Erangels and double Miramar. And speaking of Erangel, and we do have a lot of Indonesian teams love this map so much. It's going to be their bread and butter. They try to score as much as possible, and they will try to make it count for every single elimination. Based on what we just witnessed inside of Sanhok just now, I assume we can actually expect a lot of aggression when it comes to even Erangel next.
Yeah, teams are fired up based on game number 1. Erangel, despite it being a bigger map, but like I said, right, bigger means better sometimes. And maybe we'll see a lot more action here, even though it's a bigger map. We might even see like early clashes, because that happened in Sanhok with 7-9 and MORPH.
Yeah, but we might actually do have some rivalries between the teams too. Like example here, when it comes to getting themselves in check with the most eliminations and damage wise. So that's why we get to see a lot of teams try to go aggressively strong rotation when it comes to the early stages of even stage 1. We didn't even see a minute into the game yet, and only a couple of teams be taken out so early. Maybe because of a very small map like Sound. Like you mentioned, bigger, better for some cases of teams that want to play calm. Like these Avies, they don't really engage so aggressive, so proactive in the early stage. They do prefer it when it comes to mid-stage. They will try to put some actions into it.
Yeah, so they played it smartly. I mean, they are a fan of being as close into the middle of the circle as possible. And when we talk about middle of the circle, definitely going to be Pochinki for the Xavier. That's going to be the starting point. Wherever it goes, it's still going to be not too bad for them. Maybe with a slight exception in mid-base circle, just because of how they need to deal with the points of the bridge especially. But so far, whenever it comes to the mid-base circle for the Xavier, they've always been able to manage that. We will always see them get to the left bridge fairly quickly. Then it's about whether other teams want to gatekeep, but they will be always one of the earlier teams to arrive there, and the advantage of dropping into the middle of the map as a start.
I think that's a key point that you just mentioned. That you have to play it early. We talked about, you know, it's always going to be the debacle of between the inner or outer circle all this. Well, yeah, there are some teams that's not afraid of the blue at all. They will try to play, and they definitely will try to go a bit more later as per usual. Really depending on the circle as well, right? We do know when it comes to the Xaviers. I want to know, is there any other teams that will try to take Pochinki out? Because the Xavier's been holding Pochinki for the longest time. It's quite easy for them to rotate in and out for every single angle of a map due to how it is the center of a map for when it comes to Pochinki. Now, for the other teams though, we do have some teams coming into SMB when it comes to the northern side. They will have to rotate and adapt to the circle. If you compare with the Xaviers, who don't really have to work so much and just have to wait it out. There's going to be the teams that are pretty calm in the first few stages, But the one that we should watch out for, probably the teams at the edges as well, like especially Vampires, depending on the circle, of course. If they do have the circle, they'll try to play it slightly safer. But when it comes to circle pulling away from them, they will force their entry into it by bulldozing every single team from behind.
Yeah, there's also a advantage of playing on the starting point or outside, right? And you mentioned it quite well that if they come from the outside, they will have a chance to bulldoze teams. So an example of Sanhok, right? Like Vampire Esports, they were forced to play from the outside because of circle was, and they had a lot of opportunities to win fights and gain elimination points, and they made good use of their opportunities. Whereas for Xavier, the circle inside Paradise Resort, that is cool, but when it comes to the total amount, it isn't as great as Vampire Esports. So there's like pro and co kind of situations that teams will need to adapt with.
Yeah, when it comes to strategy-wise, there's so many methods to actually play this game. Whether you want to play it balanced out safely and taking some shots from the sides, because it's been a trend here when it comes to third party, especially coming up from Alliance. This is their forte when it comes to, you know, being a third party. And I'm curious whether they will still play their strategy as they used to in league stage. But for the teams that really playing it aggressively, they have to be complete in check with the teams if they want to go for an ambush. Because just now we saw some teams trying to push themselves beyond their limit, taking so many aggressive fights, unnecessary early conflicts will cost them dearly, because this is going to be the grand finals. And the grand finals, don't forget about the PMGC points as well. Every single point will contribute towards PMGC points, and not just that. Every single eliminations, or if they've been taken out early, will also cutting short their run for those points here. So there's too much at stake for the teams if they want to go aggressively beyond their limit. But on the side of the next map in Erangel, we're going to have to keep complete check with the teams when it comes to the roster as well. We don't see any teams having hot swaps early on, so we're going to have to wait it out. Maybe in the game we get to check all the players, whether they're going to have all those big names down there, including for the side of RRQ. Speaking of hot swaps, we do have the players. Asar out, and it's going to be no mercy in this time. I personally love Asar, but he's best being deployed in Miramar. That's going to be the case for RRQ. But for the other teams, including MORPH, including even TALON, they're putting FAZE early on, and that's not a surprise because we do know FAZE is one of the most pillar player. He seems so pivotal in his lineup, but sometimes it's going to be hot swaps when the players get a bit more frustrated, so they need some refreshment there. But we're going to hop into our first Erangel of the day in the grand finals day 1. We're having our flight path from the very south side of SMB, now veering off to the northern side, probably just on the outskirts of shooting range. But we talked about Pochinki before, which we do know it's going to be on top of Pochinki. The Xaviers be one of the teams that's comfortably just dropping himself right on top of this flight path. But for SMB, Team Secret, it's going to be Nova all day long. Vampires, 100% Primos. We talked about this before, me and Cloud. We're waiting for Cloud to come back in. But Vampires, when they changed their drop spot, that's where things got really just sour for them. Things not doing great at all for Vampires. It feels like their rotation coming from Primos towards all the different angles of the map itself, according to the circle, is just way better if they try to force themselves up to different sides, because we saw how they try to force themselves around Nova sometimes, even around the Polfgar, even on side of Jungle Pool before, but it didn't work out. For Vampires, it's going to be 100% Primos all the time. There's going to be their best spot to drop, and you know, it's not so bad for them to actually change it, but it's just sometimes things that's not broken, don't try to fix it, because you might actually make it worse for the team. On the side of the others, we're waiting for the circle pop, and he pops right in the center between these two islands. Now, is it going to be SMB still, or is it still going to be Main Peninsula? Because we do have first contact here on top of Roy. Boom seems to be taking actions. Possibly it's between these two teams, while Roy still have 4 players intact. So I assume there's going to be Boom player that being shot down. One of our defending title champions seems to be having some scrappy start early on, despite not having any arsenals at all. But when it comes to this sort of circle, there's going to be a happy day for all the teams out there. The Xaviers, one of the team that will play very safely until stage 3 hits. So we can assume that they gonna go calmly towards the center of the circle during stage 3 and 4. And RRQ, they're not swapping the players yet, except for Asa just now. There's going to be No Mercy coming in, so we're going to have some replays. What really happened? RRQ, the moment they swap the players, is not the player that being swapped, they knocked down and splat down entirely. It was the Xaviers taking on the POCO in an early start. Without the POCO, I have to say, firepower-wise might reduce around 30 to 50% without the POCO in RRQ lineup.
Yeah, you really don't want to lose Nepeko, the player that has this track record of being the Southeast Asia Terminator. And it so happened to be at the year that the Xavier actually won the championship. And this is the kind of like a throwback to what happened during that time. But we also have bring a bit of a throwback here with this replay. And if you look at the Xavier, they got the earlier chicken dinner. In case you just missed out, they had a good run, and towards the end, it was actually Lamborghini who came up with that final nade to make sure that Roy was eliminated at number 2.
Roy, I think Roy is sort of a Dark Knight or a rising team that we don't focus enough. We do know how Roy can actually just change the tide in a seconds or minute play, depending on how confident they are. It kind of a swing sometimes, you know, depending how they feel that day for the side of Roy. If they have a better mood for the day, they might actually try to go and play it safe and make it a big ending with a big bang for their run. But the other days, they seem to be fumbling down quite early on. So speaking of Roy, they're quite unstable, I personally say. But we can see the good potential coming up from Roy as long as they have the confidence in it.
Yeah, Roy, the Dark Knight.
Jadi
The Dark
bagaimana
Knight
perasaan
rises.
sebagai pelatih apabila melihat anak-anak ditabrak di match pertama tadi? Apakah kamu dari sisi kepelatihan itu duga yang ada tim bakal nabrak kamu?
Kalau dari saya sendiri, dari coaching staff tadi kita emang udah expect buat kalau misalnya Semnan bakal nabrak, cuman emang kita mungkin eksekusinya lah kurang perfect.
So basically, yeah, we already expect that Sam9 gonna come and hot drop us, but then yeah, it's part of our execution that went bad. So yeah, that's why we too soon just now. So okay, I'll toss back to the cutter. Thank you.
Interesting interview. I love that interview so much because more surprised by the presence of Sam9, who hot dropped right on top where they had before in Sanhok. It wasn't great. They definitely did not expect that at all. But sort of MORPH, you know, it's all about bouncing back. How can they bounce back in this Erangel map here right now?
Yeah, it's only that one game, and we have 17 other games more to go, including this one. And MORPH, so far, they still maintain as a full team, so that's still okay-ish for MORPH. But of course, the starting point is only 8 points. Hence, they need to do a lot of work with the gap that Vampire Esports have created with the teams on page number 2. But MORPH, we have seen them coming up with a great place as well. The 0 moment inside of Miramar, that solo moment, and they're still the holder of the most eliminations as a team in a single round. And if they can call back those moments to translate it into this battlefield, into the grand finals, then we could probably come up with a surprise performance from Roy. From MORPH, that is.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. MORPH still holding the record with 22 elimination in a single map. Now, nobody broken the record yet, and the most we got afterwards is around 19 or 17 or 18. And nothing reaching out to over 20 after that one day of crazy run by MORPH. But speaking of the grand finals, the pressure is on. The things get really heated up in grand finals, so we might actually be surprised by some of the teams that will break that record later on. RRQ without Napako, they're starting off its trio. I think it's quite risky for them to force this fight anyhow.
Well, perhaps it was Boom Esports that forced it onto them. As they were trying to get away, Boom Esports, they scored in the first elimination this round, and it is out of RRQ as they left school. RRQ now only has 2 players left, including No Mercy, who got away from the clutches of Boom Esports, and he will be dueling with Snape. But look at this, Lamborghini passes by, and well, the Xavier, let's see if he's going to call it the cavalry.
Right now, I think Lamborghini just doing some scouting work and monitor the situation. Probably try to discuss with the team whether to take actions or not. How they respond to it will actually change the fate of RRQ. Will they still gonna stay in the game, or will they still gonna, you know, just have to watch from the side bench? But FaZe Clan, last time we saw them, they are the one that running rampage across the map in Sanhok before. Despite they have the circle on top of boot camp, they leave it instantly and try to get some scores way early in the first stage. And also, don't forget about the teams that we do know when it comes to champions. Alter Ego, Rosemary seems to be lurking about where Team Flash is holding their ground here.
Yeah, just next to each other, right? So, unwanted neighbors, and especially for Alter Ego, unwanted points from Sanhok, as they will be looking to bounce back this time. Rosemary doing a bit of scouting work, gathering information back, so they know that there's someone there. So the teammates behind him. And Rosemary threading this really carefully, not to overexpose himself to his opponent, playing that terrain real well. That's what Team Secret came from Novo. Now it's their time to move across.
I'm not wasting no more time. I think around 60% of this first circle just now kind of covers a lot of the main peninsula or the main island before. You're not wasting any more time. There's no latecomers this time. A lot of them not really afraid of the blue, but we talked about how fast and how quick they can get into the center just to make sure there's no big thorn on their side and gatekeepers to deal with. But it's quite congested in the center here. And speaking of which, we might have the Xavier's favorite circle all this while, but will it change later?
So far, full team. So having the circle is always a good advantage for any team, including the Xavier. And they do well being inside the middle circle, just like how we saw earlier on. Even though the chances of them getting eliminations are not as high, but if they can survive to get another chicken dinner with okay amount of eliminations, why not? I'm sure they'll take that.
For Vampires, hunting some subjects down, taking their own sweet time. Trying to read out the rotations of every single team based on this circle that just shifted here. Knowing that some teams coming up from the outskirts, some teams coming up from the north. And speaking of the other teams, Roy versus FaZe Clan. Now it seems to be a bit of an early clash, but they don't care. Every single point matters for GEEK. The moment they get it out, eradicate one of the FaZe Clan members, which was Mela, they are out from here. They're not overextending their stay.
And I'm just looking at Flippy. Flippy took a bullet there, but he managed to get into his buggy, so he's okay for now. And we move over to Roy and D-Xavier. Okay, this is going to be round 2 between these two teams. The D-Xavier, they don't seem to be interested, but Levi's probably has no choice. He's in this building. Lamborghini's on the other building. Levi's has to fend himself for now.
It's all down to Chua. Can he visualize on the other side with RJ? But the Levi and Lamborghini, despite it was a 2v4, they still managed to pull through and it bounced back when it comes to the points as well. And it's going to be a good trade-off for the side of the Xaviers. The rest of the team has been reunited from the outskirts. And it's going to be Lamborghini trying to shoot among the smoke, but it's going to be visualizing it pretty hard. And Porsche actually managed to finish off one within the smoke. Every single pixel that's displayed right now, they try to shoot it down due to the smoke. They will blind them as well. But on the side of Roy, this is not doing great. Their numbers are dwindling down. Same goes for the Xaviers.
Right. Oh, it's Lamborghini again being the hero for D-Xavier to eliminate Roy at number 15 with 3 elimination points. D-Xavier, they are dominating right now. 5 eliminations, and what a player by Lamborghini to squish down the final member of Roy, and D-Xavier survives.
It's a good return of profit on the side of D-Xavier despite the lost one member, but no respite for them at all, because right now MORPH is forcing another one out of the Xaviers there, crashing into their compound. This is their domain. They need to hold it strong. On the side of the Xaviers, being charged back to back. This is going to be difficult. They couldn't even reset themselves and still trying to recuperate, but MORPH, they managed to finish off the last of it at the back, and now MORPH got back what they deserved. They're being surprised before. They are the one that's surprising the teams right now.
And it took the opportunity right just in time as they were passing by. And D-Xavier looks like they have been eliminated. So the chicken dinner will go to another team. And we still have 13 of them for them to decide amongst each other who's going to be the chicken dinner winners this round. Zuxi will start off by knocking down a member of VOIN Donkey. Looks like BTR's in action, and it's going to be a long-range knock by Zuxi onto Potato.
And BTR, they don't really in the need to move at all. They got themselves quite safely inside of center of circle here. For VOIN Donkey, if they're being charged in by BTR, they're enticed to just leave this compound and change and have some deviation of their plans later on. They couldn't stay here too long. Yes, the hard covers actually plays a big part for VOIN Donkey's defense, but problem is a lot of passers-by seem to be very interested where they stand as well. So things got really sour for the side of VOIN Donkey. They might actually have been crashed by another team from behind. Looking at Alter Ego and Oracus, just slowly making things short for the distance.
Well, at least for VOIN Donkey, if you were worried for them, not to be afraid, since Potato will be saved. But for the GEEK fam, okay, welcome to the circle. Coming in from the area of Ferry Pier and playing somewhere in the middle of the circle. So far, so good for them to lock down this area. And with a full team, they are okay for now. There's an airdrop right in front of them. Farmers was inside the airdrop, so that could be pretty tempting. Of course, if only they knew what's inside the airdrop. We do though. But we also know that Vampire Esports, right now, from the outside of the circle, 7-9 beside them, 7-9 not truly moving in yet. So that could be an opportunity for Vampire Esports.
That's kind of true. But for Vampires, they have to figure out how to wrap around Sem9 just now. Next, Sem9 split himself into two formation. I know this kind of tactic popular, seems to be very popular in terms of gameplay for the teams and players, because one team or one side of the team or the other will try to get himself into the circle and try to feed off as much information as they can, which way will be the best entry in, the safest one for them. On the side of Sem9, the problem is both of these pairings seems to be at the edge of the circle, so they couldn't work things out. They have to force their fight with Boom if they want to cut across.
Yeah, take over this Potato here from Boom Esports. 4v4 fight. This is going to be interesting. While waiting for the next stage of the circle that will show itself in about 7 more seconds. Boom Esports well aware of the presence of Sem9 behind them. But maybe they might need to move away. They will definitely right now with the circle that have shifted. Boom Esports, we can see 2 of them on their vehicles. But this will be an interesting fight if they choose to stay.
For GEEK fam, this is going to be their domain sort of circle. They definitely will know the best how to work things out with this sort of circle. But for Sem9 and Boom, this might be unnecessary conflict. And Sem9 today have been playing very differently. But we talked about the big guns. Here they come. They will pull over and try to put some bullets into this fight between TALON and RQ. It's going to be a brawl in a CQC. Misery trying to find all the covers and all those angles. Corner trying to clear up with those flashes of Molotov. Unfortunately, didn't connect on Snape. How is this doing this? Misery will call it off and call it done with a last jump shot towards the bathroom, but it's not done deal yet. We saw how Vampires just now crashed into the other side. I don't know what's going on, but MORPH seems to be on the rise as well.
Yeah, Tuyo is going to come in. He's trying to look for Misery, the final member of TALON. Nade after nade tossed into the building. The smoke is still giving Misery that bit of cover. One nade did shred a bit of damage onto Misery, and now Tuyo has to also deal with the incoming Alliance, and Zero is pretty busy. He has his hands full. On the other side, Tuyo has to switch his attention onto Alliance instead.
And for Tuyo, there's a lot of threat around the side of MORPH right now. They couldn't actually try to swing it 2 different ways, but they managed to clear it off. But how? What? How? Why? For the better, for the sake of the better outcome, there's gonna be MORPH have to sacrifice something just to gain better and bigger for the last ending.
And the delayed nade by Oleo helped them to get a couple of knocks, but unfortunately those eliminations might not be secured. But we move over to Team Secret. Alter Ego is here. Hard for you. Nice jump shot into the storeroom for them to get that knock onto break. And now Trung is going to be on the other side. So as he needs to be around Trung as they'll be playing as a duo. The other 2 players have been eliminated by Alter Ego.
Team Secret being forced to break their formation. In between it's going to be Alter Ego. Try to keep them separated all this while. Okta definitely will keep him locked and loaded all the time. And so was. He's a bit busy with something else entirely. His main concern right now is definitely not up to Ego. It's going to be 7-9 taking hard covers in that very small shack. But for High, he's the last remaining player on the side of 7-9. When it comes to numbers, definitely just almost down to 0, dwindling down to that one particular player. And despite of that, he's trying to make it work, but with so many visitors around the corner, this is going to be tough for 7-9.
Well, I also want to point out that it's going to be tough for the teams below Vampire Esports because all of them have been eliminated from number 2 to number 7, all of them out. Vampire Esports, they'll be smiling from ear to ear because of this. And they have 3 players pretty much in the middle of the circle right now, and they do have a decent amount of cover, so they'll be pretty good for now.
Now, we haven't seen any action except for that one elimination by GEEK Fam. And we do know this is going to be their circle to work with. They definitely know how to control this sort of circle. But how do they respond to this? Do they sit quietly until the tension builds up? Because stage number 5 is where things getting intense. And GEEK Fam will definitely not being in the circle. They have to push themselves through Vampires and Boom on the very bottom too. We have so many teams still congested down south. Not many, quite vacant. In fact, on the side of Northern here. Team Flash will always know where it's going to be the most emptied out places for them to actually take covers with. But for Trunk, how to reunite with the rest of Team Secret?
Yeah, so as the last we saw, he was pretty far away from Trunk, so it's going to be quite a challenge for him, especially with Alter Ego lurking around in front. But he has to decide. He has about 10 more seconds before the zone starts to be closing in on him. Okay, he's going to get onto his buggy and make his move. But speaking about making moves, GEEK Fam making their move into the circle, sliding by all these teams. But the teams around them, they do have an idea where GEEK Fam is at. And Damroot will be knocked down by a mini 14 from Vexy.
And then dives to go in the center there due to how many teams around them. For GEEK Fam, the small shack, the ruthless small shack, will be their lifeline here right now. That's going to be the last bit. A lot of single solo players remaining in 27 players are still alive here. 10 teams up there still fighting for their one chicken dinner. While Vampires, they start to take some actions. They try to eliminate all the thorns beside them, knowing that these guys will try to steal those eliminations from the side. But Boom taking a big jab on MORPH next.
Ooh, Boom Esports now against both teams that needs points. And now Yummy May with a nade across onto Tuyo, onto Hazel as well, but Hazel's still okay. Tuyo is crawling towards him while Zero comes in for the other side, all onto Yummy. Takes a big nade here from Yummy, down to 50% of health. Zero finishes off Razy, as well as Frenzy, taken out by Hazel. Zero comes in and Zero loses the 1v1 fight. The other members of MORPH will need to follow up quickly. Yummy May will be shot from behind by Gosu, and Gosu indirectly helped MORPH.
Is looking the wrong way entirely for the side of Boom just now. And the one that actually the biggest thorn of his side is the one actually the furthest away. Team Flash sneaking all the way from behind and making MORPH manage to reset themselves. But will they let them go? No, not really. Team Flash want both of them. They're getting greedy. They want it and they will cost them if they're not being careful. They're not afraid of the blue zone here right now. They're taking charge and moving straight into MORPH. Yeah, but will it be worth it? Definitely. With the points they gather, 4 eliminations right now, but Team Flash, they don't know this. Tuyo is still alive.
Yeah, Tuyo right now with 4 eliminations, and if we look at the overall eliminations for MORPH, they are at 11 right now, doing not too bad. But too bad for GEEK Fam, they've just been eliminated. Now, we'll continue on the fight here. Everyone knows where Tuyo is at, and they have him surrounded. And right now, Tuyo, he has to fend off against the members of Team Flash coming towards him. He has 2 nades, but he won't have the time to use it, so it will be all-out gunfight for him.
Yeah, for Tuyo, he's trying to make it count. As long as he got another elimination, that's going to be worth it for him to just for his way to finish off another play. He managed to knock it down on 1, but for Team Flash, they have advantage of the manpower, of course. The full squad still intact and alive, except for that one player being knocked down by that nade just now. Whoa. But for Tuyo, he's trying to score 1 more. That every single dime counts here. So you unfortunately goes to coming up from all the way. Wait, what? Tony K?
It was Tony K who stole that one away from God knows where. My goodness, Tony K. What sharp shooting that was. But now we have BTR in action, and look at the amount of teams on the southern side. We have at least 4 teams now, with Team Secret eliminated at number 6. On the northern side, it's going to be Team Flash. They have an easy entry in. Nobody's around them.
We're down to 5 teams. What we saw just now is going to be 3 teams: VOIN, Donkey, Vampires, and Team Flash. And Sam9 U-High, he popped that smoke, giving away, exploited his own self in position here. It's going to be a big risk for U-High to pull that stun off, but he need to cross over the other side. I think he's still got a circle though. So I think he's just being a bit aware of his surroundings due to the 5 shot sounds all across the entire map here. For Vampires, they're still gatekeeping the ones behind. Look at the direction they're looking into. They're not focusing 100% on BTR and VOIN Donkey right now.
Yeah, BTR and VOIN Donkey, both of them in the circle as well. The happiest of them bunch. Look at this position by Team Flash. High ground, circle, and there's the chance of the circle moving towards them as well. And if that happens, all the fights will be running crazy on the southern side, and they will cancel out each other. Okay, speaking about canceling, Tony K, he's navigating around this circle looking for his next opportunity, while Gosu spots an opportunity against BTR.
And don't forget, Team Flash are good at peering out and thinning out the crowd. But speaking of Vampires, these are one scary team. Any misplacement of any pixel, they'll try to shoot it down. They know exactly where to look and how to look at it, despite how far they take it to fight. It's VOIN Donkey in the center, but they don't have any business against VOIN Donkey. They're just focusing on towards Team Flash all the way. And unfortunately, for the side of Team Flash, not just Vampires that's shooting them down. Pouring down bullets is also going to be BTR. Gen Force definitely knows where Team Flash are. So most of the teams that still remains out of the 5 teams, 4 teams, all of them know where exactly Team Flash coming up from.
Well, and Team Flash making their move onto the mid-ground area. And so far, Guang knocked by Shrubs. Wow, how did he spot them? Oh, but Gen Force stole that one away with a minute 14. Oh, everyone's going to play Police Entry now. Well, if that game is any relevant. But anyway, it's about the story of a thief. So that's pretty relevant by itself. And with that, BTR will score their second elimination from afar with the 2 players that they have left. And with only 2 players, of course, there's only a limited amount of things that they can do.
Keep your eyes out in the back of your mind about the players' stock, ammunition, and also their resources as well. A lot of tapping from afar. Tony, this guy don't know how to stop. And Vampires, they will try to force the rest of BTR since they got some elevations, and those high view will make such a turbulence for the side of Vampires to just cross over the other side to make the push. They need to deal with BTR right now, but how to visualize from here? I'm not surprised if they can explode towards the last player of BTR from above there, despite the angle's a bit awkward, but they have to be extra careful. VOIN Donk is watching as well.
Yeah, I love the spot by Gen Force there. It's just too bad he does not have the circle, and he'll be forced to move. If he does have the circle, there'll be a perfect spot for him to potentially come out with a surprise chicken dinner. But anyway, he has to come down at some point. And the moment he goes down, it's going to be Vampire Esports waiting for him. Vampire still looking for a way into the circle, and potentially they might need to take this fight.
For Gen Force, his position is fight or flight. He's choose flight. He's choosing fight. He managed to nick a knockdown and nick one of Vampire's player on the side of VOIN Donkey. I mean, Vampires seems like they are in shambles. They've been plucked out one by one by the teams around them due to how aggressively they're tapping on and keeping track on everyone. So it's going to be Vampires now tasting their own bit of medicine or poison, depending on the situation here, of course. But for Gen Force, it's whether to leave now or just leave himself towards the blue zone.
Yeah, it's just Gen Force really that's just stopping Vampire Esports right now. Okay, they'll make their way through. Oh, Tony K got Gen Force! Wow, beautiful spot there from Tony K from the lower ground. And now Vampire Esports will be making their move into the circle. 5 elimination points now for Vampire Esports as they go towards the shack where UI is at.
There's no stopping this, guys. They're not scared of anything. For Traps taking a CQC, but he's been burned. The Vampires on fire. Not by Garlic, but it's going to be by U-Hide right now. And U-Hide, I mean, holy smoke! Team Flash, of all the pixels of the players here, they knocked down and finished off their one-player solo team play by Sam9. There were so many players of Vampires amongst there as well.
Well. Team Flash, they did still win the point, but they kind of helped Vampire Esports there. But Reza is going to say, nope, I'm not going to help you. I'm going to take out Tony K instead. And now they are the ones in 5 eliminations, currently dominating. A circle this ship away from Vampire Esports. And now they will have another challenge to get into the circle.
But for Vampires, they're springing their own trap the moment they finish off UI in that very small shack. Now they are cornered out into one direction, where how to get into the circle will be a tough play for them. Team Flash, on the other hand, at least they got themselves some highlands. So it's going to be this islands area giving them such a vantage view on above the rest of the teams is down there, including Vampires still in a small shack. But I do want to see when it comes to resources here, Team Vampires, they don't have any smoke at all. So they have to force the fight against Flash.
Yeah, and they're going towards Team Flash right now. Same goes for VOIN Donkeys. Trying to get that high ground position, that precious high ground position. Now Team Flash needs to man off against 2 teams at the same time. Rizak cooking up his nade. We toss it out to Gosu takes a bit of damage. While Team Flash putting a lot more focus onto VOIN Donkey as of now. While Vampire Esports, we got Noozy here knocking down Vexy from the side. And our Team Flash, where are they going to look at?
The rocks are strong here where Team Flash actually took the valley between 2 hills. It's quite difficult for them to visualize with the curvature of the ground, but still make it work for them as their bunkers. And look how they're just pouring Vampires with their nades, and next they have to swing it big against VOIN Donkey. A big swing and goes it down to last stick of Veil, but here comes VOIN Donkey. They don't have a cannon wheel, they won't try to force it out. And that's a big one by the side of Vampires. And now it's gonna be Vampires, and who won it? It's gonna be other than that VOIN Donkey, who actually played so patiently. Perseverance at its best, but would they have to thank Vampires for that as well?
Absolutely. Vampire distracted Team Flash, and VOIN Donkey took advantage of it. The team that came through the grand finals via a tiebreaker, they scored the second chicken dinner. This is the chicken dinner that VOIN Donkey needs. They need an early one. They need a good one. They need a big one to give themselves hope of coming up with a big surprise at the top.
Impressive play by VOIN Donkey to select just that slight elevation, just to visualize what's happening on the other side. But thanks to Noozy's nade, it was just a tad bit slightly late for the side of Vampires. They be eliminated when the nade exploded after the entire crew of Vampires being taken out of the last 3 teams in that very last circle as well. But for the side of VOIN Donkey, hey, I guess Ladies Luck actually on their side here today and got himself quite a good run when it comes to those eliminations too.
Yeah, if Team Flash wasn't distracted by Vampire, it could be a totally different story. So VOIN Donkey got to buy Vampire a nice dinner at the end of the day for helping them out as well. And looks like we're going to see VOIN Donkey with this chicken dinner, but it's not about how they start, it's also about how they end. But at least it's a good start for them, brings them this momentum, and also this will kind of write off any critiques about them being here in the grand finals through a tiebreaker. So this is a very important one for VOIN Donkeys themselves to prove to all the viewers out there that they deserve to be in the grand finals.
I agree. I mean, that's pretty much a big statement on the side of VOIN Donkey, giving up to naysayers out there that they don't deserve and don't belong here. They deserve every slot they are for all single 16 teams up here as well. They fought all the way in the league stage. It was a marathon for these guys. Imagine being a player day to day. It's all about PUBG Mobile, no wrestle, especially the first 2 weeks, right, Cloud?
Yeah, absolutely. The first 2 weeks, can imagine it was insane for these teams. So big up for these teams for making their way through the grand finals, especially those teams who did very well and consistent in the week 1 and week 2 challenge at that time. And they made themselves into the grand finals, so this is where it all matters, right? It's only day number 1 though, and only 2 games. So we cannot also write off like some of the other teams like Boomy, Sports, like even Alter Ego. There's still like, what, 16 more games for them to bounce back?
Yeah, there's quite plenty of maps still for them to play in later on. And speaking of which, I agree. We saw how many teams this season just seems to be bounced back out of nowhere. I mean, they were quiet all the entirety of the day, and suddenly they just push all the numbers up in the very last minute. and surprises every single team out there and change so much for the overall rankings too. And I'm not surprised for the teams like VOIN, Team Secret that don't seem to be under the spotlight too much when it comes to our first half of the day here. And I can expect a lot of more actions coming up from these teams. And also don't forget about the teams like BTR. We do know their firepower is legendary players, a powerhouse that nobody can deny of their firepower. But we don't see too much of action of them yet, but they always bring it when time's really critical for them, especially the last few days.
Yeah, for some reason, it's always like day number 2 onwards, then BTR will just go all the way. It's always been like that for BTRs for some reason. It's like a mystery for BTR itself, even though like you change players, but normally that's what BTR does. Right? Let's see. Maybe what they needed is like a change of a name. That's why they're now known as BTR Knights, just to give them that a different sort of feng shui. And we'll see if they can come back here in the third game, because BTR, I'm sure, having the PMSL in Indonesia itself, there will be a lot of fans hoping for them to do well.
I agree. BTR is one of the teams that seems to be a bit late comers into, you know, warming up their seats into these grand finals. Of course, any tournament at all. I mean, like, if it's a day, only a day of grand finals, that might be some problems or an issue for BTR Knights, especially. Always speaking of BTR Knights, a new feng shui, I agree. But also don't forget about the teams like Team Flash. Just now they're quite consistent. We saw them every single round. You know, we're only done with 2 maps, right? Just these 2 maps, we can see the Team Flash happen to be always in the top 8 and above. Like when it comes to strategy-wise and their survivability, they know exactly where to stay and rotate, adapt so well with the circle.
Yeah, and they needed to win a couple of fights to be on that high ground, so I gotta give it to them as well. It's not like, oh, nobody's there at all, it's an easy entry and they just come in and take that high ground spot. Nah, they had to work their way up as well. So gotta give it to Team Flash. I mean, this team also has a lot of potential in them, and we have seen them doing well during group stages. They were weeks that they were on top, and also like kind of like challenging like for the podium spot for Team Flash. And when we started off the day, like you also mentioned about like the rise of the Vietnamese teams. So the first chicken dinner was by the Xavier. The second one was not by Team Flash, but they came close. So in overall, the Vietnamese teams are still very consistent.
If you actually compare them back to back 2 seasons, it's just such a big difference. And the revolution of the teams coming up from Vietnam region is just so prominent between one season to the other. We're talking about just like what, 3 months gap in between, and they just improved so, you know, so sudden. I don't know what happened, but we talked about this in the last season regarding, okay, if the Xaviers, since they are having the same players, they have this all veteran lineup, even have Chua playing in the grand finals. We talked about how Team Secret and Roy, can they fill in the shoes, or can they fit the shoes, like if the Xavier's done, if the players like retired, right? Because they've been playing such a long time. I wish they don't, but humans have limits, and we all, you know, have limits too. But in this case, what we're looking at on the side of Team Secret and Roy, I am not worried for them anymore.
Yeah, so at this point, even like Team Secret, they start bot, so they're pretty okay too. But although we haven't seen much of Team Secret yet, last we saw was like SOAS and Drunk. They were pretty split out in a critical situation where they had to get together and they couldn't. But it's also about like sometimes circle-wise, and you have like a lot of different situations where it depends on what other teams do. So there are so many variables inside PUBG Mobile that makes every round very, very different. Although it's the same map, maybe you get a new map by the following season, but although it's like the same map, but every round is different by itself.
Now, this is going to be a very personal question for you, Claire. I hope you're okay. Oh, there you go, bless you. Are you okay with that, buddy?
Don't worry, they can't hear us, or they can't hear me. You don't know what I mean. Okay. There's something called a mute button.
Okay, I hope you're doing okay. But yeah, speaking of which, if you want to see a team that's not the mainstream teams that we do know when it comes to Alter Ego and Boom, it's always going to be the same team that everybody mentioned, because they are a big powerhouse, we don't deny that. But if there's going to be a different team entirely that will surprise all of the people down there, even the netizens and the viewers, to, you know, have their jaw drop all the way, which team will actually lift the trophy to make that happen?
Boy Donkey. Easy. And we so far, we happen to have like VOIN Donkey here on our highlights because they scored the chicken dinner. So imagine this, right? The storyline is this. You came through by a tiebreaker, and then we will check out the highlights and talk about that.
Now when it comes to the score, we have to wait and see. Now they got themselves the chicken dinner, but when it comes to eliminations wise, they still scored quite a hefty amount of elimination with 7 across the board here. Thanks to the side of Razak, who pretty much put in a lot of hard labor down there at 679 damage. But well, when it comes to the overall, everybody chip in for the effort as well.
It's like the exact same amount of eliminations as Xavier got when they scored that chicken dinner. But it's a different score here for the MVP, which is Razak. He came out with 2 eliminations, 679 damage, only 86 damage received, and he's the MVP for this round.
Now, don't forget about Team Flash. We talked about how consistent they are, as well as MORPH. Now, MORPH, I love the fact, they bounce back very quickly in compared to the last map and this map. And despite they got eliminated early on, they just bring it back their A game with 11 eliminations down there. The only team with a double-digit elimination, despite they only have 1 placement point.
A significant improvement by MORPH since they were the first team to be eliminated in the Sanhok match. So they warrant themselves 12 eliminations. We got Esports and Xavier up here as well. No placement points, no problem for them to be on page 1. But on page 2, FaZe Clan and Alliance, the 2 heavy powerhouse teams, no points.
Alliance, they get themselves quite a good run last one, but it seems like a roller coaster ride for them. Same goes for FaZe Clan. It seems like the teams are really getting a very strong start early on. This change all the way when it comes to Erangel. Maybe the map itself is quite a shock for them. But for Vampires, with their heads up points, they're still taking the reign at number 1 spot at 53 points. The gap here is quite significant, but not budging at all when it comes to the top 4 teams. The one that actually having some hot swaps for their seats is going to be VOIN Donkey and Team Flash. Oh, so many 21s at the 8, 7, 6, 5 place.
Yeah, we got 3 20s as well. So that's how tight still the race is. Roy, BTR, and MORPH. So on the other end, with the absence of VOIN Donkey there, they shifted themselves to page 1. GEEK Fam now pushed down to number 16 with 11 points, but they're not too far away from the number 15 team, which happened to Boom Esports with 12 points. And here are our gunslingers with GenForce on top of that tower that held down Vampire Esports.
But Tony K finishing off in a style as well. But on the side of Gen 4s, I have to say there was some cerebral PUBG Mobile gameplay all the way to pick such an awkward position. But I don't know how he managed to climb up safely. But don't forget about VOIN, Donkey Razor and Team Flash Batman. I was expecting Ghosty to be up here, but maybe he's just beneath Tony K right now because Batman and Ghosty did so much work in the last Erangel map.
Well, a lot of work done by these two teams. Xavier and VOIN Donkey, they take home the first 2 chicken dinners, so great work by them. Now we'll be heading on to our third Erangel for today. Of course, we still have flags to fill up, so looking at a team from the Thai region, a team from the Malaysian region to write their names up here, bringing out the national pride into the grand finals as Erangel will be repeated again. And hopefully we get a tough circle because it is the grand final, so might as well give them a big one.
Let's save the best for the last. We're gonna have to wait that for the last day of grand finals to make things really spicy till the very end. Or even if we get it early, we're not complaining. I'll be very grateful for that. But also, we don't see a lot coming up from Thai regions here as well. I can expect Vampires. They are aiming for those elimination points instead of their placement because their numbers keeps going up. Even though their numbers of elimination not too much, but they still balanced out with their placement points.
Yeah, so teams that do well with balancing that would do well overall because it's all about getting those 2 sets of points in on the board. And we are seeing these teams making their preparation. So far, no substitutions yet. But, oh, okay, I probably spoke too soon. Or not. Okay, no. Give them same lineup, so no changes for them. Their only sub is going to be Sonic. So as long as we don't see Sonic on screen, that means they're still going to be with the main lineup 4.
Now, I do want to point out, RRQ did have the swap between Asar and No Mercy. I mean, maybe because it's a bit too early and too soon to speak about this because Nepeko being shut down early on. But that was maybe because of Nepeko. I do want to believe because of Nepeko being taken out early when he was trying to steal those buggy away in the last Erangel map. But it just is a big difference in terms of their firepower. They got 8 eliminations, and the last one they only scored 2. And here comes another hot spot between Hans For You and Bochi. I personally do prefer Hans For You though.
Though Bochi came out with the big clutch chicken dinner against GEEK Fam in one of the Miramar matches. Okay. But of course they all come with their own strengths, right? Respectively. No other swaps so far from what we see here as we'll be heading on to our game number 3 and we will be playing, of course, in Erangel.
I love that view of the flight just now, but we do have a very northern flight path cutting across just Naya and just go down to his SMB by the end of the day. We can see last minute in the cameras or the players' cam just now. I don't know why, but Momo was shouting right at his phone screen for no particular reason.
Oh, okay. Getting that hype, right? You wanna start off with the hype. You wanna start off with like the yeah to head on to the game. Totally understand. You know, it's like before you start the game, you do your team cheers. Like this is an individual cheer. This is like challenging, channeling the inner beast in you.
Getting his mojo done, perhaps. I agree. Maybe that's going to be a moment always going to be fun to watch whenever these players can. But we do have VOIN Donkey on top of Stalber, while the others will go back to their traditional position. It's going to be a bit hot spot like we saw early on. Sam9 not challenging MORPH anymore. They change it back towards their default as well. So I won't see any hot drops and clashes here.
Yeah, keeping an eye onto that, right? Or the potential vehicle clash since the circle is, or the flight path is on the right side of the map. Looking at some of the potentials here, maybe in the middle, might be a bit tight, but the circle is going to be on the right side at this time. So these will force teams on the left to come in, but we're going to see Kwang's vehicle stolen away by Alba.
I don't know how do the other of Team Flash will try to respond to this, and if they lurk around the same area too long, might both actually taken down by different teams or maybe amongst themselves. Well, Kwang, there's going to be a bit of tango time for him. Yeah, having a bit of a dancing time, but the rest of Alter Ego, like, they see a 3-point. Look at the crowd cheering. And it's going to be the Rosemary Bees coming in with the first elimination.
And the home crowd cheering for Alter Ego. And when they make their entrance on stage, we saw how the home crowd loved Alter Ego. And of course, they are two-time PMSL champions, so they definitely deserve the love here. And they are also waving the Indonesian flag up there, starting off with one of the best Indonesian teams into the grand finals. There will be a lot of hope and also trust that Alter Ego can make it happen.
I want to see if Rosemary can go crazy in this one again. One of the most impressive players across so many seasons, still consistently get himself one of the best play every single season. Him and Tony K, it's fun to see them headbutting here from time to time, but it will be something more interesting if we have an all-star matchup for just a show match. And speaking of another show, here we have some flying show by VOIN Donkey.
Razak trying his hand on the glider, and he is alone gliding around this area. Probably searching for his next vehicle, so at least like from top he will be able to get a good clear view. But we're going to highlight Razak as well as our highlight player who got the MVP previously. 1.2 average eliminations, and when it comes to his favorite weapons, so looks like we're going to see the usual combination between M4 and UMP.
Quite a rare scene to see a UMP, but at a 10%. So I assume that for his second weapon or secondary weapon, he will try to work best with what he has. So on the side of VOIN Donkey, very versatile player. In fact, I'm looking for Razak since last season. I think he was on the rise for VOIN Donkey, and then it feels like every single player of VOIN Donkey now equalizes when it comes to their capability to just work things by themselves. But I'm quite curious to know where Vampire dropped himself, because last time we saw they tried to change their drop spot on other than Primos. Things didn't go so well for Vampires, and this time they changed it around Milta area. So I'm very curious to see if they can actually close this game as neatly as how they used to draw on top of Primos.
Yeah, at least the circle is on top of them. So not bad of a start. So because of that, we might see Vampire coming in later instead rather than earlier. But we're going to see one of the earlier knocks as well here for your Team Flash. One of their players not saved yet. Now this is Vampire Esports. Not only Milta, but also Milta Power. But we're going to have a word here from Sir Tanny.
How do you feeling about your team performance today?
ครับถือว่าทำได้ดีครับเพราะว่าเราเปิดหัววันมาได้ดีครับก็ขอให้มันเป็นอย่างนี้ไปเรื่อยๆเป็นมาตรฐานไปครับจนจบ
We did it quite good at the first start. We start quite well, and I wish that we can perform this performance until the last day of grand finals.
It's a brief interview. I said, Tanny, you can see his haggardness, maybe due to his revising so many teams and have to do so many analytical report for each of the teams before they heading into this grand finals. And that was some good confidence coming up from Vampires. I mean, like, nobody questioned the Vampires. They're world-class tier teams out there. But when it comes to Vampires, I also love the fact they adapt themselves based on the circle here just now, because we do know Milta Power, those power plant stations do provide a lot of very luxurious loot. So they definitely have no problem to keeping all their resources in stock.
Yeah, while we're at the topic of Vampire Esports, a bit of a fun fact for Sir Tanny's hair. He will only cut his hair if his team wins a trophy. So that's why the last time we saw him cutting his hair, like they won PMPL Thailand at that point, and then after that they won PMWI, but the gap wasn't that far, so that's why he could still keep his hair. But ever since then, they haven't won a major trophy yet, so that's why there was time for his head to grow to whatever that we see it is. So if they do win this PMSL, I can expect that Sir Tanny to be cutting his hair back to zero, defaulting back to his baby born hair.
Baby hairs. As I mean, like he does seems like a very cute, nice person. We love to talk to him as well. But for Vampires, if they never score Southeast Asia Trophy, right? So if they finally score, I do want to see Sertani cut it short, not entirely very shiny, but yeah, cut it short and just dyed it as well, because I never see Sertani with a different color at all.
Wow, basically do a Yoru. Do a Yoru
Yeah.
during PMGC when Yoru had that green hair. Yeah.
And a smiley at the back.
With a smiley at the back, yeah. And his green hair at that time was inspired by this One Piece character. What was his name again?
Zoro.
Zoro, yeah.
think it was
Zoro,
Zoro, yeah.
Yoru, and the name does rhyme. So, with the green hair.
I wouldn't ask much of Sertani, but I would love to see that. But instead of green, just let it go, black. He doesn't have to dye that much. Maybe just, put a dye behind, at the back of his hat with a vampire logo. It'd be really cool, though.
Wow. All black with a vampire logo behind? That's like his jersey. So it's like vampire.
Yeah, exactly. If he wears his jersey, it's gonna be, such a matchy day for him.
Yeah, that will be the time where if I get to see him, I'll tell him that, hey, you wear your jersey the other way around. You're wearing your jersey the other way around. It's like, what do you mean?
You wear your jersey on your head.
It's like, no, your jersey's behind you. What are you talking about?
Oh man, that would be fun to watch too. But Sertani is super awesome. If you guys happen to be, bumping into these players, just talk to them. They're very nice people too. But not so nice for VOIN Donkey. We talked about them before. Razak, the last MVP, now seems to be struggling by the pouring bullet of Sem9.
Oh, and the circle goes down south. Vampire Esports gets the circle, but we're going to put our focus onto Alliance now as they will score one elimination out of MORPH. Flippy will be the one flipping out on this round. And Vampire, they do have that circle. Alliance, they don't. And they're looking for the other members of MORPH now.
There's going to be a lot of thinning of crowd coming from northern side of the circle, and nobody coming up from the very, very south. It's very vacant right now. Sem9, they chase a heck out of VOIN Donkey players. I don't know, things might just get personal between these two teams, but can he watch out for the rest of VOIN Donkey? Well, we have a CQC, so was a bit later to join in with the rest of the team.
Wow, nice jump shot there by Satar. But the other members of Team Secret are here. Okay, it's going to be Soas. The final member as Soas eliminated by Satar towards the end. Team Secret, the first team to fall without any points at all to the hands of BTR Knights.
Oh, here comes Vampires. They're not giving these guys to just take a breather at all. Just swarming around the corners, and the Vampires, they are crazy for those points, and they try to take every single opportunity advantage they can have. Now Stone with their X12K with shotguns. Now everybody switch over to their CQC weapons, and Tony can keep the pressure on the side of the bleeding member Satar. Well, Lapa and Zakti, at least they managed to reset a couple of players here, but they're being forced to break a formation against Satar. But wait, RRQ!
RRQ from afar, butting in as well. So that will kind of hold a Vampire Esports down for now. Snape, we can see them firing onto this building, trying to find a good angle to steal away elimination points by Shrub, so make sure that the point of Satar will go to Vampire Esports.
RRQ controlling those highlands area. Vampire is now just get himself in an own trap that they set forth against the side of BTR. Now RRQ do have the visualization on top of these two teams, but don't forget the one that coming up from the fields. The playing fields seems empty before, but it's quite vacant now as well. And BTR GemForce have to take it out no matter what. He tried to force a fight against Vampires. Just shifting into a very next building. It's a paper wall thin, and it's gonna be a nade knocking down on BTR players. They are in shambles.
Oh, by the IGL Stone himself, Tony K! The moment he jumped down, he ate a nade from Lapa. Now Stone has to do it for Vampire Esports, and he will not fail. His team, Tony K, can still be saved, and he's called towards Stone to be revived.
Stone, very reliable player, very resourceful indeed as well. But for Vampires, it just bring the trap where they caught themselves in between so many teams. Or a circle cannot be even more decisive than this goes. It shifts all the way towards the left. We thought it's going to be on the right all day long. But next is going to be then finish off by MORPH. And MORPH now they force a fight against RQ. Another scrappy fight early in stage 2.
Yeah, RQ saw the elimination feed and now they know that one player is down. They go all in on the MORPH. MORPH only 2 active players left, 0 as well as Hazel. Hazel goes up to the second floor. Tuyul is still down. Nade up Nade rain across the but it's gonna be Dabru knocking down Snake. Man, this is the third party of the third party.
This is a place where nobody wants to be at. I don't know why everybody fighting for this compound here right now. It's a graveyard and it's just setting up so many traps for themselves. Walking straight into another team's shoes where they were the one in the Highlanders before. And it's going to be GEEK Fam now gatekeeping towards RQ and MORPH, keeping tabs and keeping check with every single player, every single team. And now they are falling to pieces. MORPH still being eliminated, eradicated by RQ. But RQ, how to get out from here? We still have MORPH players sharing the same compound.
Yeah, it's going to be Hazel and Tuyul as Tuyul goes down to the ground floor. But the nade from the Pickle, brilliant nade sent on to the second floor. Knocking down Hazel. Napeko takes out Tuyul, so that's a double elimination for Napeko himself. This is a redemption round for him.
A good investment on side of RQ, not losing any of their members, no trade-off, and it was all going to be just profit from their fourth. And I assume on the side of RQ, they need to work as a 4. At the moment, they got one member's knock out or early, way too early on. Things to be seems very sound for them, so they have to keep everyone intact for RQ. But a different side for Roy and Alter Ego. Try to bait each other out for their position. And none of this team happen to be in the circle.
Yeah, they need to cut across though. And we have another team inside the circle, probably waiting for Roy. Okay, Roy. Junos shot from behind. Oh, the moment he landed, his Buggy Alpha knocks down Junos. And Juke right now on his vehicle, still finding a way into the circle. But again, there's going to be another team, and there's going to be GEEK Fam by the edge of the circle. We got Mika on screen earlier on, and Mika sees what's happening on the outside.
Now, these two teams will cancel each other. We'll be just doing a favor to a side of GEEK Fam. We'll try to steal it in the very last minute. Though, watch out for Damru. He loved this so much, but can't manage to spot out one in the open. That's going to be Alva. But the Blues arrive. We're talking about stage number 3, but it's still bearable for the teams. But they need to make it quick and wrap around and quickly get into the safe zone, because this won't last them too long with barely enough resources to keep extending this fight for Roy.
Yeah, Kauni has 2 first aids, but Mika alone is going to face up against the 2 members of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they took down Mika, and Mika is out. The other members of GEEK Fam inside the circle still, and the circle will favor GEEK Fam Alliance and D Xavier.
I'm impressed by how Alter Ego split himself into 2 different forces here to deal with Roy and to deal with GEEK Fam at the same time. That takes a lot of individual high-level skills and high-caliber players to actually do that. But problems not solved yet for the side of Alter Ego. They still have to get into the circle with the Blues and start to chip them down bit by bit. But RQ also being jabbed from the side by GEEK Fam, who's spreading out quite thin themselves.
Yeah, from the inside the circle, they try to seek revenge. And this time, GEEK Fam, they need to get together. But one of the players currently knocked down. Let's see if they're going for the save. But the warrior one is going to be Roy right now, still on the outside the circle. They got Alter Ego to deal with. One long nade sent onto Rosemary. That will miss. So Rosemary will still be holding down the ground at the forefront. But there's one player from Alter Ego still on the outside the circle, and there's going to be Boychill that fell to the blue.
Boychill have to revive his teammate. The other 2s are not standing up at all. They're just kneeling down, screaming for help. As for Roy, they want to cut across Alter Ego, but veering off their main objective before, due to how Alter Ego choking them at their entry in and denying their entrance into it. But at least they got some good views towards the inside of the circle too. So they can't actually try to force GEEK Fam to leave out the positions here, who try to be gating the rest of Roy and Alter Ego. So Roy just get passed by Alter Ego. He just jumps down and shoot a Moses, where he missed one behind him, and that caused a big one on Junos.
Oh, will he be able to be revived? Hopefully, yes. So far, the revive is kicking in, and GEEK Fam moves away, so Junos should be back up soon. But that is a good rush in there by Roy. As we move over to the other side of the circle, we do have 7-9 here against Boom Esports, and Kenny will be knocked out by Yummy May.
Yummy may try to finish off the job here easily. Make it a bit of a tension on these 2 teams with those nades flying over the other side. But for Kenny, slowly creeping to the side of Firen, hoping he will revive his teammate. And Yummy made that toss of Molly, will get him some space to just revive on Razy. But question is, can he actually make sure that their backs are protected too? Because the rest of the teammate of Boom seems to be a bit far from what they are happening indoors.
Yeah, so they have to get together. But we're back onto Roy right now. And Roy standing off against Team Flash. Team Flash has Juke in front. One name will set across. And we got Zeus here on the Juke. That was a close one. Look at the help by Zeus. It was down to the final bullet.
The last bullet really costs a lot. That is a one-cost bullet for the entire crew to finish off by the other teams or not. But next we still have gonna be the trade-off nades between Boom and Sam9. And these two teams seems to be sharing the neighborhood. And it's a very, very thin wall, paper-thin wall between these two teams. The moment they start to gun down each other, they will have to force to fight either way. And it's all about the Blues and kicking in too. So they need to make it quick so they can be in the center, because a lot of teams waiting from the inner side of a circle.
Yeah, from the inside, especially when the circle shifts, they might have the advantage, but it's going to be bad for teams by the edge of the circle. Both Boom Esports and Sam9 by the edge of it. In about 5 more seconds, the circle might shift away from them. They will need to cancel out each other right now. Sam9 trying to land those nades as we observe this next circle. It goes somewhere to the middle where the Xavier has the circle.
Not the worst case scenario for Sam9, and boom! Because they're not too far, but unfortunately only one team will survive between these brawls here, between these scrappy fights. And Team Flash have the furthest one to go into the circle. Quite a journey they might have, but it's going to be putting under the pressure again. Intense fight between Boom and Sam9. Trading one out, one knockdown. Sam9 Kenny ousted by the side of Boom, and they still have 4 men intact. Now, when it comes to numbers, Boom do have some slight advantage, but any corners, they make a wrong turn, it's back to a Sam9's game.
Yeah, right now it's really tight between the two of them. But then again, Sam9, they have to plan the exit as well, because right now the zone will start to close. Okay, Razy is tanking a bit on the blue, gets to his vehicle. Hopefully we'll have enough first aid for him to reset later on, as now Boom Esports will be the first team to make that move to the inside circle, avoiding Alliance that has that compound by the edge of it.
Both teams will have some peaceful truce for now, but everything seems to be unfolding since every single team almost got themselves inside of a circle, except for these 3 teams we talked about before, Sam9, Flash, as well as Boom. But for Alliance, they're waiting this for the longest time. Arctic Luke couldn't actually overpeak himself from the outside of this window, because he might get jabbed down by Boom bullets as well. But Boom taking some very smart initiative to get into the circle. They go all the way around the coastline area that nobody can actually see them due to the high grounds and elevations before. But we talked about where the rest of the teams are, and the Lions have to reposition themselves, knowing there's going to be a lot of teams surrounding them left, right, and corner.
Ooh, from the inner side, Alliance is going to be one of them, but it's actually Talon that stole away the point. Excel gets too high. Alliance could not score those elimination points, but finally got one out of New High. And right now, Sam9 only down to 1 player left, and that's going to be Bobo, who eliminated as he made his way into the circle.
Talon have been quiet all this while. I don't see Ratface, so Ratface not playing here for the side of Talon yet. Maybe he's the secret weapon we'll be hoping for. But Talon, they are deadly, even though they are silent. But back to a side of the Xaviers. They're taking themselves in the center here, not making any sound yet. So I don't think all the other teams are aware exactly where they exactly are. But they definitely keep everyone in check regarding the position, knowing that vaguely there's going to be some teams here, and this building will be somebody there. But when it comes to taking those little nook and cranny and corners, that's where some game changes can happen between the teams.
Yeah, but speaking about taking the corner, Boom Esports, they took this one corner underneath this small hill. So great work by them. And you pointed out the navigation, the timing to come into the circle. They know where exactly to be at to stay away from the other team. So this is great work by Boom. Gotta give it to them, as they did not lose any players when they made their way through. So hopefully they'll be able to get the next stage of the circle so they can finally at least have a breather.
Yeah, for them, right now for Boom, they are in respite, so they have a bit of time to revise how to go into the circle next, but they have to force their way in here with the Lions gatekeeping them so tight on the southern side. Quite vacant in the north. Again, Team Flash, the only team that seems to be quiet and silent for now, waiting for the circle to move about according to where they stand. But it's going to be FaZe Clan taking on Alliance. The moment Alliance is down, it's going to be a clear entryway for Boom.
Oh yeah, this is what they're waiting for, right? An opportunity and an advantage. Now Boom Esports, they have one player knocked as well, so maybe that's what's stopping them. But they'll be forced to move as well since they don't entirely have the circle. Parjin gets POCO somewhere else, so it looks like we have these Xavier sharing the same area with FaZe Clan and also RRQ on the other side. So 3 teams on the north side of this town area.
I see, might spot out some Boom players' movement. Comes a Nate. There's nobody there. We try to just clear his doubts. Yeah, nobody's there. So for the side of IZ, GEEK fam, they will be the one that change the flow of Boom here right now. But they have to deal with RRQ at the same time. With the Lions coming in, still stand back as a 4, despite they got one member knocked down early on. But they are having those hard covers indoors. It's going to be back to urban warfare with this sort of circle. How many buildings in between? It's like working around a maze, and like we mentioned, it's going to be super important for these teams to have those hand grenades, those smokes, and those utilities and throwables will be at crucial point. And they have to keep aware about their resources as well.
Yeah, they have to really look at lots of things happening around, right? Including themselves. But looks like RRQ looking pretty nice. 5 eliminations and they're dominating. So 3 players with a compound, okay, not really a compound, but at least they're not too far away from getting to the circle and they can navigate through the compounds. It should be okay for now. But for Boom Esports, okay, they're trying to slide their way as close as possible to the inner side of the circle, but this is probably going to be a limit. What's going to be interesting is that this road is a it's like a T-junction, right? So you have all these teams split because of this road.
Yeah, but it's going to split it into 3 ways as well. GEEK fam spotted out a couple of players of RRQ, hoping you will actually connect. If things going really south for RRQ, both teams will try to take them down, including these Xaviers. But these Xaviers definitely will not try to cross over the other side, knowing that, hey, we got the circle, we got the center. It's not worth adventuring too much in the outside, knowing that they might actually will have a bigger loss than they already lost one member knocked down at the back, which nobody tried to revive Lamborghini. I think they would do now. Yep, he definitely got enough to revive himself and to reset his HP, but due to these so many buildings in between, every single team waiting for the other to make a mistake first.
Yeah, everyone's like looking at each other right now, who's going to make that first move, right? And this is like a typical situation of urban warfare. Okay, speaking about teams that's making their first move, GEEK fam is going to make their move against RRQ, crossing this road. GEEK fam with only 2 players, up against RRQ with the Re. Nate sent across onto Tamru. Tamru takes a lot of damage there.
Yeah, for GEEK fam, they've been forced their way into this fight anyhow. They're starting to struggle here, knowing the Blues will move away, especially with this sort of circle, pushing all the way towards the northern side. I mean, like, Team Flash definitely cheering for this sort of circle here right now. Nobody challenge them on the northern side. Well, the teams, all of them in the south, look at how congested things are. This is not great, especially for the teams that need to cross over the other side.
Yeah, Team Flash in a similar situation like the round before, and the circle will continue to go up north, so great advantage there for Team Flash, but it's going to be hard for the 2 teams across the road to get into the circle right now. Upon takes down one member of Alliance, and GEEK fam still trying to find their way through. Audrey, now down to 60% of health. He does have 2 first aids though, but he has to find a good angle or enough space for him to heal up. One Naysayer on the 2nd floor, Razy currently down.
And they are losing the members. They are falling into pieces there for the side of Boom. Left, right, center. There'll be something will be tossed over this side, including the Xaviers and GEEK fam trying to take them down. But RRQ in trouble too. Like Boom, yes, they have their own issue, but they might as well work with what they have and work best with what they can. Well, Yummy May, he's got himself extra elimination just peering out the windows. But the Xaviers have to make a U-turn and backtrack their steps here, knowing the fact they couldn't actually score the rest of Boom. Unfortunately, the toughest one to get into the circle, GEEK fam, will be taking out the equation.
GEEK fam out. It was a tough run for them with the south circle. The next challenger is going to be Alliance as he tried to cut across. But Batman got eliminated by Onsens with a mini 14, and that's going to be the end of Team Flash at number 7.
I'm surprised Team Flash supposedly quietly on the northern side, not challenged before, but it seems like teams like Talon don't really like the fact they're too quiet. They challenge them straight head on. But for Alliance, it's going to be tough to rescue one of their members. The rescue mission is on because Talon is doing the same thing, but they did not actually reach out towards him in time. And look at the grenade being poured over the side. Did not even able to actually move forward. There's no advancement here on the side of Talon due to the nades tossed by Alliance. But unfortunately, Alliance seems to be in pieces as well, because one by one, limb by limb, taken out by Talon, who's got himself 4 eliminations.
Oh, look at Leon's at his position. He has FaZe Clan and Talon to deal with. Both of these teams try to score this elimination point. Leading with the nade across. No mercy. Looks like he gave himself to the zone, so he denied the point away. But anyway, right now, Leon's the moment to show himself. It's going to be answers from the back.
Things are getting really intense here right now with 4 teams remaining. Boom, despite it being disrupted so many times, being denied by so many teams before, they're still well off with 4 players intact. It's going to be a full squad battle between these 4 teams here. DZavis, FaZe Clan, Talon, and Boom. With FaZe Clan taking the center, taking control of the circle? Not really, because they're being hammed down by 2 sides. By the side of Talon and FaZe Clan all the way through. I mean, FaZe Clan is supposed to be the center of attention right now, but due to the distance and so many buildings in between them, they couldn't visualize the other side.
Yeah, so hoping for the other teams to cancel each other as they head into the circle. Now, among our top 4 teams, if we want to see a different variety of flags up on our poster, FaZe Clan has to do it for Thailand. As for, we have 2 Indonesian teams, Boom Esports made into the top 4. DZavis still very consistent now. In the top 4 as well, 4 players still intact, and it's time for them to be in action. They're a team that has not have the circle. And Razy knocked down by Chua. Okay, that's going to be their opening now against Boom.
Boom are going to be the toughest one to get into this, pincering their way in for Boom. They're starting off as a handicap at this tree, but they still can revive due to the buildings in between. There's so many structures there that can actually block the views of these Xaviers. But Boom will have to force themselves out, whether to fight against these Xaviers or FaZe Clan. These 2 teams struggling to be in the circle because it's going to be stage number 8 and no more circle after this. This is going to be a doomsday for them if they're being swarmed by the blue. And they have to force the fight either way, forcing themselves out into every corner of building, trying to clear things out. They couldn't figure out the maze yet.
Well, they have to navigate through whatever it is, as Talon will be on to FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, so far so good. They got Yoru in the process, got Axel as well. Looking for the other members of Talon. Misery fires back on the Mormon. He's currently down, but that will give the information away on where Misery is at. Mormon, nailed by Lamborghini, instead Lamborghini had to butt in onto FaZe Clan.
Around the attic for FaZe Clan, waiting for the time to climb down. Vintori just gonna play the walls here. And they score themselves a double elimination. For the side of FaZe Clan, they scored 7 eliminations here right now. But they can make it to a double digit as Boom leaving with only 2 players left. Frenzy pretty low himself. But FaZe Clan, they're fighting their way in as Lamborghini shutting off his view. He was looking the wrong way all the time.
Ooh, look at this. One nade set to cross onto FaZe Clan. That nade did not land. Another one by Lamborghini. This one should! Lamborghini, the king of nades today.
For Lamborghini, all he needs to do is just add with some finishing touch and with some salt. That's going to be a chicken dinner for them to deal with that one particular play of Boom. One is low and it's going to be a flawless, clean run for the Xaviers with full squad still intact.
Already 2 chicken dinners for D-Xavier. Can you believe it? The rise of the Vietnamese teams. D-Xavier takes this one home just before the break. D-Xavier, what a run they had. They didn't get the circle. They were on the right side of it. But whoever who was in front of them, they will bulldoze their way through.
A phenomenal run and a phenomenal day here for D-Xaviers. That triple knock by Lamborghini just devastated the entire crew of Boom and FaZe Clan just now, making it such a clean execution and a clean chicken dinner till the end. But when it comes to numbers, these guys had it like what, 8, 11 elimination, a double digit. Today has been a superb day for the Xaviers.
Yeah, the first team to score a double digit elimination when they are the chicken dinner winners. And it's going to be D-Xavier. And they scored 2 chicken dinners. My goodness, D-Xavier in 2 different maps. One in Sanhok and now in Erangel. And even in Erangel, when they scored this chicken dinner, it's not like the circle favored them. And of course, the man of the match is going to be Lamborghini and his amazing nades with a total of 5 eliminations by himself.
0% on headshot. Who cares? As long as you can land those nades as a perfect golden nade, it should be. And that's Lamborghini coming up from you and D-Xavier. 686 damage as well, with not so much of damage received, but everybody put in their hard labor for the side of D-Xavier just now. But for this time, we have different names popping up the chart. FaZe Clan, Boom and Talon.
Oh man. So D-Xavier, I'm looking at their stats, right? Full squad time until the end. So they did not give away the points to anyone else when they still are able to score that amount of eliminations. So that is great work by D-Xavier. And we have a lot of reds here when it comes to the logo. So it's probably going to be a red day for all these teams. And when we talk about like teams, all of them maintain a full squad pretty much towards the end. So great work for them. All these teams deserve to be up here, and expect this season's grand finals to be a very, very tight race between them. With D-Xavier coming up as a chicken dinner, Vampire Esports, they are sweating as we check out the highlights from this round.
With a double chicken here in a day, D-Xavier is definitely setting up a very high standard benchmark when it comes to the grand finals. And speaking of which, they scored the more points than Vampires, of course, who actually was number 1. And I feel like D-Xavier has definitely got the podium spot after this run with 21 points and 11 eliminations.
Yep, they were on the podium spot before this at number 2. This is not looking good for Vampire now. They're not even in page 1 if you think about it. So I wonder how many points the Vampire Esports get. Can't wait for us to flip on the page 2 to at least have an idea of how they are doing. But other than these area, FaZe Clan 12 points collected. It's also a good round for FaZe Clan considering how difficult this circle was, especially for FaZe Clan who had to travel all the way from South Jogopul. And Vampire, it's 4 points for them.
And last time we saw around 19 points of a gap. Maybe Vampire still stand at number 1. We're going to have to wait and see and tally up the scores. But unfortunately, Team Secret also ended up with a 0. VOIN Donkey feels like they are hot and cold here today.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey after a chicken dinner went a bit cold, but we have still gains for VOIN Donkey. But when it comes to the overall rankings, right now, this area is just behind Vampire by 2 points. Just 2 points. Man, this is starting to be super exciting at the top, and there's a little bit of a gap between Xavier and also FaZe Clan by 19 points. So that's quite big. But if you look at like the eliminations on like the first half of the page, FaZe Clan is still up there, though they only have 9 eliminations when other teams have like 20 plus, even Alliance has 10. So that's probably a department that FaZe Clan can look into.
Now, thanks to the head start points, that actually gave so much room for FaZe Clan as well. But the shrink of the gaps even getting spicy in the second page as well. 21s, 20s, a lot of in the 20s, except for 79 GEEK fam. Unfortunately, they are still in their teens. But for BTF, VOIN Donkey, Boom, Team Secret, MORPH, down to Alter Ego, things can change so much on the second page, including 79 and GEEK, because they're not too far off either. All they need is just one good run of a map with double-digit elimination, and it's a done deal for them to push all the way up to first page.
Yeah, and of course these days when they push their damage numbers up here with 2,088, being the team that's got the most eliminations, and also the chicken dinner. Alliance coming in second, 1,790, RRQ 1649, and Boomies was 1256 as one of our top hitters here in this round.
Now, I'm looking forward for the next Erangel map here, because we do know when it comes to the circle, it was quite hard to predict and very unpredictable indeed. We did have an urban warfare till the last one, but when it comes to the circle here today, mostly coming up a lot in the center, so we might actually expect a lot more centralizing circle in the next one, but maybe they will surprise us, because it's going to be a second half of the day, and the teams don't really work so well in Erangel. It's okay, we still have 2 more Miramar map left. So yeah, that will be the game changer for the teams that's still at the very bottom.
Yeah, some of the teams might be waiting for like a switch up of map, right? Just to get that mojo again. Especially like Alter Ego, Boom did okay, but they have to do more because yeah, they started off not that well with the head start points, so they have to do a lot more work here to try to catch up to these big names here. They are still bringing in the points, especially for these areas, 2 chicken dinners. But because we're going to head on to our break, right, when we come back for the second half, this is where normally we'll see a lot more substitutions by these teams. And also, we're looking forward to see Vampire and also the Xavier, can they keep up to the pace?
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, like the Xaviers, after they swap in 12 for the last week of the league stage, changed so much of their dynamics and gameplay too, but it just gives so much good consistency overall. But we have to wait it out for later to see if any more hot swaps. After this break, we get to see another last Erangel map. See you guys after this.
Alright, welcome back again, and right now beside me we have Okta from Alter Ego RS.
Hello.
Hello Okta, how are you?
I'm fine.
Wow, okay, so Okta, you have won the championship twice before, but this season things seems more challenging. What do you think has been the biggest difference in your team's performance so far?
Oke, Okta. Jadi 2 season kamu itu juara dan season ini bisa dibilang semuanya terlihat sedikit challenging lah. Jadi menurut kamu sendiri apakah perbedaan yang besar di tim performa tim kamu sekarang?
Lebih ke arah kita lagi kayak adaptasi buat ke diri sendiri aja sih. Soalnya lagi banyak problem-problem yang PR yang buat kita selesain.
So basically, I think one of the biggest difference in our team performance so far, basically it's from ourselves. We just need to adapt from the mistake that we do, and adapt with the lobby itself. So there's still a lot of things that we need to fix on.
Okay, so more into your personal team lah ya. Okay, next question. Both of you and Boom, which is also 2-time champion, have struggled to find your rhythm in this grand final. So, is there something different about this season that making it harder for Indonesian team maybe?
Oke, jadi Alter Ego dan juga Boom itu bisa dibilang 2 kali juara yang sekarang masih lagi meraba-raba mencari ritme permainan di grand final. Apakah ada masalah di season ini ataupun perbedaan di season ini yang membuatkan tim Indonesia itu sulit mendominasi?
Mungkin lebih ke arah kayak kita tuh lebih belum terlalu kayak membaca-baca tim-tim lain dulu buat mainnya gimana, ntar baru kita bisa adjust lah kayak kita maunya apa, tim lain maunya apa.
Okay, so basically, I think the different about this season that making it harder from Indonesian team. I don't think about any other team, but this one is from me personally that we still don't really get into others' perspective. We don't think about other teams. We just focus on ourselves. So I think that's what make it harder for this season.
I see, I get it. So, you're playing on your own home soil with strong support from the local fans as well. So, how does that affect your mindset and also performance, especially when things aren't going as planned?
Oke, sekarang kamu bermain di Indonesia yang mendapatkan support yang banyak dari fans yang datang ke venue. Bisa nggak mana hal ini bisa mengefek performa kamu dari segi mindset dan juga performa, apalagi ketika rencana kamu nggak sesuai ekspektasi?
Ya lebih ke arah diri sendiri aja sih. Soalnya kalau yang nonton itu nggak keganggu sih. Soalnya kalau di game kita fokus ke diri sendiri sama tim aja.
Yes, of course we got a strong support from the local fans, but then it doesn't really affect our mindset and performance. It's because of just gonna focus on ourselves because we are trying to entertain, and yes, of course we're trying to win the tournament for Indonesian as well. So I don't think it's gonna affect anything.
I see, of course, and maybe you have some words to the X, which people always called as the El Ngendok, but got to WWCD at the top 2 right now. So what do you think about it?
Oke, ada nggak Okta sedikit kata-kata buat DX yang orang-orang pada bilang mereka itu bisa dibilang ya El Ngendok, tapi udah berhasil mendapatkan 2 WWCD dan sekarang berada di 2 besar.
Ya paling kalau buat tim dia ya good luck lah, semoga sampai hari terakhir semoga bisa bagus.
Okay, to DX, good luck to you and I hope you can consistent to perform this well till the end of the grand final.
Wow, very supportive, yeah. And maybe this is the last question. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans, maybe right now who watching at home, or maybe to your fans who came here?
Ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat fans-fans yang nonton di rumah ataupun yang datang ke venue?
Buat para fans, terutama buat Alter Champs, tetap dukung kita mau di bawah maupun di atas semuanya. Terutama buat orang tua selalu support dan doa, jangan lupa minta doa orang tua.
Okay, to the fans that coming here, especially Alter Champ, just keep supporting us whether we are performing or we are not performing. So and especially to our parents at home, please keep pray for us in order for us to get the trophy. So Thank you.
All right, parents' prayer, yeah, of course. So, well, thank you so much, Okta. Good luck for the next match as well.
you.
Let's give a round of applause for Okta. Wow, we're gonna see a lot of interesting matches coming up ahead. So, casters, are you guys ready? So, let's give back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Darius. We're always ready, as we always want to see more action-packed in PUBG Mobile when it comes to the Grand Finals. Day number 1 here, VOIN Donkey got himself the highlight, but when it comes to the interview, Alter Ego needed a push, they needed love, and they needed the support, and defense is there for them.
Yeah, Alter Ego at this point, they are on page number 2, so they need to make a big comeback here. So they still have games more to go. But we're going to release our best moments here from our first half today. And Xavier, they came out with definitely the best moments. 2 chicken dinners, and one of them in the Sanhok match where Lamborghini came out with a big nade against Roy.
Yeah, I think Lamborghini definitely was the pivotal player when it comes to the Xavier's last performance of Erangel here. And speaking of Boom, they caught himself in a trap, and just bring the trap between two sides wasn't their best condition. Yeah, FaZe Clan also one of the teams that seems to share in the same boat as Boom as well before. But these Xavier showing such supremacy in day number 1 itself with 2 chickens already in their hands.
Yeah, even on the coaching side, they're definitely really happy with the sort of performance. 2 chicken dinners, can't complain about it. And their second chinner brought them the most eliminations so far in the Grand Finals. As teams prepare themselves, they start with the cheers. We got Full Me Sports, we got RRQ on camera. This will be the cheer that will bring them through to the final 3 games for day 1.
Now, I do love the question regarding for today. You know, there's quite a pressure for the teams out there, especially when it comes to playing in their home soil at the venue. So a lot of eyes watching, a lot of pressure, and a lot of expectation coming up from the players and also the coaching staff, and especially the netizens and the viewers as well. But BTR have such a strong support back, and we'll look at how many teams, how many players are there actually in the team. But for comparison wise, despite they have no chicken, it's a good comparison of Empires who aiming for those eliminations here today.
Yeah, we're comparing the number 1 and number 2 team. So Xavier, obviously they had a very good day so far. That's why the stats do favor them. Throwables used, Vampire threw a bit more than Xavier, but yeah, those are the stats that's like for fun stats. But if you look at like the average placement points, Xavier, obviously they scored 2 chicken dinners, so their placement points are definitely up there, with Lamborghini coming up big up against Scrubs in comparison.
Now, will they score a triple chicken, a hat-trick for a day on the side of the Xaviers? We're gonna have to wait and see whether they can secure another one or not. But usually, based on the current trend in this season from the Xaviers' performance, second half of the day sometimes not working so well for them too. So we might have a new contender up when it comes to our match 4 of Erangel for our last Erangel in day 1 Grand Finals. And don't forget about teams at the very bottom. We talked about the back-to-back champions like Boom and Alter Ego. They seem to be slightly struggling at the second half of the overall rankings, but hey, they're known for making surprises when it comes to the very last minute too.
Yeah, especially Boom Esports, right? At some point during the league stage, everyone was like, Boom Esports not gonna make it, but they finally make it into the Grand Finals. And when the camera panned over to like both of those teams, I noticed that even their top management is together with them. Of course, they're gonna need all the support they can get to bounce back. And to bounce back, well, we'll keep an eye on this, right? Because normally when we come back from a break, we see a lot of substitutions that take place with the teams. So for if teams like BTR, they were to make any substitutions, that would mean that they would put in their academy players to come in. Leon Buffoon, that we have not seen for quite a while now. It'll be interesting to see what these young players can bring to the table if they're given the opportunity.
Depending on the rotation of the map, perhaps we're going to have a lot of swaps. I agree. When it comes to second half of the day, especially Miramar, we're going to have different sets of players playing, including for the teams like the others too. Now, don't forget about Sam9. They do have some hot swaps coming up for their side as well. Now, I do hope they actually put off Firen in their main lineup because it shows that how ridiculously a big significant change of firepower when Firen's playing or not. So Sam9, I think they cannot afford to place out Firen right now, but for the other players, it's nice to have some rotations because right now it's still day number 1 for Grand Finals. For the teams that are trying to push their numbers up with eliminations, today is going to be the best day to do it and try to put up all the players with crazy amount of firepower. Tactical wise, we leave it to second and third day perhaps.
Yeah, so if we look at Firen, he has been starting the day. So both Dep and Loyu, they are so far taking a break. For Sam9, last we checked, they were at the second last place though. So players like Firen, who has shown a very good performance during the league stages, especially during the early weeks of the league stages, week 1, week 2 especially, will need to really rise up to the occasion now that we're at the Grand Finals. And of course, the Grand Finals is a different situation than during the league stages, because in the league stages, they're playing without audiences, right? They're playing just by their own, just by themselves, but this time the pressure is going to be different. There'll be people literally looking at them from just in front and also cheering for their favorite teams. There'll be a lot of noise, so they need to adapt to this very different situation, which is the Grand Finals. And for them to come here onto this stage, I'm pretty sure they would expect this to happen. It's just more of like a adaptation, especially to some of the players that might not be as exposed to this kind of big stage with an audience.
I personally don't think it's really a big issue at all because of most of the teams that are actually playing it today did actually have an offline set before, so they're being exposed to that certain situation, just not too often. That probably a day would be enough for them to readjust themselves with their surroundings. So speaking of which, we talked about when it comes to the viewers in our right at the venue here, we love the energy. I love how they just keep cheering for the teams that they love for. And I do know when it comes to the players, they definitely have more adrenaline rush when it comes to having spectators as well on ground, knowing that they cannot disappoint all the teams out there. All the viewers out there, especially their supporters that have been with them since day 1, since the start of form of certain orgs even. So they definitely want to prove themselves more. There's a thirst of proving to us all these supports coming up to the side all this while. There's going to be more drive and more motivation for the teams that seems to be playing in their home country. But also don't forget about the Vietnam region here. Yes, Team Secret wasn't so great, but don't forget about Roy and Team Flash as well. Team Flash has been consistently getting himself in a good position when it comes to rotation. Was just unfortunately just now they were not aware that as TALON they try to force them fight on the north, and so far the only team that preferred north over the other teams out there is just have been Team Flash. Nobody tried to challenge them early on.
Yeah, 2 out of 2 so far for Team Flash's play style. And let's see if they will be able to continue on that kind of play style that they're pretty comfortable with in this next round, depending on how the circle goes. I noticed also that, fun fact, POCO put on his cap for the Grand Final, so I wonder if that's like one of his lucky charms here. And some of these teams, they do, or some of these players, they do bring on their lucky charms out. They bring their dolls, their plush toys and all that. And it's fun to see like this brings up the character of these teams, like them bringing their whatever lucky charms that they put on stage.
I mean, whatever they feel confident and something to boost their motivation, everything that might work. I mean, I do know when it comes to the coaches, I talked to some of the coaches before. I asked them, is it okay for this place? I mean, like, they definitely prioritize over the players' emotion and mental state. It's super important for the players to feel confident, to feel comfortable, to feel they're safe within within here in the venue here. Whatever needs to be done, it needs to be done as long as they translate into their performance in the game later. And speaking of alter ego, also one of the teams that should watch out for this today. Rosemary always the one that actually try to do scouting work, and we saw how he aggressively approached some team despite trying to get some vehicles. But will he do it again in the last Erangel of today?
Well, no indication of a substitution from any of these teams, which is quite a surprise since we normally see substitutions after a break. But maybe it's the map swap that will make these teams make their own substitutions later on. Flight path wise, we're going to see it from Severny down to Primos. So if it lands on top of Primos, that means Vampire Esports can go back to their regular feng shui drop spot of Primos itself.
It's going to be a default drop for most of the teams in classic or traditional drops for each one of them. But we saw early on today, hot drops seems to be happening. Sam9 in the first Erangel map. So if other teams seems to be picking up the trend here, it's never too late and never too wrong to actually try to do that in the very first day of the grand finals, where everyone between them and the rest of the teams across the chart of the top 16 here still have a very minute gap, which something that can be changeable within one map. So anything could happen first day.
Yeah, points are close enough with the amount of games. So even though if they are at number 16, number 15, number 14, and so on, like the tables could still turn. So Sam9, okay, they spot out somebody who landed around them. So at least Bobo who has that information that direction there is a player at least, or maybe a team. But we're going to get the first circle, and it's going to be on the left side this time. Looks like Vampire Esports will get the first circle again.
Very different circle indeed. Direction-wise, it's all the way towards the left side corner. Now we do have Cora right in the center, but high chance he might actually pull all the way to his car field that happened before. Might ended up right on top of Fairy Pier. Who knows? Because right now he's down to the circle. How it wants to play by NF today. But when it comes again, vehicles is always going to be a priority for the teams that drop quite early, especially like teams like TALON. We saw it's going to be Vampires dropping themselves on top of Primos once more. And just now, it kind of proven that Vampires were there not actually dropping themselves on top of Primos, despite they tried to get the circle early on. It didn't work out well for them.
Yeah, I guess the best example was the previous round, right? Like in Milta, they dropped theirs at the circle, but not the best of performances by Vampire. But definitely the best performance by Lamborghini so far today, with an average elimination of 1.2 by himself, our highlight player, also the MVP from the previous round. And he likes the usual M4 plus Scar L combo.
Even put his hoodies up just to make sure he's tunneling and focusing straight towards his screen, not to be interrupted, not to be distracted at all. That's just how much Lamborghini putting so much work and labor into his life career since day one of PUBG Mobile until today. Even the birth of the competitive scene, he has been competing. This is one of the most veteran player and still consistently getting those numbers up. I mean, speaking of world-class play, this is one of the understate or you know, one of the players that are not being streamlined enough. Lamborghini should be one of the top teams and one of the top individuals up there to be mentioned on.
Yeah, true enough, right? And he has switched roles as well. Before this, he likes to play a more frontline role, but for this season, he likes to play a more backline role, which is absolutely fine, right? Because he has that wealth of experience, like what you mentioned. So in terms of reading out games, reading out the play, having the experience definitely helps out. But looks like we're going to get a voting result on TikTok. Interesting. So this is a new feature here. So it looks like a lot of fans voted for Indonesia to be the champion and Malaysia coming in second.
Oh, imagine the upset with the least amount of vote that actually lift up the trophy. I mean, I wouldn't mind those dramatic ending, but hey, so far, when it comes to the top 3 podium spot, we still have ties and also Vietnam region down there. So, well, we're gonna have to wait and see. Will the Indonesian teams will try to rise up their performance and to meet up the ends meet of expectation of the audience wise. And speaking of expectation here, Sam9, are we expecting them to go crazy and early engagement? Because they are one of the few teams that still love those early skirmishes.
Yeah, Sam9, lots of fans expecting them to perform real well. And whatever happens to Sam9, right? If they perform, great. You get to see a lot of cheers, like in social media. But if they don't perform, then you get to see a lot of jeers on social media as well. So Sam9, of course, they are one of the more popular teams in the Malaysian region, and fans do hope that they do well. And at this moment, they are at number 15. But of course, we're still at the early stage of grand finals. It's not about the placement per se, but about how close the points are. And looking around the teams at their area or in the rankings, 4 points behind Alter Ego, and then 5 points behind teams like MORPH, Team Secret, Boom, VOIN, Donkey. Like what you pointed out, we have a lot of 21s. So just one good round. Let's say they do score this chicken dinner in an ideal situation, they could flip up to page 1 easily.
Yeah, still very small gaps here because we do have only 3 maps in the first day of Grand Final. It's a bit too early for us to call the shots here. But I just want to revise regarding the circle as well. It's going to be a lot of early skirmishes due to the circle just hovering around the left side of a map. And it's going to be steering off clear for the teams coming up from the left side entirely. I assume that's going to be VOIN Donkey in this case, because VOIN Donkey, the last map, they didn't score any, and they had a great run with the chicken earlier before. And we might actually expecting a lot of crossfire and scrappy fights, perhaps on top of maybe, I think Gatka Mountain not so much, maybe across just getting into Pachinki and Gatka Field later.
Yeah, Pachinki, Gatka Field, regular spots that teams would like to park themselves at this kind of circle. So yeah, expect more teams to go there. Or maybe even the high grounds just above Ferry Pier. That's pretty nice as well. With this sort of circle, there's also that possibility of that circle going there. GEEK Fam, though they drop in Ferry Pier, but they don't seem to be really favoring that high ground. So they will be spreading across now, probably try to get that information of potentially where might be their next step, since, well, we are still stage 1 moving on to stage 2. So it's okay for them to just navigate around the map and pre-plan their following move wherever the circle might go.
I personally feel like GEEK Fam just trying to veer off from the early unwanted conflicts by the teams that seem to be passing by Ferry Pier or just getting across Gatka Field. That was a wise decision coming out from GEEK Fam, knowing the fact that, yeah, early skirmishes will be great if you try to get those points, but if you are in the center of the circle and you try to get those early skirmishes and get a scrappy fight, that's going to be you digging your own grave, because that's going to be attracting so many teams when they are passing by. So the teams that love the early skirmishes usually will try to play from the outer rim of the circle and just slowly closing in, advancing from the edge of the circle. But FaZe Clan seems to be crossing and say their highs and buys to a side of Boom. They're giving a lot of information, but for how FaZe Clan want to respond afterwards, would it tail behind Boom? Because it seems like they're going in the same direction here right now.
Yeah, Boom Esports heading towards FaZe Clan, and we have Moment here on screen. He's alone though, he needs his teammates together with him to back him up. Moment with SLK, well surrounded by Boom Esports, and it's going to be a straightforward knock and end. Good to see our first split here given towards Boom Esports. Pondbit will claim it.
And the one actually taking those steals away, also coming up from Alter Ego across all the way from a different angle entirely. 200 meters apart won't separate them with those elimination points. But the circle will shift any time now. We're still at stage 1. We only got so much early skirmishes between 3 teams. And Boom, despite of them trying to fight back, unfortunately sandwiched between 2 teams cost them dearly, and that's going to be the third one, leaving only Razy left, and Boom, they go down.
Ooh, now only Pondbit, the final member of Boom Esports. FaZe Clan though after all that work, they actually scored nothing out of Boom, so it was stolen away by Alter Ego. As the circle shifts, so it looks like we're going to get a 100% land circle, and teams will be finding their spot around the area of Gatka now. The Gatka Mountain definitely won't be valuable, but Team Flash passes by anyway, since they're a team that likes to play on the northern side. Focusing back onto the fight, all in on the Pondbit.
FaZe Clan committed to this one to wrap things around, but don't forget about Alter Ego. Long shots are their expertise as well. They tried to steal it from the back, sneaking some jabs, but Pondbit, he fought back. He still got fun fight inside of Pondbit. He managed to score 2. If he actually scored a third one, this might be dwindling down in numbers of FaZe Clan. This is not great. They're falling to pieces, and Vintorius is quite nerve-wracking himself. He's quite nervous. Yeah, Pondbit needs to reload. He finished off before Vintorius just saw slightly tucked out for his backside, and Vintorius took advantage of that. But on the side of Boom, at least it's got 1 out of that. Yeah, 2 perhaps.
Pondbit took the other route of securing those elimination points before he went out to Vintorius. Not overly focusing on the Vintorius, so that's absolutely okay. At least whatever it is, Boom Esports, they scored 3 elimination points. No placement points, obviously. But that would damper FaZe Clan in their campaign to collect more points, because now with only Vintorius, it's going to be quite hard for them to catch Xavier.
Speaking of catching, Xavier is definitely no Roy as well are aware. There's multiple threats around the corner. Not willing to overpeaking themselves. Just trying to close in and lock indoors, making sure they don't really need to jeopardize too much regarding the position. 7-9. Well, we talked about how aggressive they will be. Seems like they're taking some VOIN donkey stab up on the northern side. I think they go all the way up north, out of their way. When they're trying to get into the circle, they zigzag themselves out, yo-yo their way back in from the northern side of the circle, and it's going to be a gut cuff field skirmish crossfire. And Boo spotted out a couple of players of VOIN donkey that's quite out in the open. They barely got any structures or hard covers here. So that was a nice call coming out from the VOIN donkey to pop the smoke and just reposition at the back line, taking those highlands to work. But problem is, we do have another issue. We have Boo who's still keeping an eye out, and another team might just come in from the back.
Yeah, by the time VOIN donkey gets up to the high ground, they'll be away from the line of sight of POCO. And the last time we saw VOIN donkey, they should be okay. All right, their closest contender is going to be Alter Ego. They get the circle though, so at least they have that space to reset themselves. Save Zeta, he will have time to heal up before maybe Alter Ego coming towards them.
We have circle shrink as per usual. It's going to be coffee all the way. FaZe clan, due to their commitment, overcommitted to that one particular player of Boom, down to only one player. Next is going to be Team Flash being surprised by another team entirely. I assume that's going to be either FaZe clan or TALON coming up from the back, or even 7-9, but Team Secret meeting up their match. It's going to be MORPH next with a slight disadvantage with those grounds, but Zero will make complete use of it. Unfortunately, just overpeaking himself, giving such an easy target from the side, Sue.
Tuyo will get one, Hazel will get one, Zero needs to be saved. They need to do it quick because the teams are close by. Vampire Esports, one of them, Tony K, from afar spraying down, hoping to get a knock. But Tuyo fires back to Tony K, but he's at a distance that he can still be saved. And Torres met his end, and they're out at number 15.
I'm waiting for the latecomers to start taking action as well. I don't see a lot coming up from Alter Ego and Vampires. They are the one playing from the outskirts, not inside of a circle, not in the center, but enough to make sure they are safe in their positions. And after MORPH still licking their wound, Vampires taking advantage. We're giving some pressure, putting themselves on an intense battle for MORPH, and they left with only 3 players still stand. They couldn't actually pick up the third member yet, but they will have that reset going on. Still in respite, but Vampires keep eyeing and lock them down. Now, I'm looking at TALON. I think that's TALON or GEEK fam on the other side, who tried to take charge with third partying into this crossfire between these two teams. That MORPH Stone, the spread of Vampires just ridiculously strong.
Well, they're back together with Tony K, and now they want to take out members of MORPH. One of them currently knocked down. GEEK fam, on the other hand, monitoring the situation from the other side, and they stole away, or they got knocked down onto Zero. Hazel gets stoned. Hazel will finish off one, and that's going to be another point in the pocket of MORPH. Looks like Vampire. They're down to only 2 players, but they're trying to win this fight. But nice drone shot by Hazel.
Sneaking from behind entirely, taking them by surprise. Hazel make a change for the side of MORPH, turning the tides over their side in the very last minute as well. Vampires are left with only last player. I think that's going to be Shrubs possibly on the inside, at the rim of the circle, barely inside here. It was a bit too far to give some cover fire from the back as well. But for MORPH, their next contender is going to be GEEK fam. They're fighting 2 teams back to back here, and they're not done yet. Mika dropping a huge nade onto that side, to the side of Zero. And finish off Flippy as well. They are falling to pieces for MORPH despite their valiant effort to hold their grounds.
Oh, that's a big long-range nade there by Mika. Gotta look at that again. But we also look at the circle. It shifted towards the right side. Elias, RRQ, and BTR currently in the circle. Together with, well, D Xavier again. GEEK fam still want to finish out the remaining members of MORPH as they were charging onto them with Audrey leading the charge. He does have smoke to cover him as he gets as close as possible to Tuyo.
We're not done with the crossfire here. D Xavier is known for their calm manner in the game. Just try to play and rotate with the map and circle. Still meeting up with RRQ and be taking a couple of players down there. One of them being finished off in an instant, eradicated by RRQ. But for Vampires, I mean, they're down to only Newsy. But it's Newsy we're talking about. It's going to be his best time to show what he made of with his solo playing all the way to his with the 14 team still intact. That's gonna be tough, but I mean, if somebody can do it, it's gonna be one of the players of Vampires, which called Newsy. Next, GEEK Fam might actually meeting and colliding with BTR, but they steered and veered off, taking a bit of deviation for their plans of rotation and just avoid conflict completely and getting themselves straight into the center.
Well, you talked about Newsy. He is back, knocking out one member of MORPH, but he has not secured that elimination point yet. So he's trying to get as close as possible. Okay, he will go in onto Hazel. Hazel screaming for help, but Newsy will splat him down to the ground. And that is the end of Hazel. Same goes for Team Secret, eliminated at number 14. No points at all collected by Team Secret this time. Tuyul is going to be the last man standing for MORPH.
Newsy, even though he's the last member standing for Vampires, is not afraid to play with the blue zone here, going all the way out, trying to reposition himself, taking a bit of a long play, long journey all the way towards the northern side, knowing that it's quite vacant compared to all the other side of the circle, especially on the southern side. But Firen, how did that shot came through? That was such a far end shot. We're talking about almost 300 meters long shot.
Just look at Zeus's POV earlier on. Like, there was so much in between Firen and Zeus, but he's still able to land it. My goodness. Sharp shooting there by Zeus, one of the top players for his team. And nicely done indeed. Though it's a knock, but he was not able to secure that elimination point. But it's okay, as long as he's able to wear down the utilities of Sem9. That'll be okay for them, because that could be the next fight. As we look over onto Alter Ego, making a big circle around to get into it.
Heavy rotation made just to make sure there won't be any surprises attacked by the other teams. They're cutting across. I don't know how they did it, but they done it anyway. They avoided every single team right in the center of in-betweens there. It's something not easy to call off, but unfortunately Alliance saw that coming through, and one knockdown. That's going to be one of their most important players. Well, Rosemary, the main fragger for the team, happened to be knocked down, and the Lions not wasting any more time. They charge in all the way. One knock, and we're going to go in and try to bait them out and try to find how many remaining of Alter Ego players. Well, the players and also start to kill off some of the players from behind, but the Lions, they are pretty much really good at taking those off-angle shots.
Yeah, and they don't shy away from fights, so they're trying to take this against Alter Ego. 2 players for Alter Ego currently knocked the circle, this chip away, but this area is still within the circle, so they have time. Nade after nade lobbed onto Alter Ego. They try to find their next target. Just right about them with Leon's cooking up his own nade as well. He has 4 other nades left, and they will make good use out of it. Alter Ego, they moved away, and Alter Ego so far so good in evading those nades.
Sem9 repositioning. They saw RQ interested to take the fight into their hands as well. Try to pop into this business. Interrupting, intercepting all the teams that happen to sharing the crossfire here, including Alter Ego. Rosemary back up, but he managed to just slightly avoid that crash. Jimmy still taking him down anyway, but at the cost. On the side of Leon's, they managed to finish off a couple of players, but they forgot about Alva. And Alva managed to actually do so much work for Alter Ego. My God, this one man standing for Alter Ego seems like a whole 10 man behind him.
This is Alpha Esports, ladies and gentlemen, but the fight is not over yet. Now we have DZaver coming in. They want a piece of this party. Lapa monitoring the situation. He's around the corner as well. He wants some of this. Everyone's looking at Alter Ego now, including Sem9 from the other side. Probably going to backstab Oleo. Oleo now busy with Yuhai.
Alliance, they are at the brink of collapse. Despite they had some slight advantage, they got a huge advantage against Alter Ego just now. Unfortunately, their one missed opportunity within the smoke, they didn't actually figure out this one player inside of the smoke, cost them dearly. But next we have around the barn area / compound, the buildings between Roy and VOIN Donkey got charged and surprised by Roy. And not just that, there's also the side of these Avers taking a bit of jab from the far line. So it's going to be a lot of parting into this, but VOIN Donkey has been eradicated by Roy in an instant. The moment they got themselves in the CQC, that's Roy playing at their best performance of CQC.
And they're dominating with 6 eliminations. Nice rush in there by Roy. But we're back onto Alliance. Now Oleo is going to be the final member of Alliance. Now Alter Ego wants revenge. They're looking for Oleo now. He is within the smoke. As Rosemary backs up him. And Oleo goes out. Alliance, number 8, 5 elimination points. And Alter Ego stood tall.
Alter Ego Even though it was Alva turned the tide for the team here, every single play of Alter Ego seems to be very extremely lethal. So cannot actually just undermine these players when it comes to their performance. Yeah, but when it comes to a very massive fight, here it goes. We have three teams happen to be just colliding right on top of the smoke. With Talon trying to revive, but there's also Alva and Rosemary taking some high lands area right on top of them as well. And Talon, they have to deal with Oracle and have to have big swing against Alter Ego at the same time. But the pouring of Nate not making any easier for Talon at all.
Yeah, Talon, though, they are trying to sneak up onto Alter Ego. You can see them crawling. While RRQ is looking at what's happening on the other side as well. Looking to get elimination points for themselves. BTR's interested. Alter Ego, they have to find an exit point. 3 more seconds before the zone starts to shift again. All these teams might not get it. These areas still gets the middle of the circle. And they will stay put for now since there are 3 players. But on the right side, BTR, they are disengaging as well.
Speaking of the circle, shifted away from most of the team except for the Xaviers, of course, who got himself the most sweetest spot in the center there. And some elevations too. All they need to do is just keep an eye out. They have full squad, but RQ just dropped himself a golden nade, then knocked down on 2 of Talon. Here comes a finishing touch with a bit of salt. Maybe will not connect to a side of Talon, but Misery is screaming, just crawl over this side, but no mercy. Definitely living up to his statue here. He will definitely know exactly how the rest of Talon is actually hiding spot. So they will relay the information back towards the rest of RQ, so he will have backup to deal with the rest of Talon.
Here we go. RQ circling around with no mercy. Not showing any mercy at all. The POCO gets one for himself, and the POCO wants to secure Misery, but Misery is still okay. Thanks to a fire back by Paragen. D Xavier wants a bit of points. Misery now taking out the blue. He's out of first aid. He needs to move in or he would deny away his point. But here comes Alva to finish off Misery.
Alva is just playing out of his mind here today. 6 eliminations. All those Rosemary fans out there, hey, don't forget about Alva. This guy is something else completely. He's on beast mode, he's on berserk. And trying to find his target for more. Prowling for their next hunt here is going to be Alter Ego. Alva doing this by himself. At least he will continue his service while the rest of the teams being eliminated now, including Rosemary. But with one Alva, he's still deadly. Next, we do have Roy coming up from the left side. The west side do have 2 contenders, including Talon. GEEK fam and as well as Roy. And these Xaviers, they are on the center, still untouchable.
Yeah, looking for their next target. And Roy, they are scoping down onto RRQ, who's currently at the northern side. These Xaviers still in the middle, monitoring the situation. Playing as a trio without Lamborghini, who was eliminated earlier this stage. As for Roy, at least they have information, not only RRQ, but also GEEK fam below them.
Oh, that was such a painful nade for Audrey. I mean, how is he even alive down there? Just about to go down by that one nade, 1 tick of health remaining. But Roy, they have to figure out if the blue zone will start to shrink and the circle will move away from them in less than 40 seconds to go. They need to figure out how will be their course of direction next, because it's going to be quite congested where they stand.
Yeah, teams who want to take over their compound, but let's see if that decision will change as we move on to stage 7 in around 25 more seconds. RRQ waiting for the circle as well, while the final player of Alter Ego, which is Alva, just behind them. Okay, I wonder if RRQ knows. Snake seems to have an idea that Alva could still be there. The POCO making his check. No mercy, he's going to back him up as well. So Alva going to be prepared to fight.
RQ unaware about the position of Alva here right now. He definitely put him 1 foot in, 1 foot in, and it's going to be a no mercy. Having some trouble. The open fire just now will attract all the swarms coming out just on the outside of circle. Yeah, Alva making it so difficult, such a hindrance on the side of RQ. Making it so difficult for RQ to just advance forward, and Roy is there to gatekeep them as well. And the gating between these Xaviers and Roy will not make it easy for the teams that are actually on the outskirts. The north seems to be a bit crowded here for RQ. Have to reposition himself left, right, center. There is some bullets flying over their heads.
And I really love how Alva positioned himself Man, he's still alive until now. RRQ, they lost interest. They're going to put focus onto Roy instead because they need to get into the circle. Napeko fires onto Roy. They can manage to get one knockdown, looking for the other members of Roy who's still gatekeeping them from the inner side of the circle. GK is currently down. And Parajin will get Satar. And there will be multiple fights happening across this map. RRQ looking for the next target, but the smoke is really not helping them.
But Alva is leading like a champ. Look at how he positioned himself to the point that he just at the back of these Avis. That's next. It's gonna be his next target. And he will surprise them as well. But BTR, they are playing it a bit of a difficult hike for them. It might take them some long hikes just to get themselves some views towards the what's going on the elevations. RRQ on the other hand spotted out the rest of Roy. They were trying to find the last player of Alter Ego, but they bumped themselves into a better trade-off and a better investment as well. It's gonna be Roy next. But Shuno's not willing to go down yet. He fought back. With Porsche also on the other side. It's working as a duo, but their angles is quite far apart. And they have to deal with Fnatic for those off angle. But Chua take on an RRQ. RRQ! Everyone bombarded them here right now.
And all in focus on the RRQ. At the same time, GEEK fam and BTR putting attention to each other. These areas showing themselves. Levi's is down. RRQ trying to find where Levi's is at. Okay, he has to navigate around the smoke. It's not going to be easy. Tries to do a random spray, but none of them connected. Parajin looking to hold her ground. Here, lobbing a nade onto No Mercy. No Mercy evaded that. Levi's managed to be saved by his teammate. One nade, but No Mercy knocked down by Porsche from the back.
15 play is still intact with Alter Ego. Finally, they've taken out that one particular play. That's such a nuisance for all the teams out there. But they still score themselves down elimination. But next Porsche is still spotted out RRQ. RRQ, they only got 1-3 to take hard covers with. But these Avis closing on the other end. They have no way to run. Next is going to be Roy taking a fight against these Avis. But also GEEK fam. GEEK fam has not been taking any action at all. When it comes to advantage, they have a full squad against BTR with the 3 players. It's going to be a 3v3v 2v4 here. With Roy with the least amount of members still alive.
Oh, and they have the circle still, so they need to play the patience game. But Xavier, as well as Roy, they don't really have the circle, so they need to fight. Roy right now trying to find the other members of Xavier, but they moved away towards the right side. So Shunos' nade will not hit onto anyone. As Shunos still putting focus onto the smoke, but Xavier, they have moved away, so he has to realize that. And hopefully soon, because now the blue will come on to them.
For Roy and BTR, how do they want to play this? Because right now, Roy not going to have some good position there as well. But at least they have those elevations. BTR, it's going to be a flat plane visualized by GEEK fam and Xavier at the same time. It's so difficult for them to push into the center because they have to pass through these Xaviers first. In that case, they will give themselves out in the open to be shot down by GEEK fam at the same time. But for Roy, despite having less amount of players and firepower, but at least these elevations still favors them somehow. Unless, you know, the Blazer will string on their side first. With 15 seconds less, we still have 4 teams. Now it's going to be the final brawl. Things going to get really intense here, fourth.
Here we go. Stage 9, and the zone will close all the way to the end. Roy on the northern side, playing as a duo. But on the south, we have BTR and GEEK fam. GEEK fam right now, the only team with a full squad. So that gives them a good chance to secure the chicken dinner. But the competition is going to be tight. We got BTR, we got Xavier who's looking for that 3rd chicken dinner. And also, we have Roy in between. Mika will be knocked down by Shunos from Roy.
Now Roy, they're taking slightly the blues and they have no troubles at all. They're running grind with your resources there. Unfortunately, I have to power at 4th place, but we're not done yet. GEEK fam, despite they being quiet and silent before, and now finally taking matters into their hands. 1 player's being knocked down. These Xavier's got quite a vintage view up there, but problem is they cannot overpick themselves because BTR keeping tabs on them as well. And Audrey, how to pick out? They try to peer out all the way, but these Xavier's is going to be true. What this is no way easy for any of the teams remaining.
Oh, Chua against Shenforce from the rooftop. That could be an opening here. But then again, Izane wants to take down Levi's. Levi's with the one last stick of health managed to evade that. Mika will be knocked down by Zaxi instead. It's a 3-way war here, ladies and gentlemen. Mika will be finished off by Lapar. GEEK fam will need to come out of shell right now with 3 players to score the chicken dinner. Damn root gets Chua.
Now they try to make it count for these Xaviers. Yeah, very low plays there. Xavier's Levi managed to just spot down on Jet Force. It's going to be BTR in trouble. It's an open field and BTR, they're down to none. It's going to be GEEK fam 2v2 with the Xaviers here as well. And down to Damrit, knocked down on the side of GEEK fam. This is advantage again to matter. Will they score that hat trick? This is crazy run for the Xaviers today. What incredible, phenomenal run. Exceptionally well when it comes to their strategy.
Well, one more to go for them to seal the deal. It's going to be Audrey. He won't have the time to pick up Damro. They will go all in onto him. And 2v1. Audrey gets one. Could this be a big clutch of Audrey? 1v1 against Levi's. Dancing around. Levi's being low as well. And Levi's will make sure that the Xavier will take home their third chicken dinner in day number 1 of the grand finals.
Holy smokes. Triple chicken and a back-to-back despite we had a pause in between the first half and second half of the day. This guy don't know how to put a pause for their momentum. They keep it building up. It was such an incredible run, a brilliant run here today by the Xaviers, despite it was such a 50-50 chicken dinner. Even though they barely got enough members compared to GEEK fam who had a 4 before, but when it comes to timing, I mean, this guy is one of the best of tactical teams out there.
Man, and being one of the best, it brought them a total amount of 9 eliminations this round. Now, this is one of those rounds that the Lamborghini got eliminated fairly early. So, they actually played majority of their round as a trio, but they're still able to do it. They're still able to come up with a chicken dinner. It's almost as if, like, what does it take to stop these Xavier now?
Yeah, one scary team here for the Xaviers. We talked about how this will upset the voters just now, but hey, here comes another chicken from the Xaviers. With Parjin taking the MVP this time, 4 eliminations, 688 damage. He definitely put in a lot of effort and labor into getting those translate into eliminations with 80%, 18% of headshot. But when it comes to the Xaviers, what can stop them? Probably, maybe Roy.
Yeah. Even Roy, like they stack up behind GEEK fam. But what caught my attention here is this. Okay, full squad time, 14 minutes, 5 seconds, the lowest among them all. And that's because Lamborghini got eliminated, but they're still up here as well. And Alter Ego definitely has to have a mention here. This is the best round today so far, with Alpha putting up a big performance for Alter Ego. And they managed to make themselves into the top 4 teams in this round. So great work by all these amazing teams here. And we'll be looking forward for more action from these Xavier as we walk through this round through our highlights.
they are definitely eyeing out for the trophy this year. That's gonna be your chicken dinner. Also, our PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Spring 2022 champions is back to take the reign away. They want to bear the crown, and they definitely portray such a great performance here today with 19 points total. Almost a double-digit eliminations there, but it equals out down to 19 points. With Alter Ego, well, no placement points, no problem. Not too much, 2 placement points, but hey, elimination-wise, Roy as well at 8 elimination, 10 elimination for Alter Ego. This has been a crazy run.
And some of the teams on page 2 would wish it was a crazy run for them, like Boom Esports. Unfortunately, well, 3 points, cool, they still got points, but then again, it's only 3 points. Vampire Esports, somewhat losing steam here. Only 1 point this round, and we got 3 teams with a 0. Sam9, Team Flash, and Team Secret.
Wow. Such a turn of tide. Now, this definitely going to be the Xaviers, you know, standing strong with a quite significant gap between them and Vampires pushed down despite 12 only for their head start points. Look at how they push themselves all the way up to 74 points. Nobody else can score the chicken. There's plenty of zeros for the other chickens down there. They are the only one who hogging the chicken for it today, except for VOIN Donkey, of course, who'll be falling off the chart, not even in the first page.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey, after that chicken dinner, well, they were on page 1 for a bit, and now they drop off back onto page number 2. Alter Ego, at least they rise up to page 1 after that performance by Alva, so that's at least some news for them. And page 2, at the other end, this time is Sam9 that drops to number 16. Team Secret 15. Boom Esports also dropped to number 14. VOIN Donkey, awkwardly the only team with the chicken dinner, but they are on number 13 now.
Very awkward indeed, I agree. They had that one really good run early on today, but then they lost it completely for their momentum for the rest of today. Hopefully they can bounce back, but for the other teams I'm talking about, you know, they definitely feel challenged right now with these Xaviers getting themselves in a triple chicken in a day. If they score another, I don't know what else to talk about them anymore, because right now, I mean, elimination wise, we have to give it all the other teams out there as well. Fraggers, Alva, that was some sublime performance, pulling the trigger off by himself to deal with all the other players and teams.
Yeah, this guy definitely carried Alter Ego towards the end. And because of his survivability, they picked up extra placement points as well. So great work by Alva. But we also have to give it to Parajin, the Xavier, 4 eliminations, followed by Rosemary with 3. And now teams are prepping themselves up again for the Miramar match. Now, this is the match where we also would want to see what are the potential substitutions that these teams are bringing onto the table.
That's true. And there's going to be a lot of cheers just to boost their morale and their motivation for the teams. But my oh my, what a full day of these Xaviers today. And I have to say, they have some incredible, serious, cerebral gameplay strategy in PUBG Mobile. These Xaviers, they're tactical. They're just setting such a benchmark for first day here.
I know, right? I mean, what's going to stop these Xavier now? Okay, you say that, oh, maybe if we get an early elimination onto them, then maybe they will get it. But that didn't happen, right? Lamborghini went out, and Lamborghini was the MVP of that previous year as well, which is the match number 3. They take out the best player, but the others can still step up the game. So it's like you cut off one head, other heads will rise, just like a Hydra. That is the Xavier now.
You know, right now I feel like all the other teams are shifting their focus. You know, maybe they thought, okay, these teams we have to avoid. Now they're all eyes to a set of these Xaviers. By the end of the day, if we have an interview, I think everyone will mention about, you know what, these Xaviers is one heck of a scary team. They're all teams' focus will be just shifting to their side, knowing that these guys, it's not just firepower. The thing is their strategy, the way they control their way into the circle, how they reposition themselves, how they know exactly where to pick at the perfect time, and how they're being so silent in early stage, making it so difficult for the team to spot them out. But at the same time, they're taking advantage of any sort of off-angle, you know, steals and backstabs as much as they can, and that's something that not every team can execute at this stage. We're talking about the grand finals.
And also, I noticed that long range steals are happening, and part of them are stolen away by Xavier as well. So putting that into the mix, that's one of the reasons why they can come up with those eliminations there. Even though they stood quiet, they still like, okay, find those opportunities, like what you said, those off angles, like a long range, maybe a team's fighting on the other side. Okay, just land a couple of shots, see what we get, and oh, okay, we score like maybe 1 or 2 extra eliminations by pretty much not being engaged in those fights. So they are being a good all-rounder now in this game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, definitely when it comes to playing a third party, they know exactly not to invest too much into it and not to overstay themselves in certain sport as well. And speaking of which, I don't know how they actually pulled that off without being noticed by all the other teams. If you actually look at them, they're playing Erangel like their bread and butter, and then no flaw being shown too much. I mean, well, definitely they're dominating over Erangel here as well. And when it comes to the Xaviers, I noted that when it comes to Miramar, they shift the dynamics of their gameplay, totally a different style, a bit more aggressive towards those initiation of fights. If you compare with the Erangel, they're a bit more disciplined. They're trigger discipline at the highest level down there. And I don't know how they managed to keep complete check with all the other teams' position, knowing exactly where to look at the very perfect time as well. Because just now we saw they are in the center of a circle, but not being noticed by any of the teams around them.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the advantages of dropping into Pachinki, right, for this map. Like, you drop in the middle, both circles were on the main peninsula, so that kind of gave them a slight advantage for them to like, okay, let's maybe do a quick loot and move into as close as possible to the middle of the circle. So they have a bit more advantage against maybe other teams when it comes to that, but of course that also depends on like their personal timing of being able to be done with their loot and move into the circle. So that is of course for Erangel, but Miramar could be a different story. And it's going to be a different story for FaZe because Mela is going to take a break and Mind Noise is going to play instead.
I don't blame FaZe Clan to have that change of dynamic here right now due to their performance and not so great. They had a bit more better start off where they had start points early on, but they got quite a good position when it comes to round 3, and then they just drop it entirely like they're round 2 and 4. But we do have Octa in the swap with Hans for you. I assume it's going to be the Miramar specialist on the side of Alter Ego.
Yep, you preferred Hans for you to be in the lineup. You're going to get your wish, so there you go. I know you're probably waiting for Red Face as well for TALON. We saw him early on to get with his team with the cheers, so hopefully we'll be able to get a glimpse of Red Face in the battleground as well. But of course, we're going to head on to our new map. It is going to be the first Miramar in the grand finals.
Well, that's gonna be Miramar. We have all. I think this is gonna be a very straight flight path. I love this. I love this. It's such a horizontal flight path as well, just cutting across from the left to the right side of a map. And when it comes to Red Face of TALON, yeah, I want to see him actually play, but the way he put on his sweater just now, I don't think he will actually play one. I think he's gonna just bench out for a bit and just observe how the other team's rotation and their adaptability in the game as well.
Well, technically they could still play with sweaters. I mean, unless this is a swimming competition, then we'll see Red Face maybe in a 1-piece or 2-piece. Okay, let's not start to imagine that. Unless, well, you can of course if you want to, but that'll be a totally different story that I don't think I want to get into. We're gonna get into the Xavier. Not gonna have the middle part of the circle this time. They're gonna drop in Alfonso, their regular drop spot inside of Miramar. So this time they're gonna play from the side. So let's see how far will the circle be for them. And if, let's say, if the circle is far away, say for the Bryce or so on, it will be a fresh new challenge for the Xavier.
The majority of the circle coming up from Miramar is always going to be the south of Los Leones. Oh yeah, I don't want to mention Los Leones too much, but I don't know how the Xavier's done it, but they did it again. I don't know how they do this every single time. They got themselves in the smack in the middle of a circle again.
I'm pretty sure if you ask them, they don't know themselves as well. I mean,
how is this even possible?
I mean, probably borrow a line from Ventoris, right? That says luck. Yeah, which is definitely true. I mean, who would know where the first circle will be? I mean, if everyone knows where the first circle will be, like, let's brawl in El Pozo, let's go. So, Xavier having this advantage of, well, we saw them not getting the circle when they scored the chicken dinner in Erangel. Now they're gonna get the circle right on top of them, right smack in the middle. I mean, this gives Xavier a huge advantage.
It depends. Sometimes, you know, when you're at the center of the circle, you feel too comfortable and you got complacent a bit. I don't know. This is the Xavier's we're talking about, and they got himself a triple chicken. We're gonna have to show their highlights when it comes to how they actually play. You know what? I think the biggest change they had during the league stage was adding Chua back into the lineup, make it such a different dynamic and different gameplay all around. And we do know Chua actually do have better chemistry with Lamborghini, since they've both been playing together for a long time. And Nate T, it's been a while we don't really see him, but even though Nate T swap in and out, we do know it's still not firepower wise. I have to agree, Chua definitely plays better and gives so much elimination points. But for Nate T, I think he is still okay to be put into the lineup here.
Yeah, but with this sort of performance by T Xavier, I think Nate T will be happy sipping his coffee at the back. But we're gonna have a word from T Xavier.
Trong khi Boom là nhà vô địch, nhưng trong mùa giải mùa thu hiện giờ thì Boom đang ở cuối bảng xếp hạng. Vậy thì các bạn có tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch trong mùa giải này không? Và hiện tại đội nào là đối thủ lớn nhất của các bạn?
Mình nghĩ là team mình sẽ vô địch thôi ạ. Mình tin tưởng đội của mình. Còn đối thủ lớn nhất của mình phải cạnh tranh mùa này có lẽ là Vampire.
I believe we will win the championship, and I trust in my teammates. And I think our greatest opponent to compete against is Vampire Esports.
Thank you so much, Girl or GE, coming up from the staff or the coach coming from the Xavier side. And you know what? I don't disagree with them, because the one that really hot on their tails is going to be Vampires, of course. They are the biggest threat coming up from the Xavier. Talking about still day number 1. So I do wish we have another poll pull up for the voters out there. Do they want to change their votes here regarding of how the Xaviers actually performed today?
If the votes still don't change, I don't know what will change their mind at this point. Okay, how the Xavier have been performing. But I had this thought as well, so a bit of a throwback, right? When they won in PMPL Southeast Asia, when it was held in Malaysia that time, they were number 1 from the first game to the last game of 3 days. So 6 maps per day, pretty similar. The difference this season is that they have the starting points as compared to back then. So if you think about it, right, imagine if you remove the starting points this season, because they scored the first chicken dinner, right? They are on top. Second game, they are consistent, and then they scored chicken dinner after chicken dinner. It's a deja vu that they are number 1 in the grand finals as of now, and they never let that go.
Speaking of, they never let them go on these Xaviers. It was Chua as well playing that season when they actually won, and Chua stole away that elimination points of the kill feed here. We saw just now, and not really, he's not stealing nobody being stolen here, but they just got quite a long shot knockdown. And I talked about these Xaviers before. When it comes to Miramar, the approach towards this map is very different. They're more engaging, they're more aggressive, more productive compared to when they're playing Erangel. Erangel-wise, I know that they are very tactical about it, but Miramar is all about trying to bulldoze any team and just trying to get those eliminations up.
Well, since they have El Pozo and the circle on top of them, any team will want to come into the city will need to face off against the mayor, which is the Xavier themselves, and that is where they can show their bulldozing moment and try to, well, just fend off teams from coming in. But we got the Xavier here. Looks like they sent Chua up on top of this hill just to monitor like where would the teams come by from. And as long as he's not knocked, he will be fine up on this high ground.
He's doing more than monitor right now. He's trying to, take some opportunities every way he can. But what worries me right now, Twice seems to be overstay himself in the same spot for a long time now. After he opens fire, if he doesn't reposition himself, that will attract a lot of teams trying to just check things out. Is he still up there or not? But it's going to be the race of the team trying to get themselves those high grounds. We're talking about the circle around Old Pozo. When it comes to high grounds, St. Martin high grounds will be one of the best places to actually gatekeep. But also when it comes to the around Crater Field area, the only team coming up from the northern side last time we saw was a VOIN Donkey. But I don't know how many teams managed to already rotate through the northern side, because right now we're looking at even MORPH coming up from that area as well.
Yeah, that high ground will be pretty interesting. And if somehow the circle shifts there, then, well, it's going to be a very interesting fight as well. But look at these Xavier, right? Even though they have El Pozo, it's not like, oh, we'll stay inside El Pozo, we'll loot, we'll just play the El Pozo simulator. Nah, they will send Levi's out on one of the high grounds. And speaking about high grounds though, Alter Ego and Vampire Esports. Ooh, the rivalry, here we go.
Rosemary. Overpeaking will punish him straight knocked down here, but at least the entire crew is there to pick him back up. Got himself 400 reserve with 8 times scope with a mini 14. Definitely he's itchy enough to just open some trigger down there. But for Vampires taking their own position as well. Well, they're not going to waste... we're not going to waste time with you right now for the side of Vampires. They know what's more concerning and what's going to be the prime objective for themselves here. Trying to get into the best spot inside of the center of the circle. In case the circle not favoring for the next stage, at least they got themselves a better spot to work with. But it's very congested indeed when it comes to the center. Ow! These Avians managed to just pull himself all the way down south to get into the center again.
Oh, as Vintorius would say, just luck. We got luck. Just lucky. Oh, well, of course, that's the translated version of it. But yeah, now it's, again, Xavier is going to play more of the stay and wait game as they will start to call back their players towards El Pozo, since many teams might be interested to come in to El Pozo itself, looking at this kind of circle. I would expect more teams to come in to... 7-9 is not interested yet, but Kenny is interested to try to get this knock, but it went too far away from him.
But the Xavier is definitely interested to have a prowl there. Can see they hop onto their vehicle, and Levi already marching towards the side. They heard those gunfires before, and they're definitely curious to check things out. But for GEEK fam, they lost Audrey early on, so for them having a trio and still 16 teams intact, the only one be taken out just now was that play of GEEK fam. And this is what really happened. It was Sam 9 Kenny. I mean, I don't know how he can visualize on top of that tree, but he did see it through with the help of course, his teammate.
Damn, we're still being shot at though. So GEEK fam's not really on the clear. They managed to get away. So far, so good for them. Boom Esports coming into El Pozo as well through the northern side. They will be a-okay here, but there's also RRQ managed to make their way in. Okay, it's going to start to get a bit crowded in El Pozo.
Around the barn area. And boom, he got himself hot covers. A lot of teams resorting to getting themselves indoors, making sure they won't be scouted too much by the other teams, not giving too much position, not giving themselves away early on. But RRQ, they're spreading out quite far. I don't know where are the rest of RRQ. They have the swap before. And how will this play into their hands? And the Xaviers do have those elevations. There's high land area right on the south of where we're actually watching here. And the spread from the Xaviers might actually caught one of the players of RIQ who tried to give them some information from above as well.
Oh, Boy Donkey says hello to El Pozo. And I wonder where Xavier is at. Okay, Xavier is by the corner of our mini-map. So it looks like they exited El Pozo, playing a different kind of strategy. Normally, if like teams get this kind of circle, they'll be like, okay, we want to have our own compound, let's stay together and just play in an urban area. But Xavier, they're doing something different, and that's what I really like, right? They moved up onto the high ground and gives themselves a good vision of whoever comes in onto El Pozo. If so happen they get the draw of the luck of getting the circle, then, well, it's going to be a big advantage for DZ because they can get exit frags from there. And circle still moves towards where El Pozo is at.
And they're right in the center of it still, but the only one can actually stop the Xaviers at this point probably going to be Team Secret and Sam9. For the Xaviers, they are keeping themselves within themselves. They're not over-engaging too much, but the moment we mentioned that it's always going to be some fires open later on, because Oriki seems to be having himself some hot shots to it, some of the players of the Xaviers just now. So that's why they're taking vehicles on, seems to be in action, but... Alliance, I mean, there's gonna be two teams presented themselves, and Alliance, they are pretty darn good at third party. This might be one of the business they want to be part in, and there you go, easily finish off Roy players.
Yeah, team from Adi, look, help Talon, but Talon looks like they lost Excel to Junos. Juki gets Linux, and now Talon looks like they're falling apart. Porsche is gonna be the last man. Talon fights back, it's gonna be Yoru knocked down. Porsche defending his ground all alone, and of course, Alliance will want a piece of this.
And not just that, we have Team Flash, GEEK, Fam, and Talon, as well as BTR crossing over this site, and everybody just seems to be in awe and impressed by this team fight. They want to interrupt as well. Unfortunately, Roy just arrived. They got eliminated because thanks to Alliance that just gatekeeping them from the side on off angle too, and these Avies, they're not keeping it too quiet as well. Team Secret, the one that actually tried to coming up from the north towards the eastern side, western side, will be ventured out and also discovered by the likes of these Avies. And last time I remember, Sam9 was just beneath them as well. But for BTR, we have another clash with Vampires.
And here we go, Vampire BTR. This could be real interesting. Two big teams. Stone will secure one out of Gen Force. Looking for more as he tries to circle around this compound. Tony K gets La Pa down on his knees, but Tony K counterfire upon. He's the one member of Vampire that have been eliminated so far. Shrubs is pretty low. He'll need time to heal up as BTR and Zuxi, the duo that's fend off against Vampire. Wow, Team Flash is actually looking at this area.
Reposition himself all the way to wrap around every corner by Team Flash. They deployed one member each of the angles to surround and wrap around BTR and Vampires at the same time. But they just giving away too much information too early, and Zuxi responded accordingly. And there goes the UMP sprayed on, but Zuxi is down to only 10% of health remaining. He needs to just go back, but Vampires, never mind. It's gonna be Team Flash. Zeus waiting at the other end. And for Team Flash, they just spraying their own trap here by coming in between the crossfire and Alliance. I mean, there's no stopping them from taking it a steal from here angle.
Well, it looks like FaZe Clan actually took out one member of Alliance, so that might stop that tracks. As we look at the circle, these Xaviers still got it. Big advantage for them. And at least the teams inside El Pozo, they still have the circle as well, so they can hold on to their position. But we are going to look at these teams that do not have the circle. 3 teams locked out of the circle with each other.
Speaking of circle, making it so difficult for the players to read it out, except for these Saviors, of course. Team Flash, they slowly trying to surprise the Vampires, and we talked about them wrapping around things, and now Team Flash, Kwang pretty low himself, lost first aid kit. He needs to use it well and make sure they can survive longer, but Boom is there as well, and an Alliance taking a fight against Boom. That's going to put a pause to his Alliance when they're third-partying Vampires and BTR and Flash at the same time. But back to a side of Vampires, they're left with Stone and Newsy right now. BTR, I think that's going to be the last player, but Satar still stand. While Team Flash, they're already out. They're done with this. They're going to move on and get into the circle.
Well, Satar wished that he could be done with this, but Vampire is still not letting him go. But Boom Esports, oh no. 0 points this round. They lost to Alliance. Ouchies. This gives opportunity to Team Secret and SM9 to overtake them in the overall charts. But we're back onto Satar right now. Satar only has that one first aid, and the 2 members of Vampires onto him. But Satar, he's taking shots from where? There's another team from behind that's shooting at him. He doesn't have the time to heal up.
Alliance, that small particular window, it's fight or flight time, and Stone will try to push it up thanks to Alliance. They actually making such a huge favor for Vampires to easily just finish off with collateral damage of those shotguns just now against Vampires. But Team Secret with GEEK Fam, and we have a third party as well. This time it's going to be MORPH. And Team Secret and GEEK Fam down to only 2 players, and not really, it's still 3, but Sam9 without thinking what is going on every single corner of the map. We do have fights at the current time.
Yeah, And this is the visual of Sem9. Whatever they did to Alter Ego. Boychill finished out by Kenny from Sem9. 2 more left for Alter Ego. And so far, Alter Ego has yet to score any elimination points. And if they go out now, it will also be another 0-point round for them. As Sem9 is still around there. And look at the minimap. Sem9 has them surrounded.
Spot. Oh! Shots came from Rosemary. It's all the way from Rosemary for Sem9. They are spreading out to wrap around, but these 2 players of Alter Ego not making any easy for Sem9. Rosemary and Hans for you. Here comes Bibu to open up the angle. Rosemary down. It's going to be go time for Sem9. If they don't take the opportunity, it's going to be now or never. And Hans for you. Can he actually do and pull off what Alva did just now? And Bibu slowly closing in and try to finish off Rosemary first to secure this. No more pick up by the side of Alter Ego. So Sem9, Bibu is time to take down on Hans for you, but he's trying to deny his own points. Where did that molly came from? It's coming out from Firan and Kenny, and that's going to be the end of the run for Alter Ego with 0 points this time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hans for you, he just made his debut in the grand finals. Just for them to go out without any points at all. As for Team Secret, they're still busy with GEEK fam. Now popping up those smokes, they have to cut across the road. And at least they, oh man, at least they do have a marker. They do have someone across, but they have to deal with GEEK fam, who doesn't want to let them go. Aizain with a nade of his own onto break, but it will not connect at all. But at the same time, Flippy actually took down Soas.
Sem9, it's going to be a battle of blues over the players here. It will dampen down their HP. Team Secret, no more first aid. Make it or break it time. And Break cannot do anything about it. Damn Root, he barely got enough, but he needs to heal up now. It's stage number 5, but the molly won't help. And he's knocked down as well. Unfortunately, I think Mika, he cannot actually reach out to the rest of GEEK fam. They're a bit too far reached out. For Sem9, they're also having heavy cash. Not really, still having a full squad. But the one that actually will have a big win is going to be the Xaviers. Look at where they stand. They got some sweet spot up here. But resources-wise, I don't know how much they have left.
Well, we haven't seen them in action, so resources-wise, hopefully they're well stocked up. Mika! Okay, he's going to play this quiet game now that he has this cover for himself. Oh, Jimmy OP is moving into the compound where Misery's at. Ooh, if he goes up to the 2nd floor, it's going to be interesting. But nope, Jimmy OP steals away that vehicle out of the hands of Misery.
Yeah, he's going to shoot him down, but the last whiff just now, that UMP not going to be enough. Misery trying to just go with one more elimination before the team will scout him out. He got that knockdown, but back to his signing spot. Back towards the defense stance for Misery. You gave away a position. Due to how bad he wanted those points, every single point is super important. But the nade air chip down to 20% of his HP down, still got 80 left. But on side of Misery to deal with the entire group alliance, it's going to be tough.
He thought Jimmy OP was all alone there until he went up. After he chased Jimmy OP, he's like, oh wait, there's others? Run! Fall back! Yeah, and Misery didn't even get Jimmy OP in the process. And Alliance, they will be back as a full team. But the next challenger is going to be Team Flash.
Team Flash keeping check on Alliance. That's going to be a big look. Just sliding down. I think Alliance, the rest of them can actually reach out and help him up. But the problem is Team Alliance do have 2 knockdowns right now. And Gosu and Kwang will not waste any time at all. Knowing the fact they do have some slight advantage. And that's going to be easy elimination with Blues and pressure on the side of Alliance. There's no way to make it free. Leon's, he's too far. He's inside of a compound in a different ground entirely. There's no way for him to visualize this side.
Yeah, and Team Flash picking up point after point out of Alliance. But one of them managed to get away, so that's okay for now. But Team Flash will be happy with the points that they've collected so far. 5 eliminations, that is. Notice as well while the players of D Xavier currently down and not revived yet. So let's see if he will be able to be saved. Leos will be the final member of Alliance with a smoked up vehicle. So let's see what sort of a ninja gameplay he can do, just like what Mika is doing now.
Mika, when they engage against MORPH, they know there's a threat just around this corner here. They both sense it well. But the moment they open fire, the one winning this is going to be the Xaviers right on top of them. And this slope is too steep. There's no way for them to hike up. They're kind of stuck in this corner here. Sem9 Taking charge again. FaZe Clan moment is down, but Kenny greeted up. Barbecued all the way, but it's going to be okay. Back to a side of Sam9. Smoke's kind of making sure that he cannot see through the other side. But Sam9 Yuhai decided to just, you know what? We're going to crash in right across. Who cares? Who knows? There's going to be tomorrow or not. Let's just go all in.
All in here by Sam9 after the sending it across. Onsen is still pretty low, but Victorious fights back. Onsen still got Bobo Hoo and got Yuhai as well. Well, Onsen was like, what, 10% of health? That was great work by Onsen.
That was less than 10% and 5% HP down there. Thanks to Nino is still alive. So Ventura is confident enough to actually just go for the revival here. But for Firen, how can he see anything from here? Maybe the small pistol shot can actually land on any of the players. But this angle will not see anything indoors. For Nine Noise, there's going to be no sweat at all for him to finish off. But they have to be extra careful. Because high ground still be dominated by the Xaviers who got Chua on the ground. MORPH will try to challenge them out, but Parajit is cooking up the nade. If he can land on one of MORPH players, this will be debilitating for on the side of MORPH, but nothing seems to be connecting yet.
Okay, and he did chip away a bit of damage out of Flippy, but Parajit now facing off against Axel. On the other side, got knocked. It's only down to the final player of the Xavier. Now Levi's on the other side to try to hold on for points. So on the outside of the circle, now he's coming in, but he's being shot at. He's navigating through this rough terrain. And MORPH have it on side, but it's going to be Firen at the end of the day, who eliminates the final member of the Xavier.
Discontinuing their run for another chicken dinner. That's going to be MORPH, the bane for the Xaviers for now in Miramar. We don't know about Erangel, but for Miramar, that's what we know for now. But Sam9, they're trying to force it out from FaZe Clan. They have to cross the street, but there's more from the high grounds, taking a dominant over those high grounds where the Xaviers was before. And FaZe Clan, they will be greeted Kenny warmly with 57th reserve in that UMP. Don't know about his rifle, but Ventura is back tucked out quite a bit. So it's going to be difficult for him with very low HP. No time to reset his HP at all.
Kenny lands the final blow. And that will be point number 13 to Sam9. With Kenny 6 elimination points for himself, almost half of Sam9's numbers. Alliance, they went out with 10 elimination points at number 8, so there's going to be 11 points for Alliance. As Sam9, after that win, they still play as a duo. Kwang saw whatever that happened, and he will reposition his buggy and he will continue to monitor.
For Sam9, Yuhai being, Firen being locked in across the other side of the street. There's no way for him to cross over the other side. I assume there's no more smokes on top of Firen right now. That's why he's taking his time to figure out whether to cross the street or not. It's all down to the next circle in less than 15 seconds. Whether Sam9 can survive this or not. But for Mika, I don't see the way out of him to be alive by the end of this map. Right now, he got covered probably by the blue and MORPH right on top as well. But the circle, it's going to be shifting towards VOIN Donkey. But for RRQ, there's going to be a huge advantage. On the side of MORPH, they still have the slight edge of the high ground that they can play with.
Yeah, I know, right? This high ground will be crucial for them to block out some of the teams. But we're also going to get a visual on the right side. Now we have RRQ coming in. And they have Team Flash in front of them. This time Team Flash, they don't have the circle. For the most part, we've been seeing Team Flash gatekeeping other teams. Now, they will probably have a taste of their own medicine with RRQ in front of them.
For Sam9, I am super curious how they want to play this one out. Well, things seems to be unfolding on RRQ this time with VOIN Donkey based on this circle. They do have the control majority of the northern side as well as the eastern side of the circle. But the one actually in the very south, we do have a bit of a cluster here. Sam9, they have to deal MORPH. They push all the way on the backside to just wrap around Sam9 here. That's a next level commitment entirely.
Oh, MORPH having commitment now with Sam9. And Hazel is cooking up his name. But we'll move on to RRQ. Oh, okay. They went up north, so they meet up with VOIN Donkey instead. And here we go. The fight for this area is happening right now. Potato down, thanks to Snape. And the rest of RRQ, they're searching for the other members of VOIN Donkey, but they're on the other building.
Snape. Here comes VOIN Donkey slowly closing in off angle. spot out on Mika. Mika is trying to run. That man just wants to live peacefully now. But we do have Vampire Stone, and they know exactly. They're keeping in check with every single players around the 4RQ. Despite they have 4 walls hard covers, visualize-wise, they don't see a thing from the outside. But they have enough information knowing every single player's position here. And Stone got finished off by Playzone, not giving any points towards any team. But for Sam9, it's still going to be a hard hike for them. Look at how MORPH just control over these high grounds.
Well, if they can settle MORPH, it will be great for 7-9. Oh, but it's only MORPH. Team Flash on the other side as well. Oh no, Period. Okay, he comes in, he shows up. Now down to Period. Can he pull off a big clutch 1v1 here? But the answer is no. It was a difficult one for them, but still a great run for 7-9.
Stage 8, we still have 5 teams. There's still a lot of players in here. 13 players still intact. With Razak bleeding out, it's going to be RRQ taking advantage. They do have the numbers now. There's going to be a 3v3, a 4v3. RRQ do have full squad. There's no way they're going to blunder this and bunk this out, right? But back to a side of Vaxi. He got a clear shot on Snape. What? Down to only 10% of HP, and Zeta repositioning himself the way to the back. But how? He denied his own teammate. No mercy. He definitely has no mercy for his teammate as well.
Well, no mercy for Zeta too. As he needed now, Zeta, 1 more to go. Can no mercy put up a clutch here from the lower ground? He still needs to move in, so he needs to end this fight, but he has to pick over him anyway. But before that, he'll make sure that Vexi's point goes to RRQ. 1 more to go, and it is going to be Nepeko coming up with a win. And that is VOIN Donkeys eliminated by RRQ.
And RRQ dwindling down their numbers due to the fight with VOIN Donkey. The Blues start to hit them as well. But look at who's in the center. It's going to be Team Flash, Batman, and Kwang. There's going to be a lot of duo. 2v2 with 3v1 with GEEK Fam only have Mika left. Unfortunately, for RRQ, they had the most men before they engaged against VOIN Donkey, and they couldn't actually get into the circle on time as well. They've been gate capped so hard by the teams inside. MORPH, they've been dominate and control over this high ground for the longest of time. Now, will they actually back fruitful with their hard labor after they're taking such a long fight against the Xaviers before?
Oh, it's looking super duper good now for MORPH, as they have the numbers against all these other teams. We're talking about 3v1 v 1.5. They charge in on Team Flashes on the lower ground. Hazel should be able to make it in time. Okay, he sees both targets. He shoots, he fires, he gets one. Looking for the other one. His teammate will follow up. And from the back as well, looks like MORPH, they will wrap things up and bring it back home for the Indonesian region.
MORPH, they rip down the rest of the Xaviers, taking advantage of the high ground. That was super crucial. If they didn't get the spot where the Xaviers was standing here, they won't be scoring this chicken dinner. That was a crucial call for the IGL to take down the Xaviers in the first spot. If not, we might actually have a 4th chicken for the Xaviers by end of today.
Yeah, absolutely right. If in an alternate universe, the Xaviers still has that spot, it will be like, they will probably get the same result. So great work here by MORPH to score this chicken dinner after taking over the high ground of the Xavier. And they score it together with a total eliminations of 7.
Yep, it's going to be 2 teams they dealt with on the side of MORPH when it comes to the numbers wise. But thanks to Hazel, I mean, Hazel did play out of his mind just now. It was an exceptional run for the side of MORPH, taking such patience to just reap the rewards against the Xaviers, yeah. But when it comes to the top teams as well as our MVP, I have to give it. Hazel did so much play by himself just now.
Yes, as he's awarded the MVP with all those plays. 5 eliminations, 724 damage, 321 damage received, 57% team contribution that pulls the chart all the way towards him, and a 27 minute and 10 second survival time. So Hazel, our MVP this round, brought in the damage and also those eliminations.
And we talked about more of a good return and profit taking down in the Xaviers. This time we have a different team coming up from Vietnam region as well. Team Flash, they got the center, but unfortunately they didn't actually get the circle in the last one. For Sam9, well, thanks to Yuhai, he survived long enough. I think it was Yuhai. And the Lions as well. actually try to fight themselves a bit more longer. But unfortunately, it's all about those high grounds till the very end for Miramar map before we getting into the last stage just now. Was still a hard circle for the teams that didn't get those high grounds, especially in the flat plain down there. Multi-level of terrain definitely make it difficult for the teams to actually see whichever teams they try to take it down. But survival times wise, I think Team Flash, despite they lasted long enough, they actually have the least amount of players to last this long. So there's still quite respect for the side of Team Flash. Now let's rewatch the highlight of MORPH just discontinue the Xavier's hectic chicken just now.
Wow, that was a long rotation there by MORPH, but of course the key decision that they made, they brought to the chicken dinner, is to overtake that high ground that D-Xavier held. And with that, they scored the chicken dinner. D-Xavier nowhere to be found on page 1 thanks to MORPH.
Yep, and the moment they shut down these Xaviers, there's going to be some room for the other teams to make their numbers up here finally. With Sam9 getting 13 eliminations and Alliance getting himself 10 eliminations, this two Malaysian team seems to be scoring eliminations, not prioritizing about their placement points, and giving them a double digit as well. But unfortunately for our defending title champions down there, Alter Ego and Boom seems to be dwindling down when it comes to the grand finals day 1.
Interesting, since they were both double PMSL champions. But let's see here. It looks like no change for the Xavier. Still on top because they've created a gap there, but now the gap has shrunk. Now they do have a 16-point gap with Vampire Esports, followed by Alliance with 50 points. They're trailing behind Vampire Esports by 11 points. Of course, for MORPH, who scored the chicken dinner, they significantly boosted the rank to number 5 as of now, 44 points, and they're only 2 points behind RRQ.
My eyes fixed on the numbers of eliminations. So far, the most still going to be on the top of AD Xavier, still But when it comes to the very bottom here, bad news for Team Secret, Boom, VOIN, Donkey and TALON. Now VOIN, Donkey, the only team on the second page with the chicken, drop entirely. They are at the brink of collapse after they start to lose their momentum. After that chicken dinner, should push themselves up. I don't know whether the pressure getting to them or it's just, you know, they're keeping it for later for their strategy. But we do have the head-to-head between Kenny and Hazel.
Yeah, Hazel, who was the MVP before this, but Kenny put in a lot of work. Look at this amount of eliminations and damage, and also even the assists. Like, it surpasses Hazel and his damage, 1052, Hazel 724. Well, I mean, Kenny has been putting a lot of work in this round, and he was the top fragger for SEPT overall, as he scored half of SEPT eliminations, which is a total of 13.
I mean, like SEPT definitely no problem getting by with only eliminations. Same goes for Lions here, because they know when it comes to reading out the circle, it's going to be one of the most impossible things to do, except for the Xaviers, of course. But Team Flash got himself 8 eliminations with MORPH at 7. Now, there's going to be a different set of teams. The moment we saw the Xaviers being taken down, a different set of teams start to rise up as well. But it means that it's going to be a very different change of pace when it comes to the last Miramar. Will they go for those eliminations, or will they go for the positions for the teams that are in the dire need of points in this day 1 grand finals?
Yes, and we were done with the first Miramar with this lobby. So that is at least some information that the teams would have had by now. Like, okay, this is how the teams will play, this is where they'll drop, and so on and so forth. So those will be important information as we head on to our final match today, which will also be played inside of Miramar. And now I do wonder, will some of these teams be desperate to make substitutions, especially for Alter Ego and Boom?
I'm hoping still TALON to actually deploy Red FaZe to actually play here, because firepower wise can see a significant drop coming up on the side of TALON without Red FaZe playing. I'm surprised. I still want to ask why, but it means that we need to get an interview with them first. But with things getting even more intense here, everything seems to be unfolding when it comes to our podium spot. Right now, it feels like these Xaviers and Vampires are just battling each other out to get that #1, while the rest of the team still struggling to adapt themselves into this grand finals, even our defending champions at the very bottom too.
Yeah, but if I were to put out another name that could potentially push #1, it's still going to be Alliance. So far, they have been doing pretty well in the grand final. Although no chicken dinner yet, but they're still playing the same play style from what we saw during the league stages. Is that okay? They see an opportunity, third party, they see an opportunity, they just rush in, they won't shy away from fights, and they focus a lot on getting those elimination points, and it has been giving them the return that they probably would have expected. And so far, they are still trailing tight with both the Xavier and Vampire.
I mean, that's one way to actually do it. Like, there's so many methods to actually get yourself points here. One of the methods that for the teams, the Malaysian teams especially, except for GEEK Fam, of course, we don't see a lot of actions coming out from them. But for Alliance and SEPT, you know, they're resorting to get those eliminations as long as they get by for the points. Because right now, for them to get into the circle, we can see how difficult for the circle to get into it with such a flat, plain, open space. If you happen to be choosing the wrong side of the circle, if there's always going to be a street in between when it comes to stage 4 onwards, and the teams, you know what, had enough of that. We just gonna go for the kills instead.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, this circle crazy, this circle only love this area, we will not care about the circle, we take fight. Yeah, and Alliance will be happy to do that. One of the teams that really love that. You don't give me the circle, that's fine. I can still find my own points.
Well, every kill actually counts. So when things start to heat up, these teams will be only separated by mere kill points here. So that's why every single point we saw how to get into the grand finals, the qualifiers during the league stage, is those mere kills, those mere points, that 1 point that makes such a difference. Even the placement points actually play a big part when it comes to getting into the qualifiers into this stage. But Red FaZe finally being deployed here. I don't know, is it a bit too late? It seems to be the trend for TALON. When they're hitting a wall, when things are not working out, then only they swap at the very last map.
Well, at least we get to see Red FaZe not in his swimming suit, but we're going to see Alter Ego making a change as well. So both teams, okay, making change. Let's see if any change for Team Flash. No indication yet. Okay, so it's probably those two teams making those changes. And yeah, especially for Alter Ego, came out 0, coming in as a 2-time champion in the PMSL. Fans expect a lot out of them. They have to do everything that they can right now to turn things around.
Now, personally, I feel like the teams with the least amount of swap players or having their substitution is going to be coming up from Vietnam region. It's so rare for us to actually see any of the players of Vietnam to actually have those hot swaps in any circumstances at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we can even identify like when a swap happens, it's like, oh, pretty significant, like this whole Chua thing, right? So yeah, there seems to be a trend for Vietnamese teams trusting the process it is. Let's see if they can trust themselves in the final game.
Numbers are getting lower and the maps are getting even lesser. Now we have only 12 maps to go with 2 remaining days of the grand finals, and this will wrap up our day 1 of the grand finals as we fly into the very south flight path from Puerto Paraiso up to the northern side. And it's gonna be some teams, well, it's quite evenly split for the map, so everybody can drop whatever they fancy, but the problem is always going to be about the circle. Now, the circle, I do want to see if the Xaviers can score another central circle again, or it was just pure luck.
Well, let's ask Venturas that later. Huh? It'll be an interesting interview as well. But at least what they can score is that a direct drop into El Pozo. They just need to wait a bit more for the flight to reach that area, and they will be back in their regular draw spot. As for some of the other regular draw spot on the other side, the GEEK fam is going to go back to Puerto Paraiso. They're going to get a chance. Boom Esports is going to be around the area of Impala. And so far, no major changes, I must say, because of this kind flight path that all these teams can drop to whichever regular draw spot that they would like. But I'll be interested to see if any teams will bump into each other while they grab vehicles, because on the middle part, around the area of Hacienda, MORPH and RRQ seems to be heading the same direction.
Wow. Of all the days and all the maps here, it's gonna be the first day in the last map to have a tough water circle. And yes, it's traditional settings and default drops for most of the teams, but not about the circle at all. And we might actually have a very south circle. We rarely see Puerto Paraiso circle, but there's high chance we're gonna get those difficult rocks and valleys of very south Los Leones again, and that's no surprise for us at this point.
Yep, Puerto Paraiso, I wouldn't mind that. Impala, obviously, one of my favorites. So if it does go to Impala, it will be pretty nice for me. But it will be pretty nice for Boom Esports as well, since they do drop there. So far, it's looking pretty good for GEEK fam as a start. So they have the circle on top of them. And hopefully they'll be able to make good use out of it, because today have been a below average day for GEEK fam, since they are currently at number 10. But again, if we be objective about the points, the teams around them have very close amount of points. And again, with one good round, it would significantly boost them up to page 1.
I'm very curious how the players will respond to this sort of circle, but we're gonna have to listen to the Vampires interview here. Let's hear it from the backstage.
How do you view their performance and what plans do you have moving forward? ก็ DX ได้พูดไว้นะครับว่าตอนนี้ทีมที่เขาคิดว่าเป็นก้างขวางคอที่สุดก็คือทีมแวมไพร์ของเราและตอนนี้แต้มของเขาก็ได้นำเราไปเยอะอยู่เราคิดยังไงกับฟอร์มการเล่นของพวกเขาในวันนี้แล้วก็เรามีแผนหรือแพลนยังไงที่จะในเกมต่อๆไปในวันพรุ่งนี้กับมะรืนนี้ครับ
ก็ต้องยอมรับเขาว่า DX เขาทำแผนมาได้ดีครับเขาเข้ากลางวงแล้ววงเขาเข้าเขาบ่อยแล้วเขาสามารถเล่นได้เนียบครับเขาก็ต้องยอมรับเขาวันนี้เขาเล่นดีส่วนตัวทีมเราก็ไม่ได้ผิดพลาดอะไรมากครับก็เล่นไฟตามปกติเก็บแต้มไปเรื่อยเราก็แค่หวังให้ DX เขาวงไม่เข้าว่างแค่นั้นเองครับเพราะว่าตามที่เล่นแบบนี้ก็ดีอยู่แล้วครับ
So basically, it's quite sure that DX can really play under their well performance. And for us personally, we just try our best, and we will only hope that the circle not really got DX that much.
And that's Ravenclaw for you, ladies and gentlemen. In case you miss him, he is still around. He is at the a back end nowadays. He's playing more of the analyst role, and even though there is room to play, they feel fluke instead. So Ravenclaw is still contributing to Vampire Esports from the back, and looks like they are still staying positive about their performance and looking forward to chase up to D Xavier.
Yep, and I can see why Serteni will not want him to play, because he values so much of Ravenclaw insights regarding the analytical field. But we do have across our screen here Sam9 Kenny got himself average elimination at 1.5 per map. And speaking of Sam9, they're definitely aiming for those kill scores for today.
Yeah, with the preferred weapon of the traditional M4 and Scar L, Kenny came up with 6 eliminations out of 13 eliminations for 7-9 in the previous round, and it is their best round today so far. So fans are looking at how they played. They run from compound to compound. They took fights. They lost a couple of players, but they still are able to win fights in general. And that's where the objective of collecting points came up. So I'm sure fans will be looking forward to see 7-9 coming up with such a active gameplay again.
Speaking of active, RQ also actively tried to rotate into the circle. They just passed by truck stop just now. Last time we saw Alter Ego drop himself around that corner. And assume all the teams are like Alter Ego, Vampires, even Boom, Geek Fam, Team Secret, and Alliance have got himself right in the center of the circle, or inside of the circle at least. Will try to reposition himself on those very high grounds, those highland areas with definitely difficult rock to climb up to, so they want to just get into that as fast as they can. The circle shift down south all the way. But for Alter Ego, we talked about them, and this is not great for them as well if they got charged and straight RRQ just gonna go in for the rush, knowing they knocked down one of the most biggest player for Alter Ego, and that's a clean run for RRQ to finish off Rosemary and Octa as well.
Ooh, here we go, RRQ. Not giving any face at all to Alter Ego. Eliminating the 2 key players, and now Alter Ego have to play the rest of the round with only the rest of them 2. Hans for you, one of them, as he skids away back to probably his other teammate.
RQ, personally, I feel like they cannot afford to have an Aperco knockdown every single time they don't have a full squad. That's going to be where RQ start to fall into pieces there. But for Alter Ego, it's a different story entirely. Despite they lost Rosemary, we've seen this before. No Rosemary is still going to be doable for Alva and Hans for you, especially Alva with that play just now by himself. 6 elimination on top of that 10 total elimination by a team. I mean, like, they are not scared. Despite the numbers are not doing well for them, but they are still pretty okay for Alter Ego. We're gonna have to wait and see. But let's rewatch the replay just in case you guys missed it.
Thanks to the Baker's long range, that opened up the fight here. And they probably only saw like 2. They were confident to take this fight anyway, even though there were the other 2 members of Alter Ego there, but they will still go for it because they have the upper hand when it comes to numbers. So great execution there by RRQ. Very active, very fast, and I like it.
Yep, and they cannot afford to lose Nepeko because every single time they want to engage, it's always Nepeko taking the initiation to fight. Like Alter Ego is always on Rosemary to actually put up the call for any sort of engagement. And thing is, the difference between Alter Ego and RRQ, I mean, like, this might actually have a backlash on me, but this is just my own personal opinion. Difference is RRQ depending so much on Nepeko to start up a fight that if he's not around, they pretty much cannot go aggressive anymore. They're all just clustered up together and just wait things out. While Alter Ego, the difference is without Rosemary, they still know how to pick fights and pick a perfect one of that.
We'll leave that to interpretation of everyone out there. So leave your thoughts in the comment section as well. So it will be interesting to see the thoughts of the fans or what you think about that. Maybe you guys have something else to think about. But okay, I do like this circle. Final game today. Look at a interesting south-sided circle this time. Let's go rotation.
We've seen this many times before during the league stage. For Sam9, they will try to play the multi-layer of terrains at the back where there's some build-up sort of height that they can actually reach out to. But for the rest of the team, it got in center of circle early on. They go straight for the highest ground, the peak as much as possible. And that's going to be one of them, GEEK fam. Now, don't forget about RRQ. RRQ used to love this Zygra, but since they are coming in later, so I assume there might be GEEK capped by a lot of teams later on, because coming up from the north is a bit more than the usual. While we do have latecomers, they're not afraid of playing the blue zone here. That's going to be the Xaviers. They're coming up all the way from the Valley and will enter in from the left side. And Vampires, on the other hand, well, they are taking the Valley route, and it's going to be a-okay for them. And do have some elevations too.
Oh, and RRQ is not stopping yet. Professor Snape just took out the Cape Crusader Batman. And looks like Team Flash still fighting with RRQ as they took down No Mercy. Still bleeding out though, not eliminated yet. So it will be interesting to see what's happening here. Okay, we have visual right now. No Mercy calling up for help. Well, the other members of RRQ, they don't only have Team Flash, but also another team based on the minimap.
Team Flash lost one player just now. Down to 3, numbers-wise, not a great start here, because we have MORPH coming in as well. Gosu veering out of direction here, hoping he will try to just confuse the teams that are trying to eye them down. But Team Flash, they resort to playing in open space. This is not great. They need to leave immediately, because we get a lot of teams crossing over this side here. As soon as they try to just get those higher elevations, we might have some gatekeepers across the other side. But for RRQ, I think they'd have no problem to reach out to the fallen members. They definitely have no threat whatsoever around them anymore.
Oh, the threat here right now falls onto the Xavier. So this is the furthest circle away from their regular draw spot that we have had today. And they'll need to manage it. So far for the Miramar match, they are going to play by rotating down south. And you mentioned about No Mercy being picked up. Yes, he is being picked up. Stage 2. Circle's not too bad. The blue is not too bad. So he'll be able to heal up. No problem.
Fnatic and the rest of them will try to get into where Nepeko getting knocked down before. It's going to be MORPH sharing the compound with the RRQ. There's no way for them to reach out to him, especially extending their stay in the blue zone here. Both teams seems to be having the same issue for MORPH and RRQ, and we're gonna have the circle even shrink even further more. It's gonna be a further journey for RRQ and MORPH, and same goes Team Flash will challenge them. The moment they saw some transition of MORPH and RRQ try to get past, but Sam9 will still staying, even got himself an upgrade of loot with that airdrop coming up early, and these Avians will meet up their usual members of VOIN Donkey perhaps the moment they try to get into the center of the circle.
Yeah, it will be interesting for Xavier this time, right? They have absolute opportunity to play from the outside in. So that means they will have a lot more chance to take fights rather than stay in the middle and take fights later. So let's see how they will manage VOIN Donkey later on. For Boom Esports, similar situation, outside coming in and Vampire shooting in onto them. RRQ, pretty much the same situation as well from the northern side, but they do have Team Flash behind them.
And Team Flash coming in a bit later than the rest of the team. Well, there's no more bodies for them to actually gatekeep at this point. But for RRQ, they try to hike up as much as they can and try to fish out any players of Roy since they are just close to each other. But they do have the compound. The hard cover will actually buy them so much time here. And the same side of RRQ, they have multi-levels of the building itself, so they can slightly visualize around the horizon of the Zygram, but will not be enough for them to shoot them down. But for Boom, it's going to be a clash with GEEK fam. Aizen might caught at the back, and with Aizen start to open fire, and Boom, they're just passing the crossfire with so many teams eyeing them out, including Alter Ego.
Oh, Frenzy being shot at by Aizen, and Frenzy navigates around the high ground. He's okay for now. But it looks like GEEK fam will not want to let them go. Okay, they're still looking for the other members of Boom Esports. Convid passes by onto Audrey, gets knocked down immediately. Beautiful pass by.
Audrey, always the first one get knocked down, but never mind. Yummy Mate getting on Aizen back. Damroot can actually make a change for GEEK Fam. The numbers are going down the side of GEEK Fam here. They're falling into pieces in shambles. Limb by limb, taken out by Boom. And there's also Semna coming up from the back. They have to actually wrap things up quickly for both teams as Mika knocked down a Frenzy. But it's still going to be a 2v3 outnumbered by Boom. Razy and Pombi try to find the last few players of GEEK Fam. But there's also 7-9 around the corner. And don't forget about that Alter Ego completely. Despite they barely have enough men, they will take charge whenever they can.
Okay, for Mika, and that's going to be an easy knock there by PMSL Esports, but Damroot is still around the corner somewhere. Mika will finish off by Yummy May as Pombi will save his teammate, pops up that smoke for an insurance policy, and Damroot on the other building. There's nothing much he can do about that situation, and 7-9 is still around the corner as well, but look at the minimap. Vampire Esports is coming by.
And not just that, 7-9's behind there as well. There's so many teams trying to take those very small compounds where Boom is trying to take covers at. But when it comes to the circle, Team Secret got the center. It's going to be a lot of fought down that road later on. It's down to pick and choose and pick your points for the teams. If selected wrongly, then we get to see the final few stages. But RQ coming up from the northern side, I don't think it's a problem for them. Last time we saw they do have quite a big compound to work with. But for Vampires, they're bulldozing people from behind. And here comes Traps and Tony K. And they already scored one elimination. They might as well get some more from the sidelines watching GEEK Fam versus Boom.
Oh, and I noticed that Xavier actually ran out of circle coins. The circle kept running away from them. Okay, back on the Damroot right now on the second floor. The final member of GEEK Fam and Kenny is in the building, so it's going to be an interesting 1v1 here. Both MVPs in their own accord. Kenny on the lower ground still. His teammates come join him. Boom Esports. Okay, they are repositioning themselves as Yummy May gets knocked out by Farron. Pombi gets UI. A bit of a trade there. Yummy May finished off by Farron. And Boom Esports right now, they only have 2 members left. 7-9. They still have 3 active players with 1 down.
Now on the side of Boom, they are in a pickle. Seems to be struggling here. Razy cooking up the nade. Not landing for the side of Kenny. But Razy here comes. Hoping it will land on any of the players of 7-9. But Damroot is in there still. Sharing the compound. But boo-boo-hoo. Taking on Razy. Leaving only Pombit to run and about and save the day. But we have Alter Ego. Vampires that side too. Where to run? How he's going to play this one out for Pombit?
Oh, and Pombit, well, he tries to hold on as long as possible, but then again, by holding on, we still have 16 teams. Ooh. And Damroot going up first. Nice angle there by Farron. As for Pombit, spotted out by Bobo, and eliminated 2 teams. Not yet. Pombit's on the other building. Okay. So that was another player from Boom Esports. Bobo, he probably has an idea that Pombit is there, but he will not approach alone.
Can sense a threat just now for the side of Bobo. But for Alliance, it's about crossing the street as always. Alliance always have this very tough journey of crossing towards the center of the circle. It's always going to be the street separating them from the rest of the safe zone. But Tim Flash pulled down by the nades coming over the side. Alliance taking advantage of the terrain, hoping it will be a bunker for them. Just to toss those out to a side of Team Flash. Goes to the last one standing on the side of Team Flash here right now. Within the smoke, and they know exactly where he stands, but thanks to Venturas, I think Gozi can last a bit more longer to still have put service for his team.
Yeah, and he wished that now we have like 8 teams left. At least if it lasts longer, it's worthwhile for him, but we still have 15. And Gozu will still need to find his way into the circle. And notice that his vehicle is smoked up as well. So this nade, okay. They're not landing on the Gozu, but still, where is he going to go? I mean, it's just a matter of time right now. Maybe he can... I'm thinking of like denying himself to the blue before Elias gets him.
Oh, he's in a pickle here. I don't know. Very unlikely to make it out alive for the side of Gozu. But when it comes to stage number 5, it's going to be stage 5 crunch time for the teams. We still have 15 teams intact, 51 players alive, which means a very small circle to be shared by all the other players out there. Team Secret, Talon, and BTI, at least they score themselves those high elevations, and they will try to control over it. But FaZe Clan, just only one player, Mormon, getting themselves in the circle, and they have to gatekeep about the teams drawing that will try to slowly climb out from behind. But these Xaviers, like you mentioned, they're running out of their coins to just purchase more zone luck There's nothing zone whatever for the circle for them.
Yeah, still the circle went away, but this is their chance to take elimination points. Okay, they have to revive Levi's right now. Paragin is going to go in, but it's going to be Alliance. Okay, Alliance, they don't have a good clear sight onto these areas, so Levi should be back up. Or unless this nade by Jimmy OP, a bit too short.
Collateral damage still managed to almost knock down Levi just now. But they're gonna leave, taking their vehicles and putting some actions of driving around the other corner and just gonna have a bit of a long play rather than, you know, they have to pick the fight anyhow. Is waiting for a three-way war between Alliance, BTR and D-Xaviers. D-Xaviers, if they go down south, we do know there's going to be a lot of teams also waiting at the other end. But for Roy taking on RRQ, and RRQ fought back, we're going to have a different fight as well. Boom, last player, Pombit, barely alive, hoping will not be discovered. But unfortunately, another one bites the dust. It's going to be Team Flash.
And Team Flash out, no points at all. Pombit! Can't believe he's still alive, frankly speaking. So Boo didn't know that he was there. Now Car has RRQ to deal with. He gets a knock onto Snape, and Fnatic is going to be the final active member for RRQ. GEEK comes in to join Car. Fnatic is pretty low at this moment, and on the low ground, Roy will not miss this opportunity to gain their 4th elimination.
I don't blame us out of RRQ. That was difficult for them to get out from that building. Roy been watching them and locked them down into that building for the longest time. The moon, they tried to get out from the blues a bit too late now. But for the Xaviers, it seems like they are having a bit of struggle in this map because Alliance managed to get themselves off angle. Pretty powerful to work with there. And Olio tried to spot out Levi within the smoke, but you can see the flares of the shooting coming up from within the silhouette just now for Alliance. All they need to do is just wrap things around against the Xaviers.
And the Xavier got eliminated, so this is their first 0 point in the round for them. Looks like they won't be sleeping well tonight. Looking for their momentum again. And Pombit now up against Yuhai. He almost got it. Yuhai is very low at this moment. But Yuhai will swap places with his teammate. Right now, Pombit is in trouble. 7-9's onto him. And this is going to be the molly from Bobo Hu. But before that, Pombit still got a knockdown onto Bobo Hu. And finally, Pombit went out.
It's not done, and they're still licking their wounds, but it's going to be LTE go for their next challenger. While FaZe Clan tried to keep Roy at bay, well, denying their entrance and advancement towards the side of a circle because the next stage hit them very soon. If this two team will actually none of them get in the circle, which that's going to be the case, it's going to be tough for them to get in there. But at least for Roy, he got himself some back cave to work with. Vampire is now taking the, flying car. And yep, that's going to be safe landing with 4 wheels on the ground. But back to the side of Empires and Team Secret, this is going to be the battle of the high grounds.
Nade on the GK. That's going to be an opening there. As a Team Secret, 2 active players left. Nuzi will nade down GK and also finish him off. He was the culprit behind it. As Stone now will be picking out Tony K. Alright, Vampire Esports, they need to reset quickly as Nuzi is out as well. So now down back to the dynamic duo Stone and Tony K.
Team Secret trying to keep track with every single player of Vampires, yeah. But these two teams, the fight, the only one team will survive through to make it for the next stage. We're down to 9. Next, it's going to be just only 6 teams left because the VOIN Donkey taking a fight against them 9. But for Tony K, he's trying so hard to reposition himself on the flank side. But we have BTR fighting against another team. They're still pretty sitting inside indoors. But the nade was so massive that put Vampires on the hole right now.
Tony K has to pull off a Tony K moment here against Team Secret, but he's on the lower ground. It's going to be very, very hard for him. As Strong will make sure that Tony K gets eliminated. Now it's on to Olio for Alliance on the outside of the circle. And look at the space clan and BTR looking at him. At the same time, he has no choice but to navigate around the other side. Takes a lot of damage from the zone. And he's not able to heal up.
Yep, it's stage number 6. It's barely workable They try to survive inside of the blue. It's going to hurt so much at this point, and these players, all these teams, will have to decide which side of the circle they want to just get into it. Because Roy, if they get into the back cave and the circle shifted away in the very next few stages, it's going to be problematic for them to just get out from there. But for Team Secret, they got a big win against Vampire just now. Scored himself 4 eliminations, but at a cost. They're down to 3 players. Well, we don't see a lot of actions coming up from TALON yet.
Yeah, TALON's playing this quietly. The ripping to the lineup, but Soa's definitely not quiet here. Nice dance with Kenny to take him out. That was a quick reaction move by himself. Beautifully executed. Yuhai, the moment he shows himself on the other side, was FaZe Clan who got him.
A bit disappointed, Team Secret, just slightly a bit late. You can see it, even the hand grenade being tossed by the Team Secret players just now was perfect angle as well, but they have to deal with FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they've got quite a view up there. They managed to control the circle from above, but they will not waste any more time. But Moment, of all the time, he got himself in an accident in the worst possible timing as well. That put themselves a bit later for the crash towards the side of Team Secret, but hey, no stopping them for the side of Nino. Is taking the lead in the charge. Going around, ring around Rosie with his team, and Nino is knocked down on the ground. And it's Nonsense next. Oh, whenever the accident happens, then out of the event will not be great. FaZe Clan!
What a defense by Team Secret. It was FaZe Clan that crashed in onto them. But Team Secret, crazy defense there. And the circle's not too far away from them. That was an insane move by Team Secret.
Such a defense. Also, what a the worst possible timing for Moment to have an accident to flip his vehicle, where it actually just late when it comes to the crash and push towards that compound. But what's done is done. No point crying over spill milk. But on the side of BTR, down to 5 teams. Nobody getting into the center of circle. But the problem with BTR, they don't have those elevations. Those Highlanders taken over by VOIN Donkey, as well as TALON right now. Still very quiet. Just next to VOIN Donkey.
Well,
and I don't think VOIN Donkey is looking in the right direction here.
Well, VOIN Donkey is a matter of time to engage themselves in a fight, though. On the right side, there are eyes onto them. On the left side, looks like BTR is going to come in, and they're going to take that spot first before VOIN Donkey. Okay, now VOIN Donkey passing by because Zeta here. Zooming past by. Vexy will not make it. Oh, Vexy will stop Gen Force, actually. Okay, and Zeta will finish on Gen Force. Okay, that is VOIN Donkey for you, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like they managed to clear off their left side. Now they need to focus on the TALON.
They managed to squeeze through inside of circle as well. They got a quarter part of the circle here by themselves. And now TALON is a bit too late for them to actually take some actions here and try to stop VOIN Donkey due to the cover of the terrain, making it so difficult to land those shots. Because whatever they can actually see, they can see nothing from there. But for VOIN Donkey, overpicking will cost them dearly. Because TALON acts a push all the way out just to deal with them in worst case scenario. Team Secret taking a jab on the side of BTR as well. BTR, there's no way out of this.
Oh, from this high ground, BTR now stuck. And even drunk, he managed to land those pixel shots. Satar is bleeding out though. Zuxi, there's almost no way for him to save Satar. And Satar will be eliminated, but he was taken away by Razak. They stole it away from Team Secret.
But for Lapa, how he's going to play this, they know exactly where he stands. That small shack with only a couple of ace stacks to take cover as well. BTR, Zuxi next, down to only Lapa. He hopped onto his vehicles and tried to flee. But can he actually make it out on time? Because VOIN Donkey committed his fight against TALON. Well, they're a bit distracted. Nobody can spot out Lapa except for Vaxi, of course. Here comes the nade to finish things off. And it's a boom gone. That's going to be BTR placing himself at 5th place. But for VOIN Donkey, they're back, rising from the dead. 6 eliminations with full squad intact.
And they still have the circle. Man, this is going to be huge for VOIN Donkeys. But Yoru gets SOAS from Team Secret. The team that came out with a beautiful defense earlier on against FaZe Clan, and now they're looking for a break behind the shack. Red Face will reposition himself to the lower ground instead. But he has to come into the circle. Okay, he tries to go in for a flag on to break. Someone has an idea that someone's there. And break 50% of health left. And SOAS will be eliminated by Yoru. Now it's down to break. What can he come up with right now? His other teammate, Zhang, is on the other side, not able to get into this fight together with Break.
If they turn the wrong corner, Talon will actually be executed, and there goes Yoru. And it's gonna be VOIN Donkey taking down on Yoru as well. Rat Face, how to deal with this? He needs to swing it big, but fortunately enough for Talon, it's done for their skirmish against Deep Secret here. They have to go for another scrappy fight against VOIN Donkey with only 3 players left. It's gonna be 3v4 v2. Roy, on the other hand, the only team that's not being spotted out by any of these guys, if they can actually score the chicken, because VOIN Donkey and Talon seem to be very close against each other. But the moment they open fire, VOIN Donkey will shift their focus towards Roy now.
Yeah, and Roy doesn't have much space to play with. And they have to cross the road. I mean, it's a very difficult situation for Roy right now. So we're close in about 5 more seconds. Zeta fires onto Talon. Red Face on the higher ground together with his other teammates. And so we'll start to close at this moment. Talon, they are ready to reposition themselves. Vexy knocks down Porsche. 1 more to go. They're still active for Roy. And there's going to be Kai with about 10% of health left. Popping up that smoke. Probably going to make a run for it.
VOIN Donkey, everything seems to be unfolding for them right now because everyone running from the blue zone, and all they need to do is just shoot them down. They got the least amount of damage for the blue. Now Talon is forcing the fight way in, but spotted out Razak. That was quite a good cross air placement, but unfortunately didn't have enough bullet. But Razak will go in for the push, trying to just play around the smoke and hoping he will land a couple of shots. The jump shot coming from Red Face, making Razak down on the ground, but down to only Misery with only 1% of health. How is he even alive after that hand grenade? Here comes another.
Oh, wow, and he's still alive after that. Okay, he still managed to secure that 1 elimination point, whatever it is. And that is very, very fortunate of Misery. 3 more to go. Biggest clutch of his life will not happen as VOIN Donkey will take on the final chicken dinner from day number 1.
For the side of VOIN Donkey, after that major drop of their performance here, after they got themselves earlier today for the first Erangel map of that chicken dinner, they are back to closing the day for the chicken here again. A double chicken. 3 teams only scored the chicken here today, including VOIN Donkey with their doubles. But that was a huge run when it comes to pushing the numbers up with 12 eliminations across the board. And not just that, thanks to Vaxi. He did so much work and so much hard labor.
Oh yeah, even the top damage dealer was by Vexy. Top eliminations Vexy, and top throw was used by him as well. Not the least of damage received, but that's absolutely okay as long as you can bring the points in. Vexy is the man of this round. Well done here by VOIN Donkeys. The last we saw them getting a chicken dinner, it was Razak as the MVP. But this time, our MVP is going to be Vexy.
High caliber player, one of the players that we're looking forward to have the FMVP, maybe in the future, maybe this season, who knows. But with 7 eliminations, 2% of the headshot, who cares? Maybe the hand grenade actually did so much work on the side of Vaxi. 958 damage, 46% contribution. That's more than half of those elimination numbers by Vaxi alone.
Yeah, and other than VOIN Donkeys who, wow, travel distance 50 kilometers. That's even longer than the one before this. And they scored the chicken dinner. Wow, a lot of hard work here by VOIN Donkey, and they still managed to maintain a full squad towards the end. We got a shout out to Team Secret, great defense against FaZe Clan. Talon, whose FaZe Clan, whose Red Face debut in this final round, and also Roy here as some of our top teams in this round. Amazing plays all around here as we check out those amazing plays again in our final highlight today.
We thought it's going to be a wave of change with the domination by the Xaviers here today, but VOIN Donkey will defy us with their 12 eliminations and 10 placement point with that chicken dinner just now, scoring himself 22 points. This will definitely shoot them up all the way towards the first page, but which ranking?
It's going to be interesting, right? Well, the gap is pretty big up there, but with this chicken dinner, it should put them into a very good contention spot here. Because we see, okay, Vampire 6 points, that's still on page 1, but there's no sight of the Xavier. So that's going to be a sign there. Alliance on page 1 as well. The Xavier, 0 points together with Team Flash and GEEK fam. So the Xavier started on the high, but the final game,
Well, they finish off with a low. I think their adrenaline rush kind of dried out when it comes to the last two map of Miramar, unfortunately, because of how things turns out. But hey, I think they still got themselves in the top 3. The podium spot is still theirs to hold on to. But on the side of GEEK fam, unfortunately, another not such a great run for them here. On the side of MORPH, only scored 1 point. Alter Ego and Boom, quite concerning down there.
yeah. Boom, Alter Ego, same. But overall, it's okay. No concerns for the Xavier. They're still at number 1. Vampire Esports number 2, 10-point gap. So the gap has shrunk a little bit. Alliance coming at 3rd right now. VOIN Donkeys, okay, number 4. And they are 26 points behind the Xavier. And if you think about it, they start off with 1 hit start point.
Yep, it's such a burst of performance with that one map to change things off. Now we're unfolding everything when it comes to the numbers. Feast your eyes for the grand finals day 1, you know, when it comes to the overall rankings for now. But Boom, Alter Ego seems to me like they need to work things out for tomorrow. Same goes for GEEK fam and Team Secret here, because including 7-9, it seems like even though the eliminations across the second page, one of the highest, but it will not give them a great result by the end of the day if they don't balance it out.
Yeah, I mean, 12 more games to go, right? And they're at 27 points, 32 points for GEEK fam, Alter Ego 33 points. I mean, well, it has to come up big tomorrow. If not, I worry that day 3 will be too late for some of these big teams. At least TALON, they have a bit of a rise here with the inclusion of Red FAZE. They're at number 9 right now with 41 points. So that's a bit of an improvement by them. But I still got to give it to Team Secret. That defense deserves a standing ovation there. That was amazing. It brought them out to number 13 with 36 points for now. But still a lot more points for them to go to be in page 1 at least. But we're also going to check out our MVP today. Wow! RRQ Snake.
I mean, this we don't have him too often, but Snape, he been swapped in and out, and we love to see him a bit more when it comes to the grand final. He's got himself 3rd place in the average elimination field at 2.2, number 1 when it comes to average damage across the grand finals here at 429.8. When it comes to average surviving time, you can rely on Snape because he's one of the top players at number 4. Well, he doesn't do a lot of assists at number 7, but hey, that one assist still contribute to something. And team contribution wise, I think everyone putting enough of their labor into the side of RRQ. So Snape, who knows? I mean, we don't see Rosemary, we don't see Tony K. It's gonna be a different player entirely, and I love this change.
Yeah, it's not your usual names, right? Like even like RD Luke and all of that. So it's nice to see a fresh new name up here as our grand finals day 1 MVP. And who knows, he could come out as a surprise MVP. But of course, RRQ and Snape himself will need to be consistent throughout the next 2 days as well. The fight is not over yet for all these teams. They will still need to fight it off still in order for them to be not only the champion, but of course who will be the FMVP for this season.
Yep, every single point counts towards the very end, because that's what taught us during the league stage just to get into the slot of the grand finals. And you know what, speaking of the interview, we might actually have another interview. Let's go straight towards the stage.
Hi, welcome back to the stage with me, Donna Vizca, and also Darius, and we're gonna have a little bit of chit-chat for the closing interview. Now joined us on stage, we have one of the best performer theme of the opening day of the final. Here comes the Xavier's Levi. Hi Levi, how are you? Use the mic.
Hi.
Hi Levi. First of all, congratulations on the triple winner chicken dinner, and that was awesome. And with that triple winner chicken dinner or 3 winner chicken dinner on this opening day, do you think this is like the perfect stepping stone for the team in the finals? Xin chào Levi's, trước hết là chúc mừng các bạn vì đã giành được 3 suất cơm gà trong ngày khai mạc. Và với thành tích như vậy thì bạn có nghĩ đây là bước đệm hoàn hảo cho DX trong trận chung kết hay không?
Sau khi được 3 trận chốt gà thì bọn em sẽ tâm lý được thoải mái hơn và cố gắng hơn trong những ngày tiếp theo, vì đây mới là ngày đầu tiên nên bọn em cần cố gắng nhiều hơn.
After getting the first 3 chicken dinners in the first day, we will have a relaxed mentality and we will try our best in the upcoming days because this is only the first day.
Oke, jadi tadi Dona sempat nanya apakah mendapatkan 3 winner chicken dinner ini akan menjadi batu loncatan yang baik untuk tim mereka di final. Dan tadi Levi sudah menjawab bahwa katanya dengan mendapatkan 3 winner chicken dinner ini, maka secara mental tim mereka akan lebih santai dan mereka sudah bisa mempersiapkan performance yang lebih baik nanti menuju finals pastinya.
What a nice mentality coming from the Xavier. And talking about your past performances, especially in the league and especially in the week number 3, what factors like help the team come back so strongly after like we can say a poor performance on Super Sunday in week 3?
Nếu mà nói về một chút về thành tích biểu hiện của các bạn trong tuần trước thì vào tuần thứ 3, DX đã có giảm sút phong độ. Vậy thì những yếu tố nào đã giúp DX trở lại mạnh mẽ như vậy sau khi giảm sút phong độ trong tuần Super Sunday tuần 3?
Bọn em cùng nhau đoàn kết và sửa lỗi nên là bọn em cố gắng quay lại. Vì mục tiêu chính là chung kết, bọn em cố gắng bắn thật tốt, mang lại cờ Việt Nam lên cao nhất ạ.
We try to unite the team and fix our mistakes because our goal is to perform well in the grand finals and to raise the Vietnamese flag to the highest level, which means the top one.
Oke, jadi tadi Dona juga sempat nanya apa sih rahasianya sehingga mereka bisa comeback stronger sekarang jadi lebih kuat lagi dibandingkan dengan performa yang mungkin bisa dibilang kurang baik saat ada di Super Sunday minggu yang ketiga. Dan tadi Levi bilang adalah mereka mencoba membonding ulang kembali hubungan mereka antar tim. Mereka mempererat kembali kerjasama mereka. Mereka mau fokus untuk naik ke level yang lebih tinggi yaitu di Grand Final kali ini. Sehingga fokus mereka membawa mereka bisa menjadi tim yang lebih kuat sekarang.
And once again, that is a winner mentality. And Levi, anyway, welcome to the Indonesian crowd. And you like already see all of the Indonesian crowd here and also competing offline with many Indonesian audiences here. What obstacles and pressures does the team face especially for this opening day?
Chào mừng các bạn đã đến với trận đấu tại Indonesia. Và khi mà thi đấu offline trước nhiều khán giả Indonesia như vậy thì DX phải đối mặt với những trở ngại và những áp lực nào?
Bọn em rất là thoải mái, bọn em bắn rất là nhiều mùa online rồi. Bọn em thì giờ cũng có nhiều khán giả này, bọn em đã quen với như này rồi ạ.
We find ourselves relaxed. We also have gone through many tournaments and we also face a lot of audiences like this. That's why we are relaxed and try our best.
Oke, tadi Dona juga nanya ini mungkin menjadi pengalaman pertama juga ya bertemu langsung sama audiens atau penonton-penonton yang ada di Indonesia. Kira-kira dari tim DX sendiri dan juga Levi apakah ada tekanan-tekanan sendiri atau ada rintangan-rintangan yang dihadapi ketika menemui audiens-audiens yang begitu luar biasa banget dari Indonesia? Ternyata Levi bilang mereka sih sebenarnya cukup rileks karena mereka sudah sering mengalami turnamen-turnamen di tingkat dunia juga. Sudah ketemu sama berbagai macam jenis penonton juga. Jadi mereka sudah terbiasa dengan hal tersebut. Jadi mereka hari ini bisa cukup rileks dan juga tetap meng-aim yang terbaik.
And talking about Indonesian audience, actually like I really want to know about the Indonesian audience. What do you like the most about the audience so far?
Vậy thì không biết là bạn thích điều gì nhất về những khán giả Indonesia tại đây?
Em cảm thấy họ rất là nhiệt tình và em cảm thấy cũng hơi ngợp ạ.
I think they're very enthusiastic and to be honest, I feel a little overwhelmed.
Wow, jadi tadi Dona nanya ya, menurut kamu apa yang paling menarik nih dari penonton-penonton di Indonesia ya? Katanya menurut Levi bilang, wah mereka itu sangat ini sekali ya, interaktif dan antusias banget kelihatannya ya. Dan jujur itu sebenarnya secara tidak langsung, walaupun mereka tadi bilang mereka relax, itu ternyata sebenarnya memberikan sedikit pressure sedikit lah ya kepada teman-teman dari DX juga. Tapi mereka tetap berusaha sebaik mungkin untuk tetap bisa relax.
And because you guys have already triple winner chicken dinner, best performance so far for the opening day, what is actually motivates you to compete so well, Levi?
Và với thành tích là 3 suất cơm gạo hôm nay thì các bạn đã có một cái màn trình diễn tốt nhất trong cái màn khai mạc rồi. Vậy thì điều gì đã thúc đẩy bạn thi đấu tốt như vậy trong ngày hôm nay?
Em nghĩ là bọn em đoàn kết và điều đặc biệt là có hai người đặc biệt, đó là vợ em và anh Quốc, và để cổ vũ mọi người và các đội tuyển Việt Nam ạ.
I think it's because we are a unified team. Thanks to that, and also thanks to the two special people that have appeared today. One is my wife, and one is our caster Quad. And thanks to everyone for cheering us and supporting us.
Oke, tadi Dona sempat nanya ya, apa sih motivasinya gitu hari ini bertanding di Grand Final ini gitu. Terus mereka bilang, Levi juga tadi bilang ya kita berterima kasih karena kita ini adalah tim yang udah istilahnya fokus unite gabung bareng gitu ya kan. Dan ada 2 orang yang spesial yang hadir saat ini. Satu adalah istrinya Levi sendiri ya kan. Dan satu lagi ada caster mereka yaitu Quad yang mendatang, mensupport dan juga memberikan dukungan yang terbaik untuk tim DX pastinya.
Do they actually have any special words they told to you?
Vậy thì có lời gì đặc biệt mà bạn đã được nghe từ những người mà đã động viên mình hay không? Hoặc là mình muốn gửi đến những người động viên mình hay không?
Những lời động viên mọi người dành cho em là chỉ biết cố gắng và tự tin thôi. Và em cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi các đội tuyển Việt Nam và đã ủng hộ bọn em trong suốt thời gian vừa qua. Cảm ơn.
The motivational words that I have heard from these people are try our best and I thank them so much for all of this support.
Jadi tadi Dona juga sempat nanya ya, apakah ada pesan-pesan dari mereka nih yang mungkin cukup penting buat Levi juga supaya makin termotivasi ya timnya ya. Dan Levi tadi bilang adalah mereka cukup menitipkan pesan yaitu lakukan saja yang terbaik ya kan, lakukan saja yang terbaik dan mereka terutama tim DX dan juga Levi sangat berterima kasih terhadap pesan tersebut.
Oh, what a nice motivation and also what a nice performance for you, Levi, and also from the Xavier as well. Good luck for tomorrow for the second day, and thank you so much for this amazing interview, and also thank you so much Darius for joining me on stage. And now let's toss it back to the caster to close out the day. Bye bye.
Silakan caster.
Love it. So much support for these area, right? Like even said to the wife, like even one of the talents from Vietnam is actually there to support them. I mean, wow, this is amazing. And not only that, like in one of their chicken dinners, I noticed that one of the Roy, I believe it was the management team, was sitting together with these areas tables, cheering for them as well. This PUBG Mobile Esports really brings people together.
Yeah, especially when it comes to your spouse and a family, it actually gives so much room for, motivation. And it gives them some sort of drive for the players when it comes to the Xaviers. And I love the fact that they flew all across just to be there to give them support as well. It's something that I think everybody can learn from any team at all. And you guys watching at home, if you guys want to fly to Surabaya, there's still time for that because we have 2 more days to go for grand finals. Yeah, but we unfolded our day 1 grand finals. Seems to me the Xavier is still taking the chart and lead with only 10 points gap. But when it comes to more, it might be a different story entirely.
Yeah, so let's see if they can hold on to that number 1 spot. They do have experience doing that the last time they were champions. But of course, this is a whole new era, very different teams that they're up against, and the standard is definitely up there. And of course, we also want to look at our 2 top teams the double PMSL champions, Boom Esports and Alter Ego. Will they be able to come back in day number 2? What will it take for them to make that comeback? What sort of lineup that they will be playing tomorrow as well? Because we know Alter Ego, they do have a solid substitution waiting to play. And there will be a lot of decisions that the management and the coaching staff will need to make coming tomorrow.
Yeah, majority of the Indonesian teams do have very solid substitution whenever they need a change, and tomorrow will be one of the day they need to make massive change when it comes to the performance. But it's going to be a wrap for Grand Finals Day 1. And we're going to catch up more actions and live tomorrow. Same place, same time. Don't forget, it's going to be the Grand Finals of PMSL Fall Season 2024. And we're going to just take a step back and see you guys for tomorrow. Thank you guys and good night. Bye-bye.